Order. Question is Secretary of State for Works and Pensions. I call Minister Quinns to answer the substantive question number 1 from Russian O'Reilly. Minister.
With your permission, Mr Speaker, I will group questions 1 and 2 together. Throughout the pandemic, our priority is to protect the most vulnerable, which is why we spent an additional £7.4 billion last year to strengthen the welfare safety support for working-age people. And our ambition is to help parents return to work as quickly as possible, as there is clear evidence of the importance of having parents in work for reducing the risk of child poverty. That is why, Mr Speaker, we're spending over £30 billion on a comprehensive plan for jobs.
Let's go to Russian O'Reilly. Russian O'Reilly.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answer, but 60% of kids in my constituency are living in poverty and over 4.2 million live in poverty across the country. The numbers have gone up, Mr Speaker, by 700,000 since 2010. And the government's limited extension to the local support grants doesn't make up for the cuts to universal credit, which will mean that families are £1,000 a year worse off from September. Isn't it time that the Minister reconsidered that decision and made sure that families don't lose out £1,000 going forward from September, so that more children are not forced into poverty?
Well, Mr Speaker, I thank the Honourable Lady for her question. We are wholly committed to supporting families with children. We spent an estimated £111 billion, including £7.4 billion on COVID-related measures on working-age welfare in 2020-2021. In addition, as the Honourable Lady referenced, we introduced the COVID local support grant. We have now extended that grant with an additional £160 million in funding between the 21st of June and the 30th of September. That brings the total funding package, Mr Speaker, to £429 million. And for the Honourable Lady's constituency, I referenced Tower Hamlets London Borough Council. It meets an overall funding package of over £3 million.
Richard Beck.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. What we've been hearing from the government is frankly rubbish. In East Leeds alone, 11,000 children, that's approaching half of all children, live in poverty. It's not getting better for the children of Hare Hills. It's not getting better for the children of Crossgates, Gipton or Seacroft or anywhere else. It's getting worse. Poverty levels up by 25% in the last 5 years before the pandemic. And it's going to get worse when £20 of universal credit is taken away from families in October. So I dare the Minister today to come to the food banks of East Leeds and tell people in my community why the Tory party thinks that their children should be forced into further poverty this winter.
Well, Mr Speaker, recent statistics show that before the COVID-19 pandemic, we were in a strong position with rising incomes and 1.3 million fewer people, including 300,000 fewer children in absolute poverty after housing costs, and that's compared to 2010. There were also over 600,000 fewer children in workless households. Mr Speaker, our long-term ambition is to support economic recovery across our United Kingdom, and our new plan for jobs is already supporting people to move into and to progress in work.
The Secretary, Jonathan Reynolds.
Mr Speaker, in-work poverty has hit a record high, and the vast majority of the millions of children in poverty have working parents. But the government's response is to cut universal credit this September. There's no sign of an employment bill to improve conditions at work, and they've also frozen help with housing costs. So what is the government's plan to tackle in-work poverty? Because a good way to start would be to cancel that cut to universal credit this September.
Mr Speaker, I thank my honourable gentleman for that question. And as our economy improves, we will increasingly focus our support for in-work progression to improve opportunities for those in low-paid work and support them towards financial independence. And as part of our comprehensive £30 billion plan for jobs, that's an extra 30,500 work coaches, the Kickstart scheme, the Restart scheme, swaps, and also, Mr Speaker, our In-Work Progression Commission, which will report shortly on the barriers to progression for those in persistent low pay and recommend a strategy for overcoming them.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'd remind the Minister that universal credit is an in-work benefit and it's means tested. If people do progress, they wouldn't be eligible for that support. So it's not an argument for proceeding with that cut in September. Can I ask him a significant barrier to work being childcare? Now, he will know that soaring childcare costs have to be paid up front, but universal credit is paid in arrears, leaving parents in debt. I recently met with the campaign Mums on a Mission, who have been forced to bring legal action to try to make the system work for parents. More people would be able to work the hours they want if we got this right. But do ministers understand just how significant a problem this is?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the honourable gentleman knows that I won't be able to comment on live litigation. But what I would say is we do have a comprehensive childcare offer, both as a government and specifically as a department. And what I also would say, Mr. Speaker, is that unlike the previous benefit system, where childcare costs could be up to 70% recoverable, in universal credit it's 85%. So it is a far more generous system.
We now come to Translate Committee. Stephen Tips.
Mr. Speaker, the Joseph Rowntree Foundation has told the Select Committee that cutting £20 a week from universal credit in October will reduce unemployment support to the lowest level for over 30 years, at exactly the point when unemployment is being increased by the ending of the furlough scheme, and that it will also pull 400,000 people below the poverty line, including many children. What assessment will he make of the impact of that cut on child poverty before the cut goes ahead?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the first thing I would say is that the government has always been clear that the £20 increase to universal credit was a temporary measure to support households most affected by the economic shock of COVID-19, and that decisions on whether to extend support would be made as the economic and health picture became clearer. And there have, Mr. Speaker, been significant positive developments in the public health situation since the increase was first announced, with the vaccine rollout now significantly gathering a pace. What I would say to the honourable gentleman is that any look at measures of that kind are purely speculative in terms of forecasting, but it is our expectation that this additional financial support and other direct COVID support will end once our economy has opened.
Substantive question to Minister Davies.
Mr. Speaker, with permission, I would like to answer questions 6 through 13 together. We've recruited thousands of new work coaches and expanded our job centre network through our plan for jobs. This, alongside our successful vaccine rollout, means that we're seeing more claimants face-to-face in a COVID-secure way. We're also delivering additional provision, including job finding support, JFS, job entry targeted support, JETS, and our £2 billion Kickstart scheme and Restart scheme. We've also opened new DWP youth hubs, expanded sector-based work academy programme swaps, increased our flexible support fund. Thanks to our work coaches and the plan for jobs, they now have more tools than ever to support claimants back into work.
Let's go to Gordon Henderson. Gordon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the Minister's response, but my two local job centres are seeing a number of people fail to turn up for their appointments with work coaches, and it appears to be driven by the lack of sanctions due to the pandemic. So what's my honourable friend doing to make it easier for job centres to use sanctions?
I'm proud our job centres have remained open throughout the pandemic to support the most vulnerable customers. Claimant commitments have continued to be tailored to individual circumstances by work coaches since July last year, meaning that sanctions do remain at record low levels as we fully consider individual circumstances before deciding whether to apply a sanction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's really important that young people who are looking for that first break into employment don't pay the heaviest price from this pandemic. And that's why the youth hubs, including the one in Burnley, are so welcome. And I want to thank all the local job centre staff for the work they've done to set that up. But to encourage young people to go and use it, could the Minister confirm what support young people will get once they go into the youth hub? And would she like to join with me in visiting the one in Burnley so we can get as many people through the door as possible?
Look at it. Minister.
Yeah, I have visited new youth hubs, both physically and virtually, including Caterham, Rotherham, Liverpool, Winsford, and I would be delighted to join my honourable friend and the team at Burnley, because I know they're working in partnership with the Council, Calico, Burnley Together, the Prince's Trust, Active Lancashire and the Burnley Football Club. Now, our youth hubs tailor their support alongside local partners to the needs of the community, and that's why they're so important in helping our young people to thrive.
Now withdrawn. Theo Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last Friday, I was very pleased to see again a young apprentice at a local Staffordshire engineering business who I previously met when she was studying at Stafford College. So could I ask my right honourable friend to explain what she's planning to do to help the Job Centre in Stafford and how the government will provide more employment opportunities for young people in Staffordshire and to help level up the West Midlands?
Well, I know the Honourable Lady takes a strong interest in her Job Centre Plus, as she updated me following her visit. Now, since September 2020, I remind members, our enhanced DWP youth offer has provided wraparound support for 18 to 24-year-old claimants, providing a 13-week tailored pre-employment course. And I'm pleased that Stafford JCP are hosting an interactive Kickstart event tomorrow, and our JCPs do this kind of event and engagement regularly.
Let's go to Ben Bradley. Ben.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful to my honourable friend for all her team is doing to support people back into work. And in conversations with my local job centre staff this week, they've reported very positive progress. They asked what opportunities there might be to consider extending Kickstart-style schemes or incentives so they're able to help out-of-work adults as well as young people. And I wonder if my honourable friend could help me to answer their question.
I'm proud that our Plan for Jobs and through our Plan for Jobs has support for people who are looking for new opportunities at any age and at any career stage. Through our sector-based work academy programmes, our enhanced 50+ choices offer and the new DWP Train and Progress, where you can train for longer into a growing sector using the flexibilities built in within universal credit.
12 is withdrawn, so we're now going to Giles Watling. Giles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend for her earlier answer. Before this terrible pandemic hit, I had the opportunity to visit my local job centre in Clacton. The staff there are enthusiastic and devoted to their work, but that workload has increased dramatically as our hospitality and tourism sectors have been hit. These sectors are vital to the Clacton economy. Is the Minister taking account of our often overlooked and deprived coastal areas as the government continues its important work to help people affected by this terrible pandemic back into work?
Well, understanding the needs of every community is key, and I hear the Secretary of State mention Suffolk Coastal there. The success of our job centres in getting local people back into work, understanding the local economy is key. Our JCPs change lives every day, and one recent success story in Clacton was a customer who recently started a Kickstart job in wildlife conservation. I'm not sure whether the honourable member is joining him there at the moment, but as a result of the 5-week pre-employment course at DWP.
Right, we now come to Shadow Minister Andy MacDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Disabled people require support to get back into work. Disability is defined in the Equality Act as physical or mental impairment that has a substantial and long-term adverse effect on their ability to carry out normal day-to-day activities. Of the 2 million people with long COVID in the UK, 3 in 10 have experienced symptoms lasting longer than a year, including fatigue, difficulty concentrating and shortness of breath. This is resulting in widespread disadvantage and discrimination and erecting barriers to employment. So will the Minister commit to recognising long COVID as a disability from the point of diagnosis to ensure that workers have support and protection against discrimination in the workplace?
Well, firstly, we tailor and personalise support always to individual circumstances, and I'm very proud of what we've done throughout the pandemic, particularly at our JCPs, to keep the job centres open, keep people feeling safe, and also supporting businesses and workers to feel safe. I recently joined at the Bootle HQ with the CEO of HSE a spot check. We've done over 250,000 checks to make sure that people feel safe at work.
A substantive question to Minister Davies.
Oh, which number? Oh, this one. Sorry, too many here. Apologise, Mr. Speaker. The most recent publication, Mr. Speaker, shows the proportion of capped households remains low at 2.9% of the overall housing benefit and universal credit caseload as of February 2021.
Let's go to Beth Winter. Beth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today is the day of action for the Right to Food campaign, which I fully support. I can offer the Minister one possible policy to alleviate food poverty: drop the benefit cap. Food insecurity disproportionately affects families who are also most affected by the cap. The Child Poverty Action Group found that lifting the cap could take 150,000 children out of poverty. Will the Minister please explain her reasoning for not lifting the cap?
Well, the Honourable Lady will be keen to know that even in these current times, people moving out of the benefit cap and into work is going in the right direction, and there are multiple vacancies in the hospitality, construction, care and logistics sector. The benefit system provides a crucial safety net for people at their time of need, and the benefit cap also provides a strong incentive for claimants to get into work, increase their hours, so that the benefit cap doesn't apply.
Shadow Minister Curran.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. Former Work and Pensions Minister Lord Freud last week described the benefit cap, which is now hitting 120,000 households more than it was at the beginning of the pandemic, as ghastly. Efforts to protect incomes during COVID have been undermined as increased universal credit and housing allowance rates led to more families being capped and numbers rising as the grace period for universal credit expires. If the supposed benefit of the aim of the benefit cap is for families to go into work and to cut their housing costs by moving, can the Minister to explain to us how families were supposed to have done this over the last 12 months when neither option was effectively possible?
Well, I remind honourable members that the benefit cap is set at the equivalent salary of £24,000 a year and £28,000 in London, which importantly provides fairness between taxpayers in employment and those who are of working age support. Now, claimants can approach their local authority for discretionary housing payment if they need additional support to meet rental costs or indeed hardship grants. But I'd say the Honourable Lady to look out for the in-work progression report, which is forthcoming, which will be looking at all of these matters, and we should take all of this in the round.
Substantive question to Minister Tomlinson.
The Department is committed to publishing the outcome of the evaluation, and it will be announced in due course. I understand the delay has been frustrating, and I remain absolutely committed to delivering an improved benefit system for claimants that are nearing the end of their lives.
Let's go to Jessica Morton. Jessica.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As the Minister knows, it's nearly 2 years since the DWP announced its review of the special rules for terminal illness, and we're still waiting for the review to be published. Last July, the Minister said it would be published shortly. Today, he said it would be published in due course. In the meantime, many have died waiting for benefits decisions. How long do we have to wait until the government scraps the 6-month rule?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I pay tribute to the Honourable Member, who has been absolutely brilliant at championing the need to make changes, which we agree with as part of our review, to raise awareness of support, improving consistency with other services, and crucially, changing that 6-month rule. And we will be able to make changes very, very soon.
Shadow Minister Vicky Foxwell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like the review of the special rules for terminal illness, the government's disability strategy has been much delayed. After 2 long years, we are told to expect it soon. Disabled people are hoping for radical policies that improve their lives. However, many fear it will contain warm words and platitudes, but no real action. Can the Minister convince us today that his strategy will be published with a fanfare and not just a whimper?
Absolutely, and I am very grateful for all of those stakeholders and those with real lived experience, including disabled people themselves, who've been working with us not just on the SRTI proposed changes, our forthcoming Health and Disability Green Paper that will look at both disability benefits and support and disability employment, for which we have delivered record amounts of support and record amounts of disability employment, and our national strategy for disabled people that has the Prime Minister's personal support and will be the first time there is genuine cross-government focus to create a more inclusive barrier, all of which are due very, very soon, and I am very confident they will be well received.
Sarah Alden.
Question number 19, please, Mr. Speaker.
On the 18th of March 2003, the UK government formally recognised that British Sign Language is a language in its own right. Provision for accessing services by users of BSL are already covered by the Equality Act 2010 and the Public Sector Equality Duty.
Question 21, Mr Speaker.
No, we haven't.
Yeah, who's dealing with it? Oh, sorry, Sir Olney, sorry, I do apologise.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My constituent, Firaz Al-Mubayed, is currently engaged in a dispute with a high street bank, but has been unsuccessful in his attempts to secure time with a BSL interpreter to sort through and categorise evidence documents for his case. And due to this, he's missed several deadlines set by the Financial Ombudsman Service, and this has caused considerable stress and anxiety. If the Minister will not commit to bringing forward legislative proposals to provide BSL with a full legal status, will he commit to making more provision available to support people like Mr Al-Mubayed in my constituency in the interim?
I thank the honourable member for raising that. First of all, I would encourage her to also raise it with our Treasury colleagues, because it sounds like additional support is needed there. But on that broad principle, I welcome the honourable member for West Lancashire, who has a great deal of personal experience in this area, who is looking at a potential private members' bill for which I've offered my full support to host a roundtable with the AHRC, stakeholders and cross-government officials to look at how the Public Sector Equality Duty and the Equality Act 2010 is or isn't providing sufficient support for those who rely on BSL. So I welcome all support in that area.
Chris Clarkson.
Question 21, Mr Speaker.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'm delighted to say that we have agreed funding for over 230,000 jobs. What matters, though, is whether young people are starting in those jobs. And over 36,000 young people have. That's nearly double from what we had since the last orals. And there are about 100,000 jobs currently live in the system waiting to be filled. So it's a very exciting time for young people to get kick-started.
Chris Clarkson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and my apologies to the honourable member for Richmond Park for my over-enthusiasm. Getting young people into these Kickstarter positions is hugely important, but it is only a first step. So can my right honourable friend tell me what support's available to these young people to turn these Kickstarter opportunities into permanent roles?
Well, one of the key features of the Kickstart role is the £1,500 that is given for employability support. Combined with that are our over 27,000 work coaches now right across Great Britain. And what will tend to happen after 4 months having been on Kickstart, those young people will be engaged to see what could be the next roles. So that could be an apprenticeship, it could be a permanent role. And we're already seeing people get permanent work with their Kickstart employers. I particularly want to pay tribute to Tesco, who have been absolutely amazing in the process so far. And I encourage other employers who are equally standing up to the challenge to continue to try and make sure that every young person gets a chance.
Mr Nelson.
Question 22, please, Mr Speaker.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. No assessment has been made. Projecting the impact of an individual policy on poverty levels is complex and inherently speculative. It is very difficult to isolate the specific impact of one policy and determine its effect on how many people fall below the poverty threshold, which itself changes over time.
Chris Nelson.
I'm afraid that's simply not good enough, though. Ploughing ahead with the scheduled cut to universal credit means ignoring the advice of 3 select committees. That's the Scottish Affairs Committee, the Work and Pensions Committee and the Lords Economic Affairs Committee, over 100 Tory MPs, former Tory Minister Lord Freud and over 50 anti-poverty charities. So in the face of that, how can the UK Government justify cutting £20 a week from millions of families already living on subsistence incomes?
Well, Mr Speaker, I thank the lady for her question. It is our expectation that as the vaccine is widely rolled out, restrictions will be lifted and our economy will reopen over the next few months. Therefore, the government's focus will rightly shift towards supporting people's incomes by helping them back into work and to increase their earnings through progression as part of our comprehensive plan for jobs. And Mr Speaker, what I would say is we have consistently shown throughout this crisis that we will continue to assess how best to support individuals and businesses as the situation develops.
David Lind.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Joseph Rowntree Foundation report that before the pandemic, over half of working age people receiving income-related benefits were already below the poverty line. Mr Speaker, we are at a critical juncture. This Tory government can carry out one of the biggest cuts to benefits in decades, bringing the basic level of benefits back to early 1990s levels, or it can provide substantial long-term support to people. So which will it be?
Well, Mr Speaker, as I said, our expectation is that as the vaccine rollout gathers pace, as restrictions are eased, as our economy opens up, as our labour market starts to grow again over the next few months, it is absolutely right that our focus shifts towards supporting and empowering people back into work. Because we know, Mr Speaker, all evidence shows us that work is the best route out of poverty, and we'll do that, Mr Speaker, via our £30 billion comprehensive plan for jobs.
Substantive question to Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. In terms of levelling up, it's the Prime Minister's key priority in making sure that right across this country, people have the opportunity to thrive. And the way Department does that is to work with other departments, particularly thinking about skills, people going into in-work progression, but also through the use of levers, for example, things like the flexible support funds, which aim to remove barriers for people to take advantage of the opportunities available.
Let's go to Barry Sherman. Barry.
Mr Speaker, you will know, and the Secretary of State should know, that Huddersfield is a prosperous, highly skilled area of our country. Yes, in Yorkshire and the north of England. And just like its next-door neighbour, Batley and Spen, we are waiting for the promises and the slogans to turn into leadership and change. It's not good enough to talk about a northern powerhouse that never arrives or levelling up that is never delivered. When are we going to see these higher rates of unemployment in our part of West Yorkshire and the high levels of people on social benefits reduced? Bring back prosperity. Let's have some leadership on this, I beg you.
Well, Mr Speaker, I share the honourable gentleman's ambition, and I'm very confident Ryan Stevenson will make an excellent MP in the future to bring that to Batley and Spen. But recognising the wider issues that he and his area face, it is important. I'm sure that we will continue to work with Tracy Braben in her election as Mayor in order to try and make sure we can get the skills that's relevant to those areas, but it will take local leadership as well as the leadership we offer from the centre.
Claire Anderson.
Question number 25, Mr Speaker, please.
With your permission, Mr Speaker, I will group questions 25 and 26 together. The number of working-age adults in working families in absolute poverty before housing costs fell by 300,000 in 2019-20. We have strengthened the welfare system, spending £7.4 billion in 2020-2021 on measures such as the Universal Credit Uplift. This is on top of additional support such as the Coronavirus Job Retention Scheme and the Self-Employment Income Support Scheme.
Claire Anderson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Wandsworth Food Bank does an excellent job in helping people in need, but they would like not to exist. 56% of the current food bank referrals from my constituents are due to wages being too low. 43% are due to unpredictable work from the gig economy. Many of my constituents in Putney, Southfields and Roehampton are working 2 or 3 jobs. And across the country, 1 in 6 working households are unable to make ends meet. What steps have the department taken to ensure that work always pays?
Well, Mr Speaker, I thank the lady for her question. The government is wholly committed to supporting the most vulnerable in our society, spending over £111 billion on working-age benefits in 2020-2021, including an additional £7.4 billion in COVID-related welfare policy measures. Additionally, Mr Speaker, my department's COVID Winter Grant Scheme, now the COVID Local Support Grant, has helped those families most in need with the cost of food and other essentials. And we do take the issue of food insecurity incredibly seriously, and that's why we've published data on household food insecurity from the Family Resource Survey for the first time to get a better understanding of the lived experience of families.
Let's go to Sir Tony Lloyd. Tony.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. You know, the Minister's made it clear on a number of occasions that the government believes that the way out of family poverty is to get people into work. So what would the Minister honestly say to a child growing up in a family in my constituency whose parents work and who is still living in poverty? What would be the words he would use?
Well, Mr Speaker, thank you, and I thank the honourable gentleman for his question. Of course, I don't want to see anybody in this country, let alone any child, growing up in poverty. Working age adults in working families were approximately 4 times less likely to be in absolute poverty compared to working age adults in workless families. And a child living in a household where nobody works, Mr. Speaker, is 5 times more likely to be in absolute poverty than a child in a household where every adult is working. But as I said, Mr. Speaker, we've got to focus on in-work progression and tackling in-work poverty, and we are doing that. We've got the In-Work Progression Commission, which will report shortly on the barriers to progression for those in persistent low pay, and it will set out a strategy for overcoming them.
Thank
you, Mr. Speaker. 27.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know it says in the call list, my honourable colleague, that I think our officials were mistaken. What I would say to the honourable lady is that as we approach the 19th of July, we have to have a business-as-usual approach in how we traditionally respond to the needs of our claimants. But I want to stress that, as ever, the claimant commitments are perfectly tailored to different benefit recipients. We also take into account the different vulnerabilities that people face. And that's why just over a year ago, we changed the process so that decisions would be made in a more centralised way to get a consistent approach, recognising that we do want to make sure people fulfil their commitments and the requirements made by DWP in order to continue to receive the benefits they have.
Speaker, as the DWP resumes face-to-face assessments, we know more people will be hit with sanctions. And we know this will disproportionately affect care leavers, as they are more likely to be sanctioned as well. Beyond scrapping sanctions altogether, will the DWP set up an internal marker and a single point of contact in each job centre to help assist care experienced claimants?
Well, I'll be open, Mr. Speaker. I don't know how the law applies in Scotland. I know certainly in England and Wales there is a duty on councils who continue to have an element of responsibility till the age of 25 for people who've left care. And there is, I would want to encourage her to say that I do know right around the country our job centres and work coaches are very mindful of the extra demands, and we continue to make sure that people's individual vulnerabilities are accounted for.
A substantive question to Minister Tomlinson.
The disability employment gap has narrowed by 0.3 percentage points in the year to March 2021 and now stands at 28.6 percentage points. The Government remains committed to seeing 1 million more disabled people in work by 2027, despite the challenges of COVID.
Let's go to Dr Lisa Cameron. Lisa.
Many thanks, Mr Speaker. MPs, like businesses, must do all possible to ensure inclusion and employment for people with disabilities, and there is great concern that the disability employment gap will increase as a result of COVID-19. So I'd like to thank the Department and the Minister for their recent assistance, because across this House we now have 1/4 of MPs signed up as disability confident employers, following from our recent Disability All-Party Group workshop. Could the Minister encourage those MPs who are still considering signing up to do so we can reach our next target of having 1/3 of cross-party MPs become disability confident employers, ensuring Parliament is a role model for inclusive workplaces?
Mr Speaker, the honourable member has been an absolute superstar in her role as the chair of the All-Party Parliamentary Group for Disability. She organised a brilliant event to incentivise and encourage and cajole MPs from across the House to sign up to be disability confident employers, to lead by example, and we saw a huge increase in the number of MPs who signed up, and she is absolutely right to keep pushing, because we collectively can make a difference, and she has personally led on that.
Luke Evans.
29, Mr Speaker.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Department has taken huge steps to reduce and minimise fraud and error during the last 12 months. We have introduced a range of measures, including optimising digital capability, expanding our integrated risk and intelligence service and policy functions, developing prepayment risking techniques, and introducing a prepayment enhanced checking service for high-risk claims.
Dr Luke Evans.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'm grateful for the Minister's answer. Of course, errors are inevitable in such a large system, be it overpayment or underpayment. Apart from trying to stop that, the key thing is making sure they're communicated clearly and resolved swiftly. So what is his department doing to make sure this is the case?
I thank my honourable friend for that question. He's absolutely right, and we do want to see issues resolved as quickly as possible. I would stress that the vast majority of payments are paid correctly, around 95%, and the Department has processed over 4.3 million new UC claims since March 2020, and the priority has been to get money to people as quickly as possible, those who needed it desperately. And to do this, we streamlined some of our normal checks. But we are currently revisiting any high-risk claims that we paid during the COVID-19 Trust and Protect period. But I'd, of course, be very happy to meet my honourable friend to talk about this issue in more detail.
Javid Johnston. Question 30, Mr Speaker.
Mr Speaker, with your permission, I would like to answer questions 30, 31 and 32 together. Engaging with charities and training providers is central to our support for young people. This collaborative working includes the co-delivery of our national network of more than 130 new DWP youth hubs and helping us assist young people to be ready to take up the opportunities in growing sectors and move into new kickstart roles.
Javid Johnston. Mr Speaker, I thank my honourable friend for that statement. I'm one of the people who doesn't think it's a good idea if everybody works from home, because it means young people don't have older workers that they can observe and chat to learn the ropes. But while a lot of office space sits empty or underoccupied, could I ask my honourable friend to consider encouraging employers to make that available to charities and training providers in order to train young people in the skills they need?
I very much understand my colleagues' comments. Absolutely. Supporting young people to thrive and find new opportunities is a very important priority for me, and I take his comments on board. So this is exactly what we're doing with our new DWP Youth Hubs. Job Centre Plus works with employers, training providers and charities, identifying local training needs to ensure opportunities and suitable outreach is available for all claimants, including young people.
Let's go to Sajid Bhatti. Sajid.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Careers fairs can be a fantastic way of promoting opportunity in the local area, which is why I plan to host one in my constituency of Meriden in the coming months. Given the strength of job centres and their local relationships, what support can they provide to help make careers fairs like mine a success?
Job Centre staff have a wealth of knowledge of the local labour market, cultivated by working closely with MPs, partners and businesses in their local community. And your Careers Fair will be a very welcome addition currently to the ongoing work of JCPs in the area, who are inviting employers on a one-to-one basis for kickstart interviews on a daily basis. They've got virtual group information sessions as well to get young people into work.
Let's go to Matt Vickers. Matt.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Lakota training group set up by Joanne and Paul in Stockton does incredible work, taking the long-term unemployed and helping them develop the skills and confidence they need to get great jobs. They go above and beyond to change the lives of so many people. What steps is my right honourable friend taking to help training providers like Lakota continue to help people find work and unleash their full potential?
Finish.
I know my honourable friend's local JCP in Stockton has a very important local relationship with Lakota and has been working closely together for a number of years. They're currently offering motivational and employability courses, including All About You. This course builds on the customer's skills, confidence and job search techniques and will help us crucially deliver job outcomes, good ones for local people in Stockton.
Question 33, Mr Speaker.
Minister.
Volumes of new PIP claims awarded have remained stable since the introduction of COVID-19 restrictions. Official statistics show that since April 2020, 225,000 new PIP claimants have been awarded. Over this period, we have continued to assess all claims on the basis of paper evidence or telephone assessments where necessary.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. One of my constituents is severely disabled and vulnerable and had her personal independent payments removed and lost vital care as a result. This was because medical advice was ignored by the assessors. Another lost his mobility car at the height of the pandemic, leaving him trapped, isolated and suicidal, unable to access vital services. Another had to turn to food banks to survive. They all had rejected applications overturned many months later at tribunal. 4 out of 5 disabled and vulnerable applicants have faced unnecessary barriers to PIP support during COVID, and I'm proud of my team in Cardiff North who've been there to support my constituents through this traumatic time, but many are not so fortunate. So what is the Minister doing to make sure that the assessments are right first time to avoid this trauma and delay?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Whilst the vast majority of assessments, and we've had over 4 million PIP assessments, are right first time, for those where it isn't, that has serious implications. And as part of the forthcoming Health and Disability Green Paper, we will be looking at the ability for claimants to get good quality supportive evidence, the role of advocacy, the role of the assessment itself, and further changes around mandatory consideration and appeals, building on the holistic changes we brought in that allowed us to nearly double the successful changes at the MR stage rather than claimants having to go through the long appeal process. The key bit here is the vast majority of successful appeals are because of additional written or oral evidence at that stage, and we need to make it as easy as possible to get that into the beginning of the application.
Right, we have a substantive question to Minister Davies.
Mr Speaker, through our Plan for Jobs, we're working with employers to deliver sector-based work academy programmes, swaps, providing bespoke training and experience alongside a guaranteed interview for a real job in growing sectors. Additionally, DWP Train and Progress has made it even more flexible for UC claimants to access training for longer, including new skills boot camps led by DFE.
Let's go to Sherilyn McCrory. Sherilyn.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her answer. In Truro and Falmouth and around Cornwall, there are hospitality businesses struggling to recruit staff at the moment. Would my honourable friend agree that universal credit claimants could be provided with hospitality sector-specific training and potentially further incentives to ensure that these vacancies in this hugely important sector are filled?
Well, I'm working strongly with the sector, and this is some of the most rewarding, varied and enjoyable roles that there are. And it's right that we encourage people to get working in hospitality as well as enjoying its reopening. In Falmouth, we've created an intensive programme for claimants with an interest in hospitality to provide them with a set of transferable skills to ensure they have the skills they need to flourish in this vital sector in beautiful Cornwall.
We're now going to go to Topicals and its Secretary of State copy.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I was really looking forward to giving the answer to question 35, but that's okay.
You can speed it up. I've got it in.
Well, there we are. The answer, by the way, Christine, is none. In terms of the topical statement, Mr Speaker, I have actually, on the basis of a successful G7, where the Employers Task Force fed into the discussions about work, I've been able to participate in the G20 held last week in Italy, as well as work on the OECD in terms of some of the work that we want to do in making sure that as a world, that when we do build back better, we make sure that we share and collaborate, because we want to make sure that we build back fairer, build back greener, and in particular I'm excited about the opportunities about how we help those people with health conditions and disability to really re-enter the world of work.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. We know that increasingly sophisticated digital skills are ever more crucial for those seeking work. And so with that in mind, what steps is my right honourable friend taking to help all universal credit claimants improve and strengthen their digital skills as they seek work?
Very conscious that digital inclusion is a key part of that and skills. We are working collaboratively with the DFE, in particular on digital boot camps. We've even changed the rules of aspects of universal credit to make sure that people can fully participate in those extended courses, but we will continue to use whatever and signpost people to whatever resources are available. We
now come to SNP spokesperson David Linden.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. PCS Union have been clear that the rush back to face-to-face assessments poses a serious risk to vulnerable claimants and staff alike. Now, given these concerns, I was quite surprised to learn that the Secretary of State has not personally met with the PCS Union in her near 2 years in office. So will she do better than just commend DWP staff for their tireless work throughout the pandemic, but actually meet the very union representing the staff to listen to the serious concerns that they have about safety?
Well, I have to say to the honourable gentleman, DWP staff are real staff at the very front line. We undertake risk assessments for every single job centre. It is an operational matter, I think, dealing with trade unions, which is ably done by senior officials in my department. And I am confident, and we know that our workers are very keen to get back into the office and also to make sure that they encourage people there, because our mission is to try and help people get back into work. And we know that face-to-face interventions are the most successful way of making that happen.
Let's go to David Simmons. David.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Young job seekers who are just starting to build their CVs when the pandemic hit will have very different needs entering the world of work than those who may have years of experience to draw on. So can my right honourable friend tell me what dedicated support is available specifically to help young people to take those first crucial steps into the working world?
Well, I think for my honourable friend, probably the most obvious element is the £2 billion fund on Kickstart. And where I've seen Kickstart work well, I'll give you a recent example of a young man in South West Scotland who started off an apprenticeship, very quickly was set aside, and then his confidence was rebuilt by a work coach and managed to get into a Kickstart placement and is now thriving. So it's important that our 27,000 work coaches well over 700 job centres already are making sure that young people are at the forefront of what we are seeking to help.
Senator Minister Matlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, one of Britain's best-known companies, P&O, has failed to pay £140 million it owes to the Merchant Navy Pension Fund. This debt could potentially cause serious problems for the fund, which has 24,000 members working in a wide range of firms far beyond P&O. Yet despite P&O owing this enormous sum, the government has awarded its parent company 2 lucrative Freeport contracts. Can the Minister explain how on earth the government allowed this to happen? We're getting used to sleaze and cronyism, Mr. Speaker. Is this an example of sleaze and cronyism, or is it sheer, unadulterated incompetence?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think the honourable gentleman is a member of the Labour Party, and he will recall that it was the Labour Party who set up the pensions regulator with operational independence to deal with these matters. So he may have forgotten the basis upon which the pensions regulator was set up, but I have not. It is a matter between the pensions regulator and the individual company, but I'm sure he will take that up when he meets the pensions regulator.
Mr. Speaker, this is in no way a criticism of the very hard-working DWP staff in North of Scotland. But prior to COVID, as the member for East Glasgow just pointed out, one-time face-to-face meetings did work. But since COVID, we've had virtual meetings and very often followed by another virtual meeting or yet another virtual meeting or even a face-to-face. This has led to huge delays, and if that's followed by an appeal, this is really unacceptable. Can I ask the Secretary of State to look at 2 things? Firstly, to ensure that we go back to timely on face-to-face meetings, but secondly, if there is a geographic element to this, because I represent such a huge constituency, could that be looked into as well with a view to sorting it out? Thank you.
Well, the honourable gentleman makes a valid point about the rural elements, and that is taken into account in the prioritisation of people that we may wish to see on face-to-face interventions. That is, we do treat every claimant as an individual in how we are trying to help them at this stage, none more so than his part of Scotland.
Chris Green.
As the furlough programme comes to an end, a great many people will be concerned about their prospects. So does my honourable friend share my appreciation of the work of the Bolton and Lee job centres and all the work that they've done to make sure that they're fully prepared to support people during this difficult time, and also welcome the fact that many employers locally are reporting that they have jobs for people to go to?
Well, I hugely appreciate the endeavours of all of our work coaches, especially and including those in Bolton and Lee JCPs. Now, the ONS says our new monthly experimental vacancy data suggests that we are almost back to pre-pandemic levels in terms of vacancies at over 800,000 in May. So through our job centre provision, we have a wide variety of support available to help employers fill those vacancies.
Let's go to Ronnie Cowan. Ronnie.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Always a pleasure. Can I ask the Minister if she will exempt the £500 Scottish Government COVID-19 payment to health and social care employees resident in Scotland from her department's calculation for the payment of universal credit?
Mr. Speaker, I thank the gentleman for his question. I believe I've written to the gentleman. I haven't written to him. I know I've written to a number of his colleagues on this basis. We do owe a huge debt of gratitude to health and social care workers for the work that they've done over the course of the pandemic. This isn't as simple as the honourable gentleman says. We follow exactly the same treatment of monies coming into universal credit as the HMRC does, and as a result it's very difficult to do, and as a result we won't be doing it.
Let's go to Sir Tony Lloyd. Tony.
Again, Mr. Speaker, the poverty, of course, its impact is individual, but just by way of statistics, 40,000 families in the Rochdale Borough are dependent on universal credit or legacy benefit. 30% of our children are growing up in poverty, and yet the government's response is to take out through universal credit plan cuts £23 million every year from the borough. The Secretary of State talked about building back fairer. Let me ask the Minister, is that fair?
Mr. Speaker, and first of all I should congratulate him on his knighthood, well deserved for his political and public service. I understand the point that the honourable gentleman and other honourable members have made on this particular matter. As the House will well know, we are absolutely committed to making sure this was a temporary measure, but to helping people get back into work. And we believe that continues to be the best way, especially as there are vacancies right across the country, and we will strive every sinew we have in order to help make that happen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week was Armed Forces Week, and one of the great things about a career in the Armed Forces is the skills and qualifications that our men and women receive. But could I ask what work the Department is doing with the Ministry of Defence to support our personnel as they transition back into civilian life to make sure those skills and qualifications are fully utilised?
I thank my honourable friend for that question. He's absolutely right. The vast majority of veterans do make a successful transition to life outside the armed forces, around 85% securing employment easily. The DWP provides support to veterans in a number of different ways, including through our voluntary entry to the Work and Health Programme and through our network of hard-working armed forces champions up and down the country. And this work complements the resettlement support provided by the Ministry of Defence, sponsored by Career Transition Partnership.
Mr. Speaker, last week I had the pleasure of visiting the Little Village Baby Bank in Roehampton in my constituency. They do fantastic work helping struggling families. I asked them what would make the most difference for the families who are struggling, and they said it's the two-child benefit cap that causes the most damage. Isn't it time that the Minister looked again at that benefit cap and scrapped it?
Mr. Speaker, I'm afraid I fundamentally disagree with the honourable lady. I appreciate the question, but the two-child limit is a question of fairness, and it's about putting those who are in receipt of benefits in the same position, about facing the same life choices as those who are not in receipt of benefits.
Let's go to Virendra Sharma. Virendra.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 3/4 of children living in poverty have at least one adult working in their household. What is the Minister doing to make work pay so that children can have a decent standard living?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think I've covered this one, and as our economy improves, we will increasingly focus our support and our work on in-work progression to improve the opportunities for those who are in low-paid work and support them towards financial independence. And we got the In-Work Progression Commission, which will report shortly on the barriers to progression for those in persistent low pay, and through our plan for jobs, those extra 13,500 work coaches, Kickstart, Restart, Jet, Swaps, our plan for job will make a difference, and of course the strategy coming out of the In-Work Progression Commission report.
Liz Twist.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 2.1 million pensioners now live in poverty. Figures from Independent Age show that ensuring uptake of pension credit could help to address that. In my constituency of Blaydon, my older constituents are losing out on up to £3.5 million in pension credit going unclaimed. So will the Secretary of State now produce a dedicated action plan to increase the uptake of pension credit?
Well, as the Honourable Lady should be aware, on the 16th of June we had a Pension Credit Awareness Day, working with Age UK and Independent Age and various other charitable organisations and the BBC to get greater uptake of pension credit. And I'm pleased to say that pension credit numbers are improving. There is more to do, but we are working with the stakeholders to make sure that that does happen.
Chris Elmore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On Friday, I was pleased to meet with Carol Dorr, who is the manager of the MyStay JCP office in my Ogmore constituency. What came across was a deeply dedicated team of people that have been working right across the pandemic as one of the few front-of-house services still open, no matter what is put in front of them. One of the real concerns that was put to me is around the fact that they're doing an awful lot of bereavement support and having clients who are arriving with significant mental health problems. I wonder what reassurance the Secretary of State can give me that as we begin to open up, that there'll be more support provided and more training, and we're needing more staff provided to ensure that our constituents get the very best support from what is becoming a lot more than just a simple job centre.
Well, the honourable gentleman is right to praise the staff at MyStay Job Centre, and I join him in that. And this is where the plus is part of Job Centre Plus, and we're conscious that people may need many skills, and we continue to try and upskill our work coaches right across the country in doing that. But I think it's fair to say we need to make sure that our work coaches are trained to signpost people to the right services in their area, and I know how many go above and beyond what would normally be expected, and I commend them for doing so.
Robert Hoff.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for calling me. First, I want to thank the Department and particularly the Harlow Job Centre for the work that it has done in supporting vulnerable families during the pandemic, and I welcome the Kickstart scheme, which will provide a real incentive for employers to employ young people. But could I ask my right honourable friend to work with the Treasury to reform the apprenticeship levy so that big companies could use more of their levy if they employ disadvantaged young apprentices?
Well, my right honourable friend, again, is right to praise the staff at Harlow Job Centre, and I agree they do an excellent job. In terms of what could be done with the apprenticeship levy and reform of that, I think it's one of the factors that we should be considering about how we ensure that some of the most disadvantaged young people get that extra foot on the ladder. We are trying to do that in certain ways through Kickstart and then provide elements of a pathway for those young people in order to make sure they have a longer lasting job, whether that's an apprenticeship or indeed going into permanent employment directly as well.
I have now suspended the House for 3 minutes to enable necessary arrangements to be made for the next business order. Order. I now call Shadow Secretary of State John Neely to ask an urgent question.
To ask the Secretary of State for Defence to update the House on the leak of classified and sensitive documents from the Ministry of Defence.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable gentleman for his question. As the House will be aware, a number of Ministry of Defence classified documents were lost by a senior official early last week. Upon realising the loss of documents, the individual self-reported on Tuesday the 22nd of June. The documents lost included a paper that was secret UK eyes only. The documents were found by a member of the public at a bus stop in Kent. The member of the public then handed the papers to the BBC. The Ministry of Defence has launched a full investigation. The papers have now been recovered from the BBC and are being assessed as I speak to check that all documents missing have been recovered and what mitigation actions might be necessary. The investigation will look at the actions of individuals, including the printing of the papers, through to the management of the reported incident, and at the underlying processes for printing and carriage of papers in defence. The investigation is expected to complete shortly. While the investigation is being conducted, the individual's access to sensitive material has been suspended. It would be inappropriate to comment on the findings of the investigation while it is still underway.
John Healy.
Sensitive MOD documents found strewn behind a bus stop in Kent last Tuesday morning is certainly embarrassing for ministers, but it is deeply worrying for those concerned with our national security. So, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for granting this urgent question. This is not the first time there have been known leaks based on classified documents from the MOD that have found their way beyond the MOD. In January, it was the assessment of how far short of our fighting strength our infantry battalions are. Early this month, it was personal details of over 1,000 forces personnel, including special forces, which the Armed Forces Minister has now confirmed to me is also subject to a military police investigation. Is the military police involved in this investigation? I'm glad the Minister has confirmed that the investigation will look at how and why these highly classified documents were copied and then carried out of the department. When will it report, and will he publish the findings? He needs to do more to reassure us about the risks involved in this leak. Would he confirm that the level of UK eyes only classification this document had? Has the inquiry yet ruled out espionage? And were our allies informed immediately, and at what appropriate level? He mentions ongoing operations, but our frontline forces on HMS Defender, Mr. Speaker, were totally professional in dealing with aggressive Russian actions in the Black Sea last week. But they must be asking, what about our backup at the MOD when top secret documents about their mission, ahead of their mission, found their way to the back of this bus stop in Kent? And finally, Mr. Speaker, ministers need to do more to reassure the public and our forces personnel that they've got a grip of their department and they've taken actions to stop this series of security breaches at the department.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'll take all those points in turn. I share with the right honourable gentleman his concern over the incident. We take the loss of all data and all documents very seriously. In direct answer to the right honourable gentleman's question, the MOD police are involved as part of this investigation. On the timing, I've said shortly, I hope that will be in very short order. I hope it'll be as little as a week, but I can't commit to that in case the investigation finds more stuff that they need to go into. I would hope it'll be a very short process indeed, and we'll be able to inform the House at Defence Questions next week. But forgive me, Mr. Speaker, if the investigation needs to take longer, we'll explain that on Monday if so. Regarding espionage, again, this is a matter for the investigation, clearly, but I would emphasise to the House that the individual did self-report when he became aware, when the individual became aware that the documents had been mislaid. We have certainly informed the United States. They are aware of this circumstance. If anything further comes out of the investigation, they will be informed again. The right honourable gentleman referred to our armed forces' totally professional conduct in the Black Sea last week. He's absolutely right to do so. They behaved absolutely impeccably, and I share his concerns that we must always be providing good backup and good support to those armed forces. I can assure the House, as they would expect, that there is intense preparation and intense work to ensure every angle is covered and every analysis is covered before armed forces conduct themselves around the world. But clearly, evidence of that should not be forthcoming from the department. These are secret documents. The investigation will be appropriately conducted, and we will see what we can learn to improve our procedures for the future.
Let's go to the Chairs Committee. Dr. Julian Lewis. Dr. Julian.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One thing that would seem only common sense to anyone finding classified documents is that they should hand them in to the police. Can the Minister advise us what the legal position is? Was any official secrets legislation broken by somebody handing these documents to anybody other than the police? Was any official secrets legislation broken by the BBC in not handing them directly to the police, but in choosing instead selectively to quote from classified information? And will they be inquiring as to whether or not the BBC paid any money for the acquisition of these documents from someone who ought to have handed them to the police straight away?
Mr. Speaker, I thank the right honourable gentleman for his question. I mean, in an ideal and proper world, these documents should not have been available where they were. So that's where the original fault clearly lies. In the event of documents of this nature being found, clearly one would encourage members of the public to hand them in to the police. In this instance, they were handed in to the BBC. I have to say that although I would have preferred, naturally, the BBC to have handed them over immediately and not made reference to them, they have a job to do, and I also recognise that they have behaved responsibly and they have handed the documents back into the department. We are analysing that now.
Right, let's get to SNP spokesperson Martin Docherty-Hughes. Martin.
Mr. Speaker, there was certainly something of the le carré and the faintly absurd discovery of these soggy documents behind a bus stop in the Garden of England, and I don't think we can help but notice the general context too. These documents were discovered in the same week as a more serious security breach, that of a confidential CCTV images from Whitehall Ministry, which leave many of us unsure and distrustful of the motives of those involved. And I have to say, the whole thing reminds me of one of my favourite le carré quotes: "Cheats, liars and criminals may resist every blandishment, while respectable gentlemen have been moved to appalling treachery by watery cabbage in a departmental canteen." So I wonder, can the Minister say that many of us who are worried about these episodes and what they say about the decline in public standards and public life, and I don't mean the quality of the cabbage served up in the canteen of Main Building?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a mistake. It appears, I don't want to prejudge the investigation, but it appears it's a mistake made by an individual. It's important that one gets on top of that mistake and what can be learned and how we can help ensure that such mistakes do not happen again. I'm here to speak about this particular incident, none other. I think an urgent question follows this one on other issues. But I appreciate the concern of the honourable gentleman. I know it's genuinely intended. I'm very sorry this incident has happened. The investigation will be thorough.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Putting aside the particulars of this recent incident, can I ask the Minister of State when the government is going to bring forward its reform of the Official Secrets Act, particularly around the classification of papers and punishment for those that breach the Act? But given the Act is over 100 years old, is it not the case that in some situations the Act is no longer fit for purpose, and that reform needs to come sooner rather than later?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I understand where the honourable comes from. I know this is something which he's mentioned previously, I believe, in this place. As I recall, there was a reference to this in the Queen's speech. It's not my direct departmental business, but I understand it is something that the government is looking into.
Mr. Speaker, I think it's the documents pertaining to HMS Defender which surely must concern us as much as any other ones. Really, since Churchill was First Lord of the Admiralty and Jellicoe commanded Grand Fleet and Beatty the battle cruisers, all documents pertaining to what the fleet was doing were kept totally confidential to the Ministry of Defence and never ever left that building. So I hope the inquiry will pick up what exactly happened here. But secondly, the morale of our armed services depends on their confidence in this sort of thing not happening. And I hope the Minister would accept that, because morale of those brave people who defend the country is, above all else, crucially important.
On the latter point, Mr. Speaker, I could not agree more fully, and the comments I've had from members of the Armed Forces today reiterate that. It's absolutely vital they should have confidence in such procedures, which they follow themselves. There are policies and procedures in place under which documents can be taken out of the department, but they are very tightly constrained. It's up to the investigation to find out whether or not those policies and procedures were followed in this case.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Personally, I'm rather saddened that the BBC saw fit to publish information that was secret rather than actually pass it straight to the police or refer it to the Ministry of Defence, and I think that shows poorly on the BBC, which is, after all, a public service broadcaster. But can I make the point that in the past it was normal practice for anyone in the MOD carrying restricted or classified or sensitive documents out of a secure location to do so in an approved briefcase, which was often manacled to the carrier's wrist. Have such arrangements stopped now?
Mr. Speaker, there are, as I mentioned to the previous honourable gentleman, there are policies and procedures in place as to how documents can be safely taken out of the department on the rare occasions when that is necessary. I think it's for the investigation to work through whether those procedures were followed in this instance and whether those procedures need to be reformed or improved for the future.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think my honourable friend from Wentworth was absolutely right to contrast the exemplary professionalism of our forces on HMS Defender with this unfortunate episode, whilst understanding that the Minister has said there's going to be this inquiry, it will report as quickly as possible. Can I ask him to confirm that when that inquiry reports that we won't have to have another urgent question, that he will commit today to having a statement on the floor of the House so that all the facts that are publicly able to be known can be discussed on the floor of the House rather than having to be dragged here for another urgent question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I certainly think, Mr. Speaker, we will ensure that information is known to members and that the outcome of the investigation, certainly whether or not any further tightening of our procedures is required, is something that we should ensure that we share with this House.
Let's run up to Mark Logan. Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The UK enjoys a strong bilateral relationship with Ukraine, highlighted by the recent trilateral agreement signed on board HMS Defender. But maintaining the highest levels of information security is critical to retaining confidence and credibility of our allies. I'm reassured that his department is launching an investigation, but has the Minister and Secretary of State spoken with our counterparts in the Ukrainian government, along with our ambassador to Ukraine, to ensure that confidence and credibility of our allies has not been undermined and that Ukraine and the wider region remains uncompromised by this leak?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Look, I wouldn't, as a matter of course, comment on discussions we hold with our friends and allies overseas, but I think the honourable gentleman is absolutely right to refer to the agreement struck last week. It was an important agreement for British shipbuilding and for Babcock, and I look forward to that enhancing the Ukrainian Navy in due course.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This isn't the first time that this has happened, and I'm sure it won't be the last. However, this is so serious an issue, the BBC chose not to report on various details in the bundle because it could endanger the security of service personnel in Afghanistan. What steps has the government taken to secure the safety of service personnel in Afghanistan and on the carrier strike group?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Look, the Honourable Lady refers to the BBC choosing not to report. I think that was right, as one would have preferred them to have handed the document straight over, but they did act responsibly in not relaying information that could have caused problems. We are going through the investigation. We are ensuring that all those documents have been returned, and we will be ensuring that any mitigating actions that need to be taken are put in place.
Mr. Speaker, given the loss of these sensitive documents, can my honourable friend confirm that we have taken all reasonable steps to ensure that the safety of our serving personnel has not been compromised?
Mr. Speaker, I mean, absolutely, but that's an ongoing task. So there is intense planning behind all defence engagements and activities. That continues to be the case. And we always ensure that it's the defence and the safety and security of our defence personnel that is absolutely uppermost in our minds.
Let's go to Dame Diana Johnson. Diana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After this weekend, with sensitive military documents left at a bus stop and questions over the surveillance of a Secretary of State in his ministerial office, we are well aware that adversaries of our country, be they hostile states or terrorists, forever probe our national security for weaknesses. So can the Minister tell the House which organisations are involved in the investigation into how documents were compromised in this way?
Thank you, Speaker. I've already confirmed the MOD police are involved in this process, but I can assure the Honourable Lady that all relevant and appropriate people to be involved in this investigation will be. She's absolutely right to refer to the ongoing threat to our national security in cyber terms as well as in the context of physical documents. And we, as a government, ensure that we have the right advice from the right professionals in the right way.
Please, Shelbrooke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe my honourable friend said that the documents were reported missing last Tuesday. Of course, HMS Defender was hassled on Wednesday. The investigation will say whether there was a link between those two instances, but what it raises in my mind, Mr. Speaker, is the information that's come about for the situation in Afghanistan. And this is a very tense situation right now with the Americans withdrawing and the problems that we're hearing about. Could I ask my honourable friend, is the Ministry of Defence with its allies now reassessing the plans moving forward, including with our American allies, because we do not know at the moment what information may be on the ground in Afghanistan and the security threat that represents, including ongoing security issues. So can I ask my honourable friend, is he having those conversations with our allies about potentially needing to reassess the next 12 months, certainly in Afghanistan?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I can reassure my right honourable friend that we always constantly update and keep abreast of developments on the ground in Afghanistan and indeed in other theatres. But I wouldn't wish to alarm the right honourable gentleman. There's an investigation underway that will just test what information was in those documents, whether they've been returned, and any mitigating actions that need to be taken as a result.
Mr. Speaker, for granting the urgent question, and to the Minister for his very helpful responses. Recognising that protection of internal waters may provoke Russian aggression, and it may not be very hard just to do that, can the Minister confirm that alongside allies we won't duck, but rather we will maintain maritime freedoms in that area? And will the Minister further confirm that those trusted with classified documents will treat such information with the appropriate level of care that we think it should?
I thank the Honourable for his question. I won't, if Mr. Speaker you allow me, go into the details regarding HMS Defender. That's been the source of a written ministerial statement, but it and its innocent passage, it may well be the subject of questions, defence questions next week. I can absolutely assure the honourable gentleman that maintaining the proper classification, the proper secrecy of documents is absolutely critical. That's the purpose of this investigation. If we need to tighten our procedures, we certainly shall.
Let's go to Bill Wiggin. Bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for granting this urgent question. Because of the nature of my constituents, I very rarely speak about defence matters, but I cannot begin to tell the House how angry I am that this civil servant, or whomever it was, who scattered papers, put the lives of 190 personnel at risk on HMS Defender. If you go, Mr. Speaker, to a military funeral, you will appreciate, as I'm sure you do, how precious our service personnel are. And I want the Minister, if he possibly can, to confirm to the House that the punishment for this sort of breach of security will match the risk that those people on HMS Defender were put at by this stupidity and incompetence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable member for his question. I can reassure him that Defender and other ships in the Royal Navy are always, we always emphasise the need for their safety and security at all times. And as the questioner put it right at the outset, they behaved in the most professional and exemplary fashion in the Black Sea in conducting their innocent passage. I would, however, totally endorse what he says regarding the seriousness of this, but he will, of course, appreciate that the investigation must come first, and we need to see the outcome of that investigation before any further consideration as to action should be taken.
This isn't the first time there's been a security breach at the Ministry of Defence. In fact, it's the third time in 6 months. And the Minister said in his remarks that there are policies and procedures in place for secure documents leaving secure settings, but clearly those policies and procedures are inadequate or not working. So can you reassure the House that those policies and procedures will change as a result of this investigation?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This appears to be a loss of documents rather than a deliberate act. Although, as I say, I shouldn't prejudge the investigation. That needs to be determined finally. But the loss of documents was reported by the individual concerned at an above official secret level. That is an extremely rare occurrence. No incidents have happened in the last 18 months. I checked over the last 18 months for the loss of documents at above that level. But the Honourable Lady is right that information leaving the MOD in circumstances where it shouldn't is not something that anyone should take with equanimity. The investigation is ongoing. I hope it will report shortly. We'll see whether it has recommendations as to how we can further tighten our procedures, or whether this is a case of those procedures not being followed. If there are recommendations, that's something we will take very seriously and will certainly share with this House.
Let's go to Bob Blackman. Bob.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for granting this urgent question. I mean, clearly one of the concerns here is that were these materials on a tablet or some other electronic device, then they would have been properly security protected. The fact that the documents are literally that, printed documents, means that they were removed from the Ministry of Defence. I understand completely. We can't know those circumstances as such. But can my honourable friend confirm that there are restrictions in place, and these will continue to be in place, on moving or taking out of the Ministry of Defence classified documents in this way? It seems astonishing we're in this position.
Thank you, Speaker. Yes, indeed, and the Honourable Gentleman makes a good point. Tablets and electronic devices do have password protection and encryption. That does prevent, as I understand it, does prevent these incidences happening. They provide a greater level of protection. In relation to the physical carrying of paper documents, as I say, there are restrictions in place. There are procedures that should be followed. It's down to the investigation to find out whether they were followed in this instance and whether we need to tighten them up further.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The seriousness of a leak like this doesn't just come from classified information being put into the public domain, but because we know our adversaries will be poring over it to find potential weaknesses, including looking at planned movements of Royal Navy vessels and things like that. So could the Minister take this opportunity to confirm
that all of our operations will continue to be in line with international rules, sticking up for the rule of the UN and law of the sea.
Mr. Speaker, absolutely. Again, it's not so much this UQ, but you can rest assured that we will continue to conduct ourselves appropriately and professionally, as the Royal Navy always do, as they did last week in that innocent passage across the Black Sea. That's absolutely the case. I sincerely hope that this was not a case of our adversaries having sight of these documents, but that is something which has to be confirmed by the investigation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While there have been attempts today to scapegoat the civil servant involved and to scapegoat the BBC, the fact is that whether the civil servant's actions were caused by carelessness, forgetfulness, malice or whatever, at least one other person had a responsibility to stop that civil servant getting those papers out the door of the MOD. So at least one other person, and possibly a whole chain of precautions, has failed. So will the Minister give an assurance, first of all, that the investigation will not be allowed to become a blame allocation or scapegoating exercise? And secondly, will he assure us that not only will Parliament be advised as to the result of the investigation, but that the Minister will come back to give a statement to be held to account so that members of Parliament can question either him or his colleagues as to the results of that investigation when it's ready?
Thank you, Speaker. Firstly, the investigation is partly to find out what happened and the circumstances behind the mislaying of these documents. So I'm not going to prejudge whether others were involved. It just needs to be discovered. I totally take the Honourable Gentleman's point that one shouldn't jump to conclusions. You need to actually have a proper investigation. I say the police are involved. We need to find the conclusions of that. We also need to find out what we need to learn for the future, and I'll certainly make certain that the House is advised of the conclusions of the investigation.
Mr. Speaker, recent incidents would appear to suggest that the MOD does have some difficulty in safeguarding the nation's secrets. Aside from the loss of documents, there would also have to have been a deliberate act in removing pink paper from a secure area. Can the Minister please confirm that when the culprit is proven to be negligent, that he or she is invited to walk the plank?
I understand my honourable gallant friends' concern over this issue, and those concern that would have been shared by other honourable gallant gentlemen and other women in this place and his former serving colleagues. But I think it's important we have the investigation and we find out exactly what's at fault here, and that also includes an examination of our policies and procedures to make sure that they are fit for purpose.
Let's go to Tony Lloyd. Tony.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister does recognise, I think, in his comments that the revealing of this information could have put the safety, even the lives of our serving personnel at risk. And in that context, it isn't scapegoating to say if there was human recklessness, then that has to be dealt with in a salutary manner. But if, in fact, there is system failure, ministers have to look very carefully at themselves and senior officials to know why that could have taken place. This investigation has got to give the reassurance that this can never happen again.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not going to say whether this is human recklessness or what it is until the investigation has come through and reported. There are, as I say, quite serious policies and procedures in place. Whether they need to be tightened again, that's also subject for the investigation. I will be interested to hear what they say, and we will take what they say very seriously. I can assure the Honourable Gentleman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The success of all security processes clearly lies with the people who implement them. Is the Minister able to outline what document security training is undertaken at the MOD, who receives this and how often?
I thank the Honourable Gentleman for his question. There is indeed a security brief. My understanding is that that's mandated to take place to all employees annually, and that includes information on how documents should be properly and professionally handled.
The thing is, the Minister is far too nice and he's being far too reasonable. Yeah. Shouldn't we all be a bit more angry about this? Carelessness is a form of treachery when you're dealing with documents of the significance to which he has referred in the House. I cannot understand why the Minister... Frankly, I don't understand why the Secretary of State isn't here. This is a very, very serious point, and the government needs to make sure that if somebody has acted recklessly and put British service personnel in danger, that that person will be expected to resign.
Mr. Speaker, you'll be very relieved that the Secretary of State is not here, given that he was in contact with someone who has tested positive for COVID-19. The right honourable gentleman gets the point, and I'm sure he would have wished to be here otherwise. But so please don't take it as a lack of interest on the Secretary of State's part. He's doing the right and responsible thing. We all want our colleagues to do the right and responsible thing in all circumstances. Please don't take my desire to hear the results of the investigation to be covering up anything other than what is serious disquiet and indeed anger that this has happened. It should not have happened. These documents should not have been mislaid. I am deeply sorry that that has been the case. We need to see from the investigation the circumstances that led to it and get the full details. But it is something that we are taking very, very seriously. I can assure the gentleman.
Let's go to Martin Day. Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This latest speech further demonstrates why the government is not trusted with data, from the NHS data grab, the Home Office's loss of 15,000 arrest records, and losing details of thousands of COVID cases in a track and trace Excel spreadsheet. And now we have this. So how can the Minister reassure the public that breaches of this severity will not happen in the future? And when will details of a more comprehensive and robust investigation into wider security practices be published by government?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I know the irony won't be lost on the honourable gentleman that whereas he referred to massive data accumulations through the internet and through online services, what we're talking about here is paper documentation being left and mislaid. It is a different scenario. We are checking as I say, the investigation will check what happened, why it happened, what we can do to prevent document loss in the future, if there are more measures that we need to put in place. But ultimately, this is the loss of physical documents. It should not happen. As I said to the Honourable Lady earlier, I did do a trawl through the last record. We have no records of documents being mislaid at above official secret level in the last 18 months. I hope this is an extremely rare circumstance, but we still need to learn the lessons.
Luke Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this is clearly a never event, should never happen. In his answer to my right honourable friend from Blackpool South, he talked about the training that individuals go to avoid these events. Of course, they can happen, like a fire can happen, like we've had a pandemic. So would my right honourable friend enlighten me to say whether there are drills for these never events? And if not so, would he consider implementing drills to deal with these kind of fallouts?
Minister.
There are procedures in place if the lost documents are reported, and the investigation will certainly ensure that we took the right actions, or check that we did take the right actions on the reporting and in the actions that were taken subsequently.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Once again, secret documents have been lost from the Ministry of Defence. Indeed, it's the third major breach within the last 6 months, and the Secretary of State seems to be asleep at the wheel, while our nation is becoming the butt end of jokes within the international security community. So will the Minister confirm that the safety of our brave British troops has not been compromised, and can he also advise what conversations have been had with our allies whose personnel may have been put at risk as a result of this breach?
I've no evidence to suggest that the safety of our personnel have been compromised, but clearly, as I say, this is an investigation. They're going through the documents. They will ensure that documents missing have now been returned. They'll be going through what the contents of those documents and putting in place any mitigations that are needed. And I can reassure the honourable gentleman that, yes, we have been in contact with the United States. They are aware of this issue. We will keep them updated if we need to in the future.
House for 3 minutes to enable the necessary arrangements for the next business order. Before we come to the next urgent question, I want to say something about the implications for the House of the apparent security breach involving the Department of Health and Social Care. We do not comment on the detail of security arrangements on the floor of the House. However, I want the House to be reassured that I have directed senior officials to consider what implications there are for security arrangements in the House of recent events in Whitehall and take any necessary steps with urgency. I will not be taking any points of order on this matter. I now call Peter Bone to ask his urgent question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and for your comments. I would like to ask the Minister for the Cabinet Office if he will make a statement on security arrangements relating to ministerial offices and communications.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate your comments about matters in relation to the House itself. I'm grateful for the chance to address concerns felt across this House about the security of ministerial offices and communications, and I'm very grateful to the Honourable Member for his question. These are concerns that the Government also takes very seriously. As has been the practice of successive administrations, the Government does not generally comment on internal security matters. On the specific incident relating to the leak of footage from a security camera to the media, given the public interest in this case, I can confirm that the Department of Health and Social Care has launched an investigation, and that is supported as appropriate by the Government Security Group based in the Cabinet Office. Until this investigation is complete, Mr. Speaker, it would be inappropriate to give further details, and I'm sorry to honourable members who will be understandably seeking a lot of details on this matter. It is the case, however, that there are robust safeguards in place around the security of ministers, parliamentarians and members of devolved legislatures. The honourable member also may want to ask about the issue of ministerial communications, which I'm happy to go into. Government guidance is that official devices, email accounts and communications applications should be used for communicating classified information. Other forms of electronic communication may be used in the course of conducting government business, but each minister is responsible for ensuring that government information is handled in a secure way. How that is done will depend on the type of information and on the specific circumstances.
Okay. Peter Bond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for granting this urgent question. I thank the Minister for her response. But it seems to me that the revelations over the weekend that the Secretary of State for Health's personal office had recording devices in it should be of national concern. If government and parliamentary offices have recording devices in them, whether audio, visual or both, it is of the utmost concern. Several Cabinet Ministers have gone on the record since this disclosure to say that they had no knowledge that their offices might be subject to surveillance. It is totally unacceptable for private conversations between ministers, civil servants, members of Parliament and members of the public to be secretly recorded. It also, Mr. Speaker, brings into the question whether the Wilson Doctrine has been broken. Since the premiership of Harold Wilson, it has been a long-standing rule that secret recordings of members of Parliament by the police, security services or state are outlawed. So I have a number of questions for the Minister, which I hope she will be able to be a little more forthcoming with. First, do the offices of ministers or members of Parliament have recording devices in them? If so, who authorised them? Who has access to the recordings? What is the purpose of the recordings? How long are they kept? Has the Wilson Doctrine been broken? Are there currently any members of Parliament under surveillance by the police, intelligence agencies or the state? What measures are taken to ensure there are no illicit recording devices in ministerial or parliamentary offices? Are they routinely swept for those devices? Thank you.
Just before you answer that, you have no responsibility for the House. That is a responsibility for the House that I am looking into, but everything else is fair game. Minister.
I appreciate that clarification, Mr. Speaker, which is important. And I wish to assure the honourable member that we do endorse the Wilson Doctrine, and I agree that it is unacceptable should there be any secret recordings within government offices. My understanding in this case was that this was a CCTV camera operated by the Department of Health, which is why it is being investigated by the Department of Health. We do not believe there is covert concerns at this moment. But there is an ongoing investigation into this, which unfortunately we're going to have to be patient on and wait for the details of. But once that investigation has been completed, notwithstanding security concerns, then we will want to be providing him reassurances on a number of the extremely important questions that he has raised. He also asked about the extent to which offices are regularly swept. There is an organisation called UK NACE. It is the government lead for counter eavesdropping, and this includes the technical manipulation of protected security systems, including CCTV. It's an area where they work very closely with the government security group on. And my understanding is that they take a risk-based assessment when it comes to sweeping. So departments where there are particular security sensitivities and concerns, those sweeps are taken place on a relatively regular basis. But it's departments who are accountable for the way in which their security is maintained within the departments. Cabinet Office plays a supporting role through the government security group, setting out standards to which departments are expected to adhere.
We now come to the Shadow Secretary, Angela Rayner.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I congratulate the honourable member for securing this urgent question. And I thank the Minister for her opening comments regarding the CCTV and the limitations regarding that. But given how little we currently seem to know, can I ask her to come back to the House when she does have some answers regarding this? Incredibly, Mr Speaker, this isn't even the biggest scandal of the day when it comes to ministerial security and communications, and the Minister alluded to it in her comments. This morning, a government spokesperson claimed that all ministers only conduct government business through their departmental email addresses. Yet I have right here the minutes of a departmental meeting in which senior civil servants report government contracts being approved from a minister's private email address. Who is telling the truth? It is a pity the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster couldn't be here in person, given his personal experience of the perils of using his private emails to conduct ministerial business and to try and avoid freedom of information laws. And it goes well beyond one department, Mr Speaker. Last week, the Cabinet Office refused to answer my questions about the Prime Minister's mobile phone. Today, it has been reported that he too won't deny using private email addresses. Can the Minister now say from this dispatch box categorically and on the record that no Minister or Prime Minister has used or does use private email for government business, especially when it involves spending public money? This morning, the Justice Secretary agreed that private email was a huge security issue. He admitted that this revelation does raise legitimate questions. On this, he is right. Now it is time to answer those questions. Will they refer themselves to the Information Commissioner so that a genuinely independent investigation can take place? If any ministers have used private email for government business, what action will be taken and what will be done to prevent it happening again? What steps have been and will be taken to preserve private emails as evidence for the public inquiry into the government's mishandling of this COVID pandemic? Mr Speaker, our country faces daily threats from hostile foreign states who have already, for example, hacked the private email account of the Honourable Member for North Somerset. What advice have they taken on security of ministers' private email accounts? And what does it say about this government, Mr Speaker, when they will launch an inquiry into leaks of CCTV, but not into their own ministers?
I thank the Honourable Lady for her questions, and they're important questions which we will seek to answer. It's important to understand government guidance is that official devices, email accounts and communications applications should be used for communicating classified information. Other forms of electronic communication may be used in the course of conducting government business. Each minister is responsible for ensuring that government information is handled in a secure way, but how that is done will depend on the type of information and on the specific circumstances. Now, she raises a question about the procurement of PPE. I believe, or a COVID contract that was conducted allegedly by private email address, and I'm happy to look into that. But there needs to be an understanding that at the time at which we're in the height of the pandemic, a huge volume of correspondence was coming to ministers via their personal email addresses, to their parliamentary email addresses, to their ministerial email addresses. I'm not suggesting that there is something that we should not be looking into. My point is that, if you may well wait for me to finish, there were 15,000 offers of help in securing PPE that came in following the Prime Minister's call for assistance. Now, obviously, people wanted to respond to that call, and then we needed to manage the sheer volume of correspondence that was coming in. The important thing to note is that when PPE offers did come in, they went through the same 8-stage process. So no matter which way those things were communicated, they went through the same process, and that should provide assurance. And insofar as there are questions to answer, I want to assure the Honourable Lady that we have conducted a number of internal and external inquiries into this matter. There was the Boardman investigation into contracts, and there was the National Audit Office investigation into contracts. So I wish to assure the Honourable Lady that this matter has already been looked into. She is absolutely right to ask questions. I'm absolutely right to wish to reassure her. I would also add that there have been a number of debates on COVID contracts in this House. One of them took place in Westminster Hall. Now, I was on maternity leave at the time of the pandemic, so I share her concerns. I wanted to understand what had happened. So I responded to a debate in Westminster Hall on those questions, where I actually set out very candidly some of the concerns and challenges that we face at the height of the pandemic. A number of honourable members engaged in that debate asked very legitimate questions, which I responded to the best of my ability. I was not aware that she's ever engaged in any of those debates. And so she wishes to generate a lot of hue and cry over this, and that's understandable from a political point of view. But it's my duty to set out the challenges we did face and the ways in which we are addressing some of the concerns.
William Bragg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank my honourable friend for coming to the dispatch box to answer my honourable friend's urgent question. As she will know, the Wilson Doctrine covers deliberate surveillance. So I wonder if I could ask her, Mr. Speaker, what about whistleblowers who may inadvertently discover material in the public interest? What safeguards are there for whistleblowers who discover such material?
I thank the honourable gentleman for his question. And I think it's important that there is a distinction made between material that was inappropriately sourced and then leaked, and people that are trying to raise legitimate concerns that require public transparency. And I shall look into the concerns that he raised and make sure that there is not a blurring between those two very important and distinct issues.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll follow your strictures precisely. All of my questions are about ministerial offices. Was the former Health Secretary aware, indeed was the security officer in his department aware of the CCTV camera in his office? Is this minister aware of similar CCTV cameras in any other ministerial office? Who installs such systems in ministries, and who monitors them and has access to their feeds? Do they record video only, or is it sound and vision? And given there were reports of this footage being touted about on Instagram for some time, is it true that staff from private companies manage those systems and monitor the footage? And if that is true, who is responsible for vetting, and what is the process for vetting such staff? And most importantly, and finally, how confident is the Minister that others, states and non-state actors who would do us harm, have not already compromised other staff or gained direct access to some of those CCTV feeds?
I thank him for his questions, and these are legitimate concerns which will be raised and addressed. My hope is that through the Department of Health investigation. The Cabinet Office, as I say, is there to set the standards, and we have regular correspondence and engagement with departments on those. But as he raises a number of points that we need to look into via this investigation within the Department of Health, who installs these machines and so on. But my understanding on this basis was that it was a CCTV camera and it was not a covert device. Then there are obviously questions to answer about the way in which civil servants are vetted, and they do go through stringent vetting processes, and then there is a risk-based approach to which departments need to be more regularly swept. And I hope that some of the answers that he seeks will be answered by the Department of Health's investigation into this matter.
Jacob.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Secretary of State for Health during a pandemic is one of the most safety-critical roles, and people should have been able to have the frankest of conversations with him regarding the nation's health without fear of being recorded. We know that throughout this awful crisis there have been a number of leaks, the most notable being the one prior to the second lockdown in November last year. So can the Minister assure the House that as well as cameras, ministerial officers should not have microphones hidden in them, and that any review of security will ensure that all ministerial officers are checked for these regularly?
I thank him for raising an important point. And as I've said before this afternoon, there are sweeps that are conducted across departments. It's ultimately the Permanent Secretary of those departments who are accountable for the security within them. But the Cabinet Office sets out very clear guidance and continues to liaise with departments about how that is adhered to. But he raised an important point when it comes to covert devices, and we all seek the same reassurances he does on those matters.
You know, crikey, Mr. Speaker, who'd be a minister on a day like today? Look, I don't want to go into the detail of what happened on the day in question, but it occurs to me that the security camera, and I think we're accepting they are security cameras, must have been pretty covert, surely to goodness. I mean, I know where the security cameras are in my high street and round about where I live in the Highlands. So I think the more we go into this, the more odd it gets, and I think the public do deserve an absolutely open explanation as to what's happened here, why, if they are covert, why are they covert, or if they're semi-covert, why are they semi-covert, and actually, why doesn't the Secretary of State, on a need to know about this sort of thing and where they are?
I thank him for his comments. My understanding is it was not covert, but as I say, the Department of Health is conducting an investigation and it will answer some of these questions.
There's a lot of speculation in the newspapers at the moment about the implications for foreign powers using these sorts of surveillance tools. Can my honourable friend confirm that at this stage there's no reason to believe they've been involved in this particular camera at the Department for Health and Social Care, but that the investigation will look at whether there is any connection?
I thank him for his question. My understanding, there's been some reports about whether there is anything to be concerned about in relation to covert surveillance here, and I think some of that is just that, speculation. I'm afraid I cannot comment on security matters, as he will understand, but I wish to assure him that all of these questions are being asked within government to make sure that we have watertight systems.
Let's go to Gregory Campbell. Gregory.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. While accepting the need for external CCTV coverage to ascertain entry and exit, have any checks been made to establish if any other internal offices have a device installed covertly where either ministers, MPs or staff could be monitored? And also, has the country of origin of the device used in this instance been established?
I thank you for his question. I mean, I speak on behalf of the Cabinet Office and I asked questions about my own office today and received assurances, and I imagine that ministers across the government estate will be asking the same. But as I say, the Department of Health has launched its own investigation and it will be accountable for that.
Saxby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The leaking of footage from inside the ministerial private offices raises two important questions. Why a camera had been installed, and if done so legitimately, how did this footage come into the public domain? Can my honourable friend confirm this matter will be investigated with the urgency it requires?
I can provide her those assurances as I provided the House this afternoon.
Let's go to Charlotte Nettles. Charlotte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister didn't give a straightforward answer to my honourable friend, the member for Ashton-under-Lyne, so I ask her again. Is she confirming that ministers did use private email addresses to approve contracts and that the Department of Health and Social Care therefore misled the public in their statement denying categorically that that happened? Given just how serious this is, will she agree to refer it to the Information Commissioner so that there is an independent investigation and not another government whitewash?
Thank you for the question. My understanding is it's not within the Minister's power to approve contracts. That goes through the approval of civil servants. So I would like to offer her that assurance, but I'm happy to look into the particular incident that she highlights with further if there are concerns that need to be looked into.
Jack Brereton.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Ministers will often need to discuss matters of the highest confidential nature and see documents which are highly confidential. So would the Minister agree with me that ministers should be able to make those decisions in the British interests without any fear or favour?
I quite agree with him, and it's important throughout this pandemic that we make sure that the decisions we make to tighten the system, to make sure that there aren't any concerns that honourable members have expressed, that we do not throw the baby out with the bathwater, and make sure that ministers have the space to make important national decisions.
Video link. Dr. Gillian Lewis.
Does my honourable friend the Minister know whether there are rules common to all departments on where security cameras can be sited and where they must not be sited?
I thank him for his question. I mean, my understanding is that it's general policy that there are not cameras sited within ministers' offices. I think this was an outlier in that regard, and I think we will have a better understanding of why that occurred once the Department of Health's investigation is complete.
Video link. Justin Madders.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The Shadow Secretary of State asked the Minister directly if any Minister or Prime Minister used private emails to conduct government business, and in response the Minister basically repeated the guidelines which seem to suggest, yes, that ministers can use private email and it's up to them to police themselves. Well, given the stench of cronyism around this government, can't you see how that answer is completely unacceptable, and we need this all opening up, and transparency needs to be the order of the day immediately?
I thank him for his response. My point is that it's not ministers who make the final decisions on contracts, and that there are important processes that go through. So there may be questions about how the direction of email traffic, but the point is that every decision is scrutinised under the same process when it comes to providing COVID contracts, if that's his concern.
Video link. Sarah Brickcliffe.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Whilst I welcome the rapid investigation being carried out by the Department for Health on this matter, it raises serious concerns about the potential security of all private offices. Can my right honourable friend assure me that the Department will work with security teams across government to protect the privacy and security of all ministers?
I thank her for her question. As I suggested, the Cabinet Office already works across government on the standards that we expect when it comes to the security of private offices, and the Speaker addressed concerns in relation to Parliament as well.
Drew Hendry.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It isn't acceptable to have a covert surveillance at work for ministers, members or anyone else for that matter, but the public are entitled to transparency over issues raised over things like private emails. Our government already have answers to give on donations to the Prime Minister's flat, peerages to donors, tax breaks by text and unlawful contracts to associate. So would the Minister agree that our government's murky dealings are the real sordid affair that the public should see a light shone on?
Yeah.
I thank you for his question. I mean, as I say, there has been a number of investigations to look into some of the allegations that have been put to government over the course of the pandemic. That includes the National Audit Office's report, and we've conducted our own investigations because we take very, very seriously some of the allegations that have been put to us. But as I say, there are processes in place that people went through. There are a number of other challenges that we faced in the height of the pandemic, which I've been candid about in Westminster Hall and in other places. But the public should be assured that their money has been spent with care. As I say, there were challenges that we went through. Those challenges related to the sheer number of correspondence and emails that were coming in. But I mean, it's not for government ministers to conduct and make decisions on contract awards over private email, and we're happy to look into any concerns in that regard.
John Howell.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. If I understood the Lord Chancellor correctly this morning, he said that when he wants to read a sensitive document, he goes to a separate room in his department in order to do that. Could we have a look at what procedures are in place across government to make sure that ministers can read sensitive documents safely?
I thank him for that, and as he'll be aware, there are different levels of classification of document, and so there are already procedures in place that make sure that ministers can read those documents in privacy and with great security. But if there are any concerns about whether those safeguards are robust enough, we shall look into them.
Chris Bryant.
Something really doesn't add up here. As I understand it, the government minister is saying that the camera in the Secretary of State's office was not covert. In other words, the Secretary of State knew it was there. And yet, we've all seen the video. I mean, if that's true, he must be the stupidest man on earth. Is she really trying to persuade us that he knew that there was a camera in his office? Did he, when he had other meetings with other ministers, were they informed that their meetings were being recorded? Is that really what she's trying to suggest to us? It blows my mind, this idea.
I'm sorry that his mind is blown. I'm a Cabinet Office Minister who is responsible for overall adherence to government security rules. When it comes to the matter of the placement of the camera in that office, I'm afraid it's for the Department of Health to account for themselves when it comes to what happened there, and they've already have conducted an investigation which we will want to look back at.
Steve Bryan.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. As a former minister in this Department of Health, with this Secretary of State, I have to say no one, in all candidness, no one ever told me that our meetings were being observed. I never asked, it is true, but I was never certainly told. The issue to my mind is, of course, that they were being recorded, but more who had access to those images. So does the Minister think that it would be made much easier for everyone, as Department of Health start this investigation, if the, let's remember, profit-making media organisation involved here simply made it clear how they were able to see inside a senior government minister's office?
I thank him for his very pointed and important question, and I hope through the course of the investigation that the Department is leading that some of these answers will come through so that we can scrutinise them ourselves.
Video link. Dame Angela Eagle.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. The Minister has astonished us all by saying that this was not a covert device, yet we've just heard from a Health Minister that he didn't know about it, and she is somehow asking us to believe that the now departed Secretary of State somehow knew about it, when clearly if he did, he would not have behaved in the way he behaved right in front of it. So I think she's stretching credibility. And I have to say, when I was a minister, we were not allowed to use our own inboxes for government business and use our own private emails. We were told very, very bluntly at the beginning of our ministerial careers that this would not be allowed. Why on earth is it different now?
I appreciate her questions, and I'm not asking her to believe anything. I'm asking her to have patience while the department conducts its own investigation into exactly what had happened here. And on the use of emails, well, I mean, there are clear guidelines which ministers are due to adhere to. But we have to also accept that there was a situation here where all of us had to move online, and all of us have to account for the way in which we handle ourselves during that period.
Video link. Audio link, Debbie Abrahams.
Deputy Speaker, I have lost count of the number of times my colleagues and I have raised issues around the lack of transparency, honesty and integrity by which too many government ministers operate. The ministerial code just isn't worth the paper it's written on. This whole sordid affair follows on from the former Health Secretary having been found to have acted unlawfully in his disclosure of PPE contracts for mates, and now the revelation of the use of private emails. This, as others have said, it just smacks of the former Health Secretary covering his tracks. But on the cameras, which, if ministers were unaware, is nothing short of Big Brother, what other government department buildings have similar cameras we are not aware of?
Thank you. I think that will form part of the investigation, something the Government Security Group will actively look into.
Mark Harper.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. On this issue about the use of private emails for government business, can she just confirm what the legal position is as far as the Freedom of Information Act? My understanding is if a public authority, and clearly the Secretary of State is the public authority, uses a private email for government business, then that private email, and those emails are subject to the Freedom of Information Act. And the destruction of any emails, in order to prevent them being disclosed, would actually be a criminal offence. That information, I think, will obviously be of some reassurance to people. Is she able to confirm that from the dispatch box?
I can confirm that official information held in private email accounts is subject to FOI.
Fellows.
Mr Deputy Speaker, Minister, when the investigation into this matter is concluded, will you come back to will the Minister come back to the Chamber and tell the House whether or not this leak has breached the threshold to warrant an investigation by the intelligence agencies?
I thank her for that. And so the investigation is being led by the Department of Health, and it will be subject. She raises an important point about the threshold at which it is subject to security in intelligence investigations, and I will get back to her on that matter. But I would hope that we are able to update the House when the substantial findings have been reported.
Philip Dunn.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Like my good friend, the member for Winchester, I joined the Department of Health in moving into this new building, 39 Victoria Street, at the end of 2017. Could she ask the department in their internal investigation whether these devices were installed as part of the new build or whether they were installed subsequently? And could she please develop a protocol from the Cabinet Office across government that all ministers and, frankly, all people working in government buildings are notified of any official listening or visual or other sensors in their place of work, so that they're aware of it rather than, as we have been today, surprised by it?
Well, it's a very pertinent question, and ones that I have asked in advance of today, and which we all will want answers to. And I think he makes a very important and useful suggestion when it comes to the protocol in relation to CCTV or any other device that might be found in a minister's office. And I'm sure that other ministers across government will want to have that assurance.
Video link. Sean Warra.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The Secretary of State engaged, at least as we thought, on matters essential to our national security, health and well-being, is filmed unbeknownst to him, and that film is leaked to a national newspaper, but it could just as well have been a foreign power. I have to say I find the Minister's complacency incomprehensible. Can she at least confirm that the government knows where each government CCTV camera is, who has access to it, and whether outsourcing has led to a plethora of private security firms and other contractors having access to the footage?
I thank her for that question, and I just wish to assure her I'm not complacent on this. This is a fast-moving situation where we found out about this device on Friday. I've sought a number of assurances, but some of those cannot be answered at the moment because there is a live investigation underway. But these questions are being asked, and we do want to understand so that we can assure the House. And I'm placed in the rather frustrating position as to not being able to provide the clarity that people understandably demand on a day like this, and I will have to ask the House's forgiveness while those investigations are underway.
Jackie Dole-Price.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The truth is that the days when officials ask ministers for instructions via papers placed in locked red boxes are long gone. And the truth of the matter is that officials and Whitehall departments expect ministers to be in contact with them 24/7. And that can be very difficult for ministers in those positions to actually access secure devices to look at things. So could I ask the Minister to really instruct the Cabinet Office to really challenge the guidance that's given to officials and ministers about this, so that ministers aren't finding themselves unwittingly having to use private emails, as I found quite often as a Minister of the Department of Health?
That is such an important point that the Honourable Lady raises, and we are living in a different we are living in a different circumstance where electronic communications mean that we are contacted at all hours of the day on different email accounts, on different devices and so on. And we are trying to clarify the guidance on this because this is a situation which we are perhaps not as best prepared for as we should be. But we are not complacent on this. She also raises an important point. There are lots of different systems across which ministers have to operate. I have my parliamentary account, I have my Cabinet Office account. We also have to engage in meetings across different systems, and trying to move between those systems can provide a real challenge. And I think it's something that we need to provide clearer guidance to other departments on.
Video link. Rachel Maskell.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The government's lax security has resulted in information communication ending up in the wrong hands. The government's lax procurement processes via text, private email and word down the pub has led to billions of pounds of public money ending up in the wrong hands. Sensitive information and public money, neither safe nor secure. So how will the Minister ensure that there is an end to this casual approach to security and spending, information and communications? And for the third time, what discussion have taken place with the Information Commissioner over these casual communications since these revelations have come to light?
Question. I've not personally discussed this with the Information Commissioner over the weekend. As I say, there are a number of issues that have come to light that we need to be on top of, and I hope to assure the House on these matters in the coming days.
Video link. Joanna Cherry.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. We have our Prime Minister who's had to have his phone wrested from him by the security services for conducting government business by WhatsApp, and now a Health Secretary using his Gmail for official purposes. So can the Minister please answer the second part of the question posed by her honourable friend, the member for the Forest of Dean, and confirm to us that it would be a criminal offence for any ministers to destroy communications they've made about government business on private emails or private messaging apps for the purpose of defeating the ends of justice regarding our freedom of information request, or indeed for the purpose of defeating the ends of justice in any future inquiry into the COVID crisis.
I thank you for a question. As I say, official information held in private email accounts is subject to FIY and all of the rules and restrictions around that.
Felicity Buchan.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. My honourable friend has said that the ultimate responsibility for security lies with the department and that the Cabinet Office sets best practice. Given the importance and sensitivity of security, should we not centralise this to ensure that every department complies and there is no aberrant behaviour?
I think ultimate responsibility is with the Prime Minister and the Cabinet Secretary, but it's for the accounting officers to be answerable on these matters for their department.
Mr Matheson.
So, Deputy Speaker, the Minister says that this wasn't a covert device and that it was known about, but then she says that they only found out about it on Friday in a fast-moving situation. So she needs to get her story straight, not least because we've got two respected former ministers there in the department who knew nothing about these cameras. The honourable member for Wellingborough rightly talked about the Wilson Doctrine and about the importance of monitoring the surveillance of members of Parliament. So wouldn't it be a good idea if now the Prime Minister made a statement to this House to tell us exactly when he first knew about this device and about the content that was on it?
I thank him for his question. I wish to assure him that we do maintain the Wilson Doctrine, that we wish to make sure that there is no covert surveillance within a minister's office, and that's extremely important. Some of the questions that people have rightly raised with me this afternoon will want to be answered through the investigation that's being underway in the Department of Health, and I'm sorry that I cannot provide greater detail on that at the moment.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, you'll be as aware as everybody in this House is aware that Mr Speaker, along with many people in this House, were absolutely livid at the leaking of the second lockdown which happened, and you'll know Mr Speaker asked for a full investigation into that. What's emerged over the weekend has blown all that up, Mr Deputy Speaker. It could have been a whole number of people who were never even considered as part of that investigation, which, as the Speaker has informed us on Privy Council terms, he's informed is still ongoing. So could I ask my honourable friend the Minister to liaise in her department and with the Cabinet Secretary to ensure that any information of who had access to that video footage and covert surveillance of that office feeds that into the investigation that Mr Speaker has asked for to find out how things were being leaked to the press before this House knew about them?
Thank you for very, very important questions that we all want answers to, and I hope that they will be answered as part of this investigation.
Bob Stewart. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Does the Department for Health and Social Care handle its own
ministerial office security, or is this done across Whitehall by other organisations such as the police?
There's a range of different ways in which security is maintained across the government estate. Some of those things are dealt with by the police, some of them are dealt with by government security, and some of them are dealt with by departments themselves. And the mix of those in this particular instance will be looked into.
Perkins.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I think as parliamentarians we all will have sympathy for the Minister being sent here to respond to this question without many of the questions that need to be asked. We all would expect that her boss was actually here to answer these questions, as indeed he would have been if he thought he had answers to give to them. But can I ask her to stress the next time she speaks to the Cabinet Office Secretary how unsatisfactory this situation is, how dangerous it is to the security of this nation, and that this House really does demand that this situation not only is never repeated, but that this House gets the answers that she's been unable to furnish us with today?
I thank you for his question. These are answers that we will hopefully get once the investigation is complete. The Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster is today in Scotland, so he cannot attend. But I share his anxiety to get answers, because these are extremely important questions about the security of ministers' offices, which, as a minister myself, I want to have some reassurances on.
Scott Benton.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Is the Minister able to reassure the House that in considering the findings of the Department of Health's own internal investigation into this matter, she will not rule out considering if this leak was a breach of the Official Secrets Act?
Thank you, and I shall want an answer to that question.
Brian.
Speaker. First of all, I've got to ask, is a department-led inquiry sufficient for the gravity of this? Because we need to know, do these recordings extend to other departments? Who was all this footage offered to, and who benefited from the release of the footage? We need to understand the security risks of ministers doing business with private email, has been said, and the Minister can't say, oh, it's complicated. It's simple. You have a parliamentary email address, ministers should use it, end of story. But also, because of this leak, this is the only way we found out about another crony appointment that the government didn't bat an eyelid with. So who's taking the lead in investigating all these other matters?
Hear, hear.
Thank you for his question. As I say, I'm sorry that I cannot furnish the House with the answers on the matter of security on this day, but I hope to be able to do so shortly.
Video link. Phil Wiggin.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'm grateful to the Speaker for granting my honourable friend's urgent question. But with one department spreading documents behind a bus stop and another one publishing CCTV, I can't say I'm terribly surprised if ministers don't want to use their private offices. Does my honourable friend, who I think is doing a very good job at the dispatch box, agree with me that we need a root and branch change in the trust and behaviour of the civil service?
I thank you for his question, and insofar as there are any questions that are raised within this entire episode about whether the matter was leaked, then there will be questions to be answered insofar as they involve any civil servants who are vetted when they do their jobs and have to adhere to certain codes themselves.
Video link. Dame Diana Johnson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Can I just say to the Minister, first of all, that this House should take precedence in the priorities of the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancashire, not travelling to Scotland. And when I was a minister, neither parliamentary emails nor private emails were allowed to be used for government business. So can the Minister confirm if using private email accounts to discuss sensitive government business is in breach of the Freedom of Information Act, the Official Secrets Act, the Data Protection Act or Public Records Act, which makes specific requirements on the use of government information?
Thank you for her question. As I've said today, government guidance is that official devices, email accounts and communications applications should be used for communicating classified information, but other forms of electronic communication may be used in the course of conducting business, and the official information that is held in private email accounts is subject to FOI, and I hope that provides her with assurance.
I'd like to thank the Minister for coming today to respond to Peter Bone's urgent question and responding to 37 parliamentary questions in total. We will now suspend before the statement on COVID. Order. 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 I'd like to congratulate Sajid Javid on his new appointment. And in so doing, can I call Secretary Sajid Javid to make a statement? Sajid Javid.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'm honoured to have been asked to become Secretary of State for Health and Social Care. I understand the responsibility that comes with this job, especially at this critical moment. As someone who has sat on these front benches for many years, this past year has been a difficult one. I've been frustrated not to be able to play my part in helping to meet the greatest public health challenge our country has ever faced. So I'm especially proud, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to have been given this opportunity for public service. Nothing embodies the spirit of public service more than our National Health Service and those who work in our social care. I've seen it myself in my own constituency. I saw it again just this morning at St Thomas's Hospital, where I met doctors and nurses and volunteers who have moved mountains this past year. Now they're helping us vaccinate our way out of this pandemic. I pay tribute to them all, and I pledge to do everything I can to deliver for them and the people of this great country. And I look forward to working with colleagues on all sides of the House as we together work on this vital mission. We are making phenomenal progress with our vaccination programme. Vaccination is now open to every adult in the country. 84% of adults have got a jab and 61% of adults have had 2 doses. This progress has allowed us to safely take those first 3 steps out of the lockdown and on towards greater freedoms that we can enjoy today. We owe this strong position not only to the NHS, but everyone that has played their part. I want to take this opportunity also to pay tribute to my predecessor, my honourable friend, the member for West Suffolk, who had worked hard throughout all these testing times. He achieved a great amount in the work that he did, and I know that he will have more to offer in public life, and I wish him the very best. Mr. Deputy Speaker, there remains a big task ahead of us to restore our freedoms. Freedoms that, save for the greatest of circumstances, no government should ever wish to curtail. So my task is to help return the economic and cultural life that makes this country so great, while of course protecting life and our NHS. Now that task has been made all the more difficult by the Delta variant, which we now know makes up some 95% of new cases in the UK. Not only does it spread more easily, but the evidence points to a higher risk of those who have not been vaccinated needing hospital treatment compared to the previously dominant Alpha variant. This narrowing of the race between the virus and the vaccine led to the government's difficult decision to pause step 4 on our roadmap until 19th of July. We're using this extra time to protect as many people as we can. When the government took that decision on June the 14th, over 4.3 million over 40s had had a first dose, but not a second. Now that's down to 3.2 million people over 40. We can all be assured by how many more people are getting the life-saving opportunity that the vaccine offers. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, at this 2-week review point, I want to update the House on our progress to our roadmap to freedom. Mr. Deputy Speaker, our aim is that around 2/3 of all adults in this country will have had both doses by 19th July. We're bringing forward second doses and bringing forward our target for first doses too, so we can meet that 19th July goal. Vaccine uptake remains sky high. We've seen that age is no barrier for enthusiasm for getting the jab. As of this weekend, more than half of adults under 30 have taken up the chance to be vaccinated, including, in the last couple of weeks, all 3 of my own adult children. And our vaccines are working, including against the Delta variant. The latest modelling from Public Health England shows that they have saved over 27,000 lives and have prevented over 7 million people from getting COVID-19. Now, we do know that after a single dose of vaccine, the effectiveness is lower against the new Delta variant at around a 33% reduction in symptomatic disease. But 2 doses of the vaccine are just as effective against hospital admission with the Delta variant compared to the Alpha variant. The jabs are making a difference in our hospitals too. In January, people over 65 who were vaccinated earlier in our programme made up the vast majority of hospital admissions. The latest data shows that that group now makes up less than a third. So while cases now are ticking up, the number of deaths remains mercifully low, and we'll continue to investigate how our vaccines are breaking that link between cases, hospitalisations and deaths. And I'm also encouraged by new data just today from Oxford University's Mix and Match trial, which shows that a mixed schedule of jabs, such as getting the AstraZeneca jab first and then the Pfizer second, could give our booster vaccination programme more flexibility and possibly even some better immune responses. Now finally, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we continue to see a rise in hospitalisations, although in line with the kinds of numbers we had anticipated at this point in our roadmap. The number of people needing hospital treatment for COVID-19 has doubled since the start of May. Admissions are most clearly increasing in the North East and the South West of England. So we've been boosting testing centres and vaccines in those areas and keeping a close watch on the numbers. Now, I spent my first day as Health Secretary just yesterday looking at the data and testing it to the limit. Whilst we decided not to bring forward step 4, we see no reason to go beyond the 19th of July. Because, in truth, no date we choose comes with zero risk for COVID. We know we cannot simply eliminate it. We have to learn to live with it. We also know that people and businesses need certainty, so we want every step to be irreversible. And make no mistake, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the restrictions on our freedoms, they must come to an end. We owe it to the British people, who have sacrificed so much to restore their freedoms as quickly as we possibly can, and not to wait a moment longer than we need to. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, with the numbers heading in the right direction, all while we protect more and more people each day, July the 19th remains our target date. The Prime Minister has called it our terminus date. For me, 19th July is not only the end of the line, but the start of an exciting new journey for our country. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, at this crucial moment in our fight back against this pandemic, we must keep our resolve and keep on our roadmap to freedom, so that together we can beat this pandemic and we can build back better. It is a task that I am deeply honoured to lead, and one I know will succeed. I commend this statement to the House.
For up to 5 minutes, Jonathan Ashworth.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Can I just say at the outset that despite our fierce political differences, that my dealings with the previous Secretary of State were always courteous, respectful and professional, and I wish him well in resolving his personal difficulties. Now, I welcome the Right Honourable Gentleman to his place and thank him for advance sight of his statement. He will find working with the NHS and social care staff both inspirational and rewarding. And I hope he will agree and make arrangements for them to receive a fair pay rise and not the real terms pay cut that is currently pencilled in. Now, today he has let it be known that July the 19th reopening will effectively go ahead. He told the news this morning that there is no going back, that lifting restrictions will be irreversible. Well, a word to the wise, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I responded to a lot of these statements these last 15 months. I remember ministers telling us there was nothing in the data to suggest June 21st wouldn't go ahead. I remember children returning to school for one day before the January lockdown. I remember it will all be over by Christmas. I remember we'll send it packing in 12 weeks. Well, we've seen around 84,000 cases in the last week, an increase of around 61%. Today, we've seen the highest case rate since January. If these trends continue, we could hit 35,000 to 45,000 cases a day by July 19th. That will mean more long COVID. He didn't mention more long COVID. That will mean more disruption to schooling. For some, it will mean hospitalisation. And we know that even after 2 doses, you can catch and transmit the virus. So what is he going to do to push infections down? Vaccination will do it eventually, Mr. Deputy Speaker, but not in the next 4 weeks. Now, I want to see an end to restrictions. Our constituents want to see an end to restrictions. But I hope his confidence today about July 19th does not prove somewhat premature or even, dare I say it, hubristic. And can he confirm that by irreversible, he is ruling out restrictions this winter? And has he abandoned the plan which the previous Secretary of State and officials were drawing up for restrictions this winter? Increased infections will impact on the ability of the NHS to provide wider care. Today he has promised to give the NHS everything they need to get through the backlog. So will the hospital discharge and support funding be extended beyond this September? Or will trusts have to make cuts instead? And how does he define getting through the backlog? When will the NHS again guarantee that 95% of patients will start treatment within 18 weeks of referral. We know thousands are waiting too long for cancer care, so when will the NHS meet its cancer target that 96% of patients wait no longer than a month from diagnosis to first treatment? When will he give primary care the resources to meet the challenge of the hidden waiting list of over 7 million patient referrals that we would have expected since March 2020? And given the pressures on primary care, is it still his plan to press ahead with the GP data transfer? To be frank, Mr Deputy Speaker, if the department can't keep its CCTV footage secure, how does he expect it to keep our personal data secure? And will we see a plan to fix social care? Or is today's Telegraph correct when it reports that he, the Secretary of State, is of the opinion that we are completely the wrong stage of a parliament to launch a new social care strategy? Is that really his view? And given the pressures across the whole of the healthcare service, will he abandon the ill-thought-through, top-down reorganisation of the NHS that the previous Secretary of State was set to embark on? And finally, Mr Deputy Speaker, given the recent questions of propriety around COVID contracts, he will understandably want to present himself as a new broom. Can he confirm that he will not use a personal email account to carry out government business? Can he explain why the Social Care Minister has been using a personal email account to carry out government business? And why was the Parliamentary Under Secretary of State for Innovation, the Noble Lord Bethel, using his personal email account to discuss the awarding of government contracts? And why did he have meetings with a firm that won a contract but not declare it? Can he tell us whether he maintains confidence in that minister? And isn't it time that that particular health minister was relieved of their ministerial responsibilities as well?
Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. First of all, can I thank the honourable gentleman for his comments and also what he said about my predecessor. In turning to his questions, first of all, Mr Deputy Speaker, he started off by talking about, rightly so actually, pointing out the incredible work our NHS staff across the country have been doing, not obviously even before this pandemic, but especially, I think we'd all agree, throughout this pandemic. And I heard about that myself this morning with my visit to St Thomas's Hospital, talking to staff there, doctors, nurses, consultants, and hearing directly the challenges they faced at that time, but also the challenges they continue to face. And what I wanted to hear from them is that what more can the government do whether it's on recruitment, its resources, what more help can be provided. So it remains an absolute priority, and of course it is absolutely essential that when the pay settlement process is complete, that is a fair process, and of course it absolutely will be, and it will be a fair pay settlement. Turning to his next question about the move to step 4, the timing of that, well, I think, Mr Deputy Speaker, I've set out, I think, quite clearly in my statement the government's plan, the rationale for that plan. But the thing I would point out is that what is at the heart of this is the vaccination programme and the excellent work that's being done by many across the country, the volunteers, the doctors and nurses. I visited the vaccination centre today, for example, as well at St Thomas's, the excellent work by my honourable friend here as well. Because the more people that are getting vaccinated, we are seeing clear evidence that we are breaking the link, and this is absolutely crucial, we are breaking the link between people getting infected by COVID-19, so the number of cases, versus those that are actually ending up, sadly, in hospital or even in some cases losing their lives. And the more evidence we see of that, the more confident it can make us that we will put this pandemic behind us. And that is what gives me confidence about the date, July the 19th, and with all the data that I've seen yesterday, I sat down, discussed it with the experts, with my colleagues. It is very clear that we are heading in the right direction, and I am very confident about that date, July the 19th. The right honourable gentleman also asked about the backlog. He's right to raise that, of course, because of the focus, for all the right reasons, of the NHS, the social care system, on dealing with the pandemic. Sadly, there is a significant backlog of cases that has been built up. The government already has provided record amounts of funding to try and deal with some of that backlog. In total, to deal with the pandemic, some £92 billion of extra funding has been put into the NHS and social care system. Much of that is targeted at the backlog, and that is something that will be an absolute priority. It was for my predecessor, and it will be certainly for me, about how quickly we can deal with that once the best and the most efficient way. And just today, with my visit at St Thomas's again, I had some excellent new ideas from the people on the front line, and we will certainly be listening to them as we set out further plans. And then the right honourable gentleman also asked about social care, and I should warn him not to believe everything he reads in the press, and I think he should know that social care remains an absolute priority for this government. For me, the Prime Minister himself has rightly made some very clear commitments on social care, and we absolutely intend to meet them. When it comes to reform, the bill that we've talked about, my predecessor has talked about, this dispatch box on NHS and social care reform. Of course, we're committed to that, and I think that the right honourable gentleman should sit down with me, and perhaps I can persuade him of the virtues of that bill, because I'm sure I can convince him a little bit that it is essential, if he believes like me that what matters most are the patients, the people that are going into our hospital feeling unwell, and that we want them to see quickly and efficiently, we want them to get better, people in our social care system having a better integration, then he'll believe in the virtues of that bill. And I hope eventually he can come to support the bill and do the right thing. And then lastly, he asked me about my ministers. Mr Deputy Speaker, I've got to say, I have got such a fantastic ministerial team. All of them, every single one of them. That it's not even a question of confidence. It's a group of ministers that are incredibly talented, that have delivered both in this House, in the Lords. And I can say, Mr Deputy Speaker, I've had some considerable experience of working with ministers, having led 5 departments before, and this is one of the best teams I've ever had.
Chair of the Health Select Committee, Jeremy Hunt.
Mr Deputy Speaker, my apologies for missing the start of this session, but can I warmly welcome my right honourable friend to his post. He will bring experience, ability and integrity to this role, and I have no doubt he will do it with great distinction. He will understand, of course, that in my role I have to scrutinise him, so I want to say to him now that he is welcome to as many 7-hour sessions of the Select Committee as he is willing to attend, and we look forward to talking to him there. But I do want to wish him well, and I also want to echo his comments about his predecessor. To be Health Secretary in a pandemic is the most difficult job imaginable. And the Right Honourable Member for West Suffolk brought enormous energy and determination to that role, and the country is in his debt. Yeah. As he deals with what we hope are the final stages of this pandemic, can I ask him whether he will also be giving thought as to how to prepare the NHS and care system for future pandemics, and whether at the top of his list will be putting more resilience into the social care system, not just meeting our manifesto promises on a cap on social care, but also making sure that local authorities have the long-term stability in funding to make sure that they really can look after every older person with dignity and respect.
Mr Deputy Speaker, first of all, can I thank my right honourable friend for his remarks and welcome the scrutiny that he and his committee are going to provide. And I'm not sure about the 7 hours bit, but I very much welcome the scrutiny and the intention. On his 2 questions, absolutely, in terms of preparing for future pandemics, there's a huge amount of work that's already gone on that. Just yesterday, I met the Chief Executive of the UK HSA that will work on much of this. And also, and I think my right honourable friend knows this, but for the benefit of others, that the best part of a year I've spent away from the front bench, I've also spent time as a senior fellow at the Harvard Kennedy School, where my project at the time was looking at future potential pandemics, and I'm going to put that knowledge to use as well, and everything I've learned through that process in doing that preparation. But he's also right to raise the importance of the social care reform and the work that needs to be done, including sustainable funding. And he will remember that as ministers, we've worked often together in the past. And again, I look forward to working with him in different roles now, but on the same issue, which is how do we provide a long-lasting, sustainable solution to the social care challenge this country faces. And as I said earlier to the Shadow Health Secretary, this remains a huge priority, and I look forward to talking with my right honourable friend and learning from him too.
Video link. And for up to 2 minutes, Dr. Philippa Whitford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'd like to welcome the new Secretary of State to his place and thank him for advice sight of his statement and ask how he plans to review or modify current COVID policy. The management of any epidemic is actually not rocket science, but infectious diseases 101, avoiding the importation of dangerous variants through border control and quarantine, and stopping the virus spreading from one person to the next. So does he plan to revise the government's quarantine and traffic light system to avoid importing more variants, which, like the Delta, would threaten the reopening of the domestic economy and society? On Friday, the National Audit Office released a report on the NHS test and trace system, which didn't quite get the media coverage one would have expected. 1 year on, Serco is still only reaching 83% of contacts, while Scotland reaches 98% and Wales 95%. Both of them have used public health and health protection teams from the start. As COVID restrictions are eased, a well-functioning test, trace, isolation and support system will be critical to detect and control small clusters and avoid future surges. So instead of awarding Serco a new contract for over £300 million, should the opportunity not be taken to reform the system? In particular, it's only isolation that stops the onward spread of the virus. But while the £500 isolation payment is welcome, it's less than the minimum wage, and many are excluded by the eligibility criteria. With no results at all registered for almost 600 million lateral flow tests that have been issued, will he shift some of that funding to provide more generous and accessible financial support for those who are asked to isolate? While vaccines are reducing the likelihood of hospitalisation, cases are rising exponentially. So does he recognise that just allowing the current surge to go unchecked would put pressure on the NHS and run the risk of even more infectious or vaccine-resistant variants emerging? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The Honourable Lady, first of all, she talked about the importance of border control, and of course she's right to do so, and that is exactly why the government has put in place already the so-called traffic light system, working across government with Home Office, with Border Force, and of course this department and Transport and others. And that is a system that absolutely needs to be kept under review, and that's the assurance that I can give her to make sure that it's doing its job and protecting the people of this country from viruses, but especially from any new viruses or any new variants of COVID-19 that may emerge. She's also raised the issue of test and trace, and she should know that the NHS test and trace system is the largest diagnostic exercise of its kind in British history. We've carried out over 200 million tests, identified over 4 million positive cases, and found over 7 million of their contacts. And every one of these, every time this happens, whether it's in England or Scotland or any part in the United Kingdom, this breaks the chain of transmission and it saves lives.
Ms. Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and can I say how delighted I am to see my right honourable friend back on the front bench. I congratulate him on his appointment to this crucial role, and I welcome his approach as set out in his statement today. He will be an excellent Health Secretary. Can my right honourable friend confirm that 19th July will mark the end of the roadmap out of lockdown, and that terminus means the end of the line, not an interchange, and that it is his intention that all restrictions will be lifted on that date?
Mr Deputy Speaker, first of all, can I thank my honourable friend for her kind remarks. And as she would have heard through the statement, that it is absolutely our intention to have step 4 commence on 19th of July and remove restrictions and start returning to normal. She's asked me specifically about all restrictions or which restrictions. That is certainly our intention to remove restrictions, but we will, as we follow the data in the coming days, we will set out more in due course.
Nira Wilson.
Very much, Mr Speaker. Can I begin by welcoming the Secretary of State to his place, and I look forward to engaging constructively with him on a range of issues. The Secretary of State will be aware that during the course of the pandemic, well in excess of 40,000 people lost their lives to COVID in care homes, and the protective ring his predecessor talked about being in place at the start of the pandemic went in far too late. He will also be aware that 2 in 3 unpaid carers, some 7 million people, have reported their mental health worsening as a result of the pandemic, looking after loved ones. So will he help his boss to make good on his promise of almost 2 years ago on social care reforms and honour his manifesto pledge of cross-party work on this issue and meet with me and my right honourable friend, the member for Kingston and Surbiton, to urgently start work on this issue?
Mr Deputy Speaker, first of all, can I thank the Honourable Lady for her comments and the nature of her comments about working together, and I think she's absolutely right to say that, especially on something so important as social care. And she's right to raise this as a priority for government, for this House. She reminded the House that sadly that so many people in care homes lost their lives and have done so through this pandemic. She'll be aware that even before the pandemic, the government had pumped billions more into the social care system. During the pandemic, there was a lot of support, but a lot more needs to be done. And I think that's what she's rightly getting to. And the government have said that the best way to find a sustainable solution to the country's social care challenge is for parties to work together and to cooperate together, and I would happily meet with her.
Video link. Alberto Costa.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Can I welcome my right honourable friend back in government, and I look forward to working with him in the months and years ahead. The Fielding Palmer District Hospital in Lutterworth is the only hospital in my constituency. It was threatened with closure but is now being used as the principal COVID vaccination centre in the southern part of my South Leicestershire constituency. Once the Secretary of State has settled into his important role, would he meet with me to discuss the important future that I hope for this much valued district hospital?
Mr Deputy Speaker, I thank my honourable friend for his question and raising this issue about his local hospital. I absolutely can understand, as a constituency MP myself, the importance of local hospitals, having that support in your local community. This hospital in particular has done a great job with vaccinations and continues to do a fantastic job, and I think that's a very good sign about the contribution this hospital can potentially continue to make the local community, and I would very happily meet with him.
Jim Shannon.
Sir Deputy Speaker, can I thank the Secretary of State for his reply, and also as DUP party health spokesperson in this place and on behalf of my party, can I wish him well for his new role? I have absolutely no doubt that the Secretary of State will do an excellent job. If we are aiming for progression and moving away from restrictions, for instance the wearing of masks, then can I ask when people can attend worship and sit in churches self-distance without wearing a mask, just as diners can sit in a restaurant self-distance without a mask? If we're going to have parity, then I believe that churches should have the same parity as restaurants.
Can I thank the Right Honourable Gentleman for his remarks, and Can I say that I agree with him? I agree with him on that point. I think that as we move towards removing restrictions and step 4, we should take into account what he said about churches and the people attending that and the restrictions that they currently face very, very seriously, and that certainly is my intention.
Video link. Dr. Kieran Mullen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Of course, the Secretary of State will rightly be focused on the immediate challenges of COVID, but his department is also about to make decisions related to integrated care systems that have potentially enormous long-term implications for the provision of healthcare for my constituents and the constituents of fellow Cheshire MPs. The NHS wants to create a Cheshire-Merseyside ICS, which will not serve the best interests of our residents. Can I ask that the Secretary of State meets with us urgently to discuss this proposal before it's quietly pushed through?
Can I say to my honourable friend that, first of all, can I thank him for the work he's personally done to support the NHS, especially in his work in A&E departments, and thank him and others for that have contributed in that way. Turning to his particular question, no final decisions have been made on ICSs. I absolutely understand the importance of the point that he's made. I want to make sure that we get this right. I would happily meet with my honourable friend. I understand he's already met with ministers in the department, but I would happily meet with him myself as well.
Video link. Barbara Keeley.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I welcome the Secretary of State for Health and Social Care to his new role. During the last 10 years, nearly £8 billion has been lost from budgets for adult social care. And too often during the COVID pandemic, social care has been an afterthought for ministers and officials. The results of this have been all too clear in the tragic levels of mortality in care homes. Now, the social care sector is desperate for investment and reform. So can the new Secretary of State commit today that he will bring forward proposals to invest in and reform social care as soon as possible and at the latest by Christmas this year as promised?
Mr Deputy Speaker, where I agree with the Honourable Lady is on the importance of social care and that it should be a priority in terms of reform, as it is for this government. I don't agree with her characterisation that under this government it hasn't been, she's suggesting it hasn't been a priority. There's been underinvestment. In my own previous roles as local government secretary, certainly as Chancellor, a number of times we've increased funding, but where I think we will agree is that we need a long-term sustainable solution. We are not there yet, and that is something the government is absolutely committed to.
Video link. John Redwood.
I welcome my right honourable friend to his new role. I wish him every success and I support his plan to unlock soon. Will he look at expediting trials of other drugs and treatments that may help CV19 patients and have been looked at elsewhere? Will he also encourage work on air extraction and cleaning systems to see what more can be done to stop disease transmission, as we're going to have to live with it to some extent?
Mr Deputy Speaker, can I thank my right honourable friend for the welcome, and can I just simply say to his question, yes, I will.
Video link. Clive Betts.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the Secretary of State to his new role, and just say he could begin by launching cross-party working on social care reform by a response to the report done by two select committees, Housing Committees in Local Government and Health and Social Care, in 2018. 3 years later, we're still waiting for a government response. Just specifically on test and trace, the NAO report the other day about the national system was hardly complimentary. In his previous role as Secretary of State for HCLG, he will be aware of the great professionalism of directors of public health and the work they do. Yet, in many cases now, as the report from the NAO said, they're still waiting for up-to-date data to deal with local COVID outbreaks. Will the Secretary of State commit to rectifying that situation and ensuring that directors of public health are fully involved in the new model for testing and tracing that will be undertaken from July of this year?
Mr Deputy Speaker, I think the honourable gentleman agrees with me on the importance of social care. We've discussed it in the past as well, and no doubt we will discuss it again going forward. He mentioned the NAO report. If he would allow me, I would take a closer look at that report and I'll write him.
Teresa Villiers.
I warmly congratulate the Secretary of State on his new role. Now that thousands of people are allowed to gather together at a football match and shout and cheer as much as they want, isn't it time that we allow congregations in church to sing hymns together if they want to?
I can tell my right honourable friend that that's certainly what I would like to see, and that is certainly my intention to allow that to happen as soon as possible, and when it does, I hope we can sing a hymn together.
Matt Weston.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I too welcome the Secretary of State back to the front bench. One of the vectors here of the current surge in cases has been the rise in cases in schools. On the 17th of June, we had 250,000 pupils away from school. What steps does he think need to be taken to address the decline in the number of tests being carried out in schools? And does he think that the wearing of masks should become mandatory?
Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm pleased that the honourable gentleman has raised this. It is a very important issue, and it is the point he's rightly, I think, making is that when we are asking children not to be in school for these reasons to try and control infections, that it's having a huge impact, a knock-on impact on their education. And that's something that none of us want to see. Just on this issue, I have already asked for fresh advice from my department, and it's something that I intend to discuss with my right honourable friend, the Education Secretary, to see what more we can do.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. May I wholeheartedly welcome my right honourable friend to his new position. Given his extensive experience both inside and outside government, does he agree with me that the UK's success post-pandemic will depend on the Department for Health working closely and collaboratively with local councils, social care providers, businesses and community representatives to ensure we protect both lives and livelihoods in the years ahead?
Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly with my honourable friend, and I can certainly say, from someone who's also been the local government secretary and the business secretary, I agree with him even more so, just directly from that experience.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The new Health Secretary hasn't been on the front bench for a year, but in that time he's been very busy indeed, lining his own pockets, getting £1,500 per hour for his second job, £1,500 for his third job as well, all whilst NHS staff at Seacroft Hospital and St James's Hospital in my constituency have been working harder than ever, getting our communities through this COVID crisis. Given that the Secretary of State has done very well out of the last year, bagging hundreds of thousands of pounds during a national crisis, wouldn't it be the height of hypocrisy for the new Health Secretary to refuse our NHS staff the pay rise they so clearly deserve?
Warm welcome, isn't it?
Secretary of State.
Nice to see you back as well.
The honourable gentleman is going to have to try a lot harder than that.
Video link. Richard Drax.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Can I welcome my right honourable friend to his place, like others, and his optimistic and confident statement, which is so refreshing and music to millions of ears. I concur with him when he says we must learn to live with this virus, which will continue to throw up variants in the years ahead. Many constituents are having trouble actually seeing their GPs. Can my right honourable friend help by persuading some in the profession to return to physical meetings?
It's a really important issue my honourable friend has raised, Mr Deputy Speaker, and even before I had this job as a constituency MP, just like him, this is an issue that's come up again and again, and I absolutely understand it, especially from older members, certainly of my constituency, where people have brought this issue up where perhaps they're not as familiar with technology and they want that face-to-face meeting. It is something I have already asked for advice on, and it's something I will write to him if I may.
Video link. Catherine West.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Many constituents have contacted me as well regarding GP provision, particularly the letting of key practices to private US healthcare companies. Will the Secretary of State take this opportunity to reassure myself and my constituents that he intends to keep our NHS public?
The Right Honourable Lady will know that the NHS is one of our greatest public services. In fact, it's one of the greatest public services that any country has, and it's an example to the rest of the world. And it's something that we will cherish, we will continue to support in every possible way.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And can I warmly welcome your return, my right honourable friend, to the front bench. Some services, such as maternity, were temporarily suspended at Stafford's County Hospital, so that their wards could be used to treat COVID-19 patients at the height of the pandemic. But does my right honourable friend agree with me that it is vital that these services are now returned to County Hospital in Stafford as soon as possible?
Hear, hear.
I think, Mr Deputy Speaker, that this is an important issue for many honourable members, where services, in this case maternity services, were understandably, I think it's fair to say, suspended to deal with the pandemic. But as we now return to normal, it is important that these services that local people rely on start returning to normal as well. And if it's helpful to my honourable friend, I can certainly set up a meeting for her with my honourable friend, the Minister, so we can discuss that in more detail.
Marion Fellows.
Mr Deputy Speaker, now that the Health Secretary is in position, will he break from his predecessor's outright refusal to deliver the pay rises to NHS staff in England, which they deserve? Will he, at minimum, commit to matching NHS staff pay rates in Scotland, delivering a pay rise for staff in England, and more money in consequentials to help devolved governments support NHS staff in devolved nations?
Mr Deputy Speaker, I think the whole House would agree that the government must absolutely make sure there's a fair pay settlement for all NHS workers, and that's certainly what there will be.
Liam Fox.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm absolutely delighted to see my right honourable friend back in his rightful place on the front bench. There can be no clearer example of a government committed to recycling. I also hope he will bring his customary consistency in approach to the COVID crisis and tell us whether we are actually following dates or data. And in terms of the data we get, it's not just about the number of infections. It's about who is getting infected, what age they are, do they have pre-existing conditions, have they been offered a vaccine but refused to have one. And it's not just about hospitalisations, how many people are there, how long are they being hospitalised for compared to the previous parts of the pandemic, how many of them are requiring extra care, how many are going on to ICU. We need to understand much better how the government are reaching decisions that they do. The British people are not stupid, and Parliament needs to be taken much more into the government's confidence, and I trust, given his previous example of how he's conducted himself, my right honourable friend will do that.
Secretary.
Well, can I first tell my right honourable friend I'm happy to be recycled, and that's something we're recycling, something we're all in favour of. But on his very important point about data, and I saw the data in the department for the first time yesterday, in the very detail that it provides, how granular it is, and I have to say to my right honourable friend I was very impressed with that data. So I can give him the reassurance that the government is looking at the data and absolutely taking that into account. But I also would like to see, find a way to make sure that we can share as much of that data as possible so others can benefit from that. And I will certainly be looking at ways to see how we can do just that.
Mishra.
Mr Deputy Speaker, despite the best efforts of our hard-working NHS staff, COVID-19 has created a backlog of cancer care. Macmillan estimates the current backlog of people receiving their first cancer treatment now stands at 37,000 people across England. One of the key ways the Secretary of State can help with the government's goal of recovering from the pandemic is ensuring we have enough well-trained and motivated NHS staff now and into the future. Therefore, will the Secretary of State commit to addressing the cancer backlog and invest in the NHS workforce to build back better for the future now he's in post? And will he meet with me and Macmillan Cancer Support to discuss this urgent matter?
Mr Deputy Speaker, your cancer diagnosis and treatment has remained a top priority, obviously rightly so, throughout the entire pandemic. 2.47 million urgent referrals have been made and over 618,000 people have been treated between March 2020 and April 2021. The Honourable Gentleman may also be interested to know that following the Help Us Help You symptom awareness campaign, that many of the sort of so-called missing patients are starting to come forward and urgent referrals are rising, and that's what we all want to see.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr Deputy Speaker. Can I warmly welcome my right honourable friend to his post and place on record my thanks to his predecessor, who was always assiduous in attending the Select Committee and indeed the dispatch box. But is my right honourable friend aware that Professor Sir Andrew Pollard, one of the heroes of the Oxford vaccine, recently told my committee that we need to be aware that new variants are likely to infect even the vaccinated. But, and I quote, if high protection against hospitalisation continues, despite the spread of cases in the community, the public health crisis is over. So what will my right honourable friend do to inform the public, and perhaps some officials, that we must move from being concerned about the number of cases of COVID to focusing squarely on hospitalisation?
Mr Deputy Speaker, I absolutely agree with my right honourable friend. I mean, this is such a crucial point, and it's one that I referred to earlier. That, of course, cases, they're not unimportant, but because now that we have the vaccine, thankfully, and in this country in particular, so many people are getting vaccinated. Of course, we want to see more. We want to see more and more people coming forward, but the take-up is excellent, especially compared to other countries. It is that vaccine that is going to break that link between case numbers and hospitalisation. And as I said, we are absolutely starting to see that, and the indications are very, very positive on this, and I hope that that is the kind of news that my right honourable friend would welcome.
Video link. Paul Blomfield.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. The Home Office recently updated their visa guidance to say that new international students and those returning to the UK must be here by the 27th of September or lose their post-study work rights. Now, around 1/5 of our international students are from red list countries. Their arrival risks a surge in demand that will overwhelm the hotel quarantine system. Universities UK, the CBI and others have written to ministers urging flexibility on visa rules to enable blended learning to continue and phased entry to the UK. So will the Secretary of State urgently meet with his successor as Home Secretary to seek this change?
Mr Deputy Speaker, the honourable friend seems I wasn't aware of this issue. I'm glad he's brought it to my attention, and I certainly will raise it with my right honourable friend, the Home Secretary.
Video link. Jason McCartney.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I welcome my right honourable friend to his challenging new role. And one of the big challenges in my area is parents, grandparents and guardians having to deal with children and students from local schools and colleges having to isolate for sometimes a third or fourth time in the past couple of months as a result of having been a close contact of a positive case. This is having a huge impact on education, mental health and well-being. So can I ask what extra PCR testing, as well as a new approach to isolating, can be introduced to help support local families and children?
Mr Deputy Speaker, another very important issue, and he's right to highlight the impact of this isolation that is demanded of children, understandably so, but the impact that it's having in terms of their education, mental health, and in so many other detrimental ways. And that is exactly why I've asked for fresh advice on this. I want to see if there's anything more that we can do, any more flexibilities. I am aware that there is a pilot programme in place at the moment that certain local authorities are using, where tests can be used in lieu of isolation, but I want to see if we can go further, and I will be happy to discuss that further with my honourable friend.
Video link. Sir David Evener.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. can I congratulate my right honourable friend on his appointment as Secretary of State and wish him well. In Bexley Borough, we have some of the highest performing vaccination teams in the country, and we're all grateful to those involved for their tremendous work. However, will he confirm that the vaccine rollout remains his top priority so that my constituents in Bexleyheath and Crayford can be confident that we defeat this pandemic, ease restrictions and see life return to normality after the 19th of July?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I can certainly confirm that to my honourable friend. As he just suggests, the vaccine is the best way out of this pandemic. And let me share with him that 4/5 of adults have had their first jab, 3/5 of adults have had both jabs. That's some almost, I think, 77 million jabs across the country, millions more to come. And this is going to be our way out of the crisis. I'm grateful for the huge amount of work that the NHS staff, volunteers are doing in his constituency and throughout the country to achieve this and get more and more people vaccinated.
Video link. Shiomora.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. In Newcastle, infection rates are doubling every week, now at over 400 per 100,000. The Secretary of State may think that's not important because thankfully hospitalisation and deaths are not rising at the same pace, but more and more people are being asked to self-isolate. My constituents want to do the right thing, and the vast majority do, but supporters look woeful. Does he recognise that is one reason for higher rates in areas with higher levels of low-paid and insecure work? And as a previous Chancellor, will he fight for more support, including extending eligibility to anyone without access to workplace certificates?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I couldn't hear the question entirely, but I think I got the gist of it, that areas that are seeing rising case rates, and as I mentioned, there are some parts of England that are seeing particularly higher increases, that they are being given, I think, as the Honourable Lady knows, that extra levels of support through testing, through tracing, and through other means, including extra financial support. And we will absolutely keep under review how much further support that can be provided to help with the kind of issues that she's mentioned.
Dr. Ben Spencer.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I congratulate my right honourable friend on his appointment and warmly welcome his return to the front bench. Does he share my concerns regarding this winter, when we predict there may be an increase in COVID hospitalisations superimposed on normal NHS winter pressures? And can you confirm that plans and preparations are being put in place now to support our NHS in what may be a very difficult winter indeed?
My honourable friend is right to raise this, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I can absolutely confirm to him that plans are being put in place. A huge amount of work was done by my predecessor. Of course, I will continue that work. Just yesterday, I had meetings on this in terms of winter plans, and I can give him the absolute assurance, not just in terms of vaccinations, but in terms of dealing with the backlog, that there are plans in place, and in due course, I will come to this House and set them out.
Clive Efford.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Secretary of State, in answer to my right honourable friend earlier on, said that he was working on a plan for social care, but not there yet, but we are getting there. But can I ask him, the Prime Minister told us that he had a ready-made plan back in July 2019. What's changed? Does that plan exist, or has it been changed?
The Prime Minister has a plan, and we're working on the detail of that plan.
Video link. Hugh Merriman.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And can I also welcome and congratulate the Secretary of State to his position? Can I ask if his optimism on the end of domestic restrictions extend to those who want to go abroad to take up international travel again or work in the industry? Can I also ask him if he's confident that the 3/5 he'd mentioned that have been double jabbed will be able to go to amber list countries without quarantine? And would he be willing to meet with me and other colleagues who share a similar concern that we need to do more to try and help our industry?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, My honourable friend will know, first of all, that July the 19th, the restrictions that were removed were focused on domestic restrictions. He knows that separately we also take very seriously the sort of border controls and the border restrictions and the so-called traffic line system. In terms of making any further decision on that, he'll know it's kept under constant review and on a very regular basis, and it's something that I intend to sit down and discuss with my right honourable friend, the Transport Secretary, as soon as I can.
Harper. Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Can I first of all say I very much welcome my right honourable friend's return to the front bench. I know from my experience of dealing with him in government that he's a man of real integrity, and that's an essential quality in a health secretary at a time like this. So I welcome his appointment. I welcome his tone and his intent to get us back to normal. But let me just pick up an earlier answer to our honourable friend, the member for Runnymede and Weybridge. There are those in government, from documents I have seen, who are preparing the ground for the return of restrictions in the autumn and the winter. Can I ask my right honourable friend to rule out the use of lockdowns and restrictions in the winter as a mechanism for managing COVID, and look at alternatives to make sure the NHS is able to deal with us getting back to normal?
Mr Deputy Speaker, first of all, can I thank my right honourable friend for his kind and warm remarks, and I know he's taken great interest in throughout the pandemic on the restrictions in particular, and I absolutely understand why it's been so important to him and to others. So one thing I'd like to say to him, or I'm very happy to meet with him and discuss these issues in more detail and listen to his views. And when it comes to restrictions, he should know that it's my intention, it's the government's intention, as I've said, I think from day one on this job, is to remove all restrictions as quickly as possible.
Final question, Steve Bryan.
Warm welcome to my honourable friend. I wish him very well. I'm looking for a change in policy as much as a change in tone. So can I just return him finally to the subject of education? Estimates suggest 250,000 children are missing school today due to precautionary isolations. The vast majority of them sequential due to the bubbles they're caught in. 10 days of isolation is then unavoidable under the current rules, even with a negative PCR test. Haven't our young people suffered enough? Are we really going to continue to do this to ourselves? So is this not an area, Mr Deputy Speaker, given the availability and reliability of testing now, where I might find that change of policy I'm looking for?
Again, as other honourable members have rightly raised this, my honourable friend is right to draw attention to this once again. This is a very important issue, and it's something I've focused on day one on the job. That is why I've asked for fresh advice on this. As he knows, this decision was made with the data that was available at the time. Clearly, data is changing all the time, and we must make sure that we keep that under review for exactly the right reasons that he's just set out. And as I say, I have asked for advice on this, and I will be hopefully be able to say more on this as soon as possible.
I'd like to thank the Secretary of State for Health for his statement today, and in his first outing in the new role has responded to 31 questions in 1 hour. So thank you very much. Point of order, Kay Green.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Last Monday, following education questions, I raised a point of order querying the Secretary of State's claim that the government aimed to roll out tutoring to 6 million pupils. The Secretary of State insisted that that figure was correct. However, at the end of last week, Schools Week reported that when they approached Department for Education officials about the figure, they contradicted the Secretary of State, saying the pledge is for 6 million courses, not 6 million pupils. Mr Deputy Speaker, in light of this discrepancy and the possibility that the Secretary of State has given incorrect information to the House, can you advise me on what steps I can take to ensure that he comes to this chamber to clarify the matter in order that honourable members can be sure that we have accurate information?
I thank the honourable member for giving notice of this point of order, because it does allow for fuller responses, which I think is what every member would like. So although the content of answers to parliamentary questions and contributions is not a matter for the Chair, I must remind the House that the Government's own ministerial code requires ministers to correct any inadvertent errors in answers to parliamentary questions at the earliest opportunity. An error has been made in this instance. I'm sure that the Government will seek to correct it as quickly as possible, and I know that the Whip on Duty will pass this on to the Minister, and if the Honourable Member wishes to pursue this issue, I'm sure that the Table Office will be able to further advise her. We will now suspend for 3 minutes. Order.
Order. Order. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Rating Coronavirus and Directors' Disqualification Dissolved Companies Bill, second reading.
Now, the reasoned amendment in the name of the Liberal Democrats has been selected, and I call Minister Luke Hall to move the second reading.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I beg to move that the bill now be read a second time. This bill contains two halves. The first is a measure which changes the valuation assumptions that are applied when making business rate determinations in light of COVID-19. The second is a measure which will provide for the disqualification of unfit directors of dissolved companies. I'll speak to these two parts in the order they appear in the bill, starting with the business rates measure before moving on to the measure relating to the disqualification of directors of dissolved companies. The pandemic has presented significant challenges for businesses in all sectors. Our response has been of a similarly unprecedented scale, with more than £280 billion provided throughout the pandemic to protect millions of jobs and businesses. In this year's budget, the Chancellor announced an extra £65 billion of support for 2021 and 21-22. The support we've provided for businesses included 100% business rate relief for all eligible retail, hospitality, leisure and nursery properties for 2020-21 at a cost of £10 billion. When combined with those eligible for small business rate relief, this means that more than half of ratepayers in England would have paid no rates at all in 2020-21. At this year's budget, we confirmed a further 3-month extension to the full 100% business rate relief for retail, hospitality and leisure businesses, followed by a further 9-month period of relief at 66% subject to a cash cap at a further cost of £6 billion. This takes the total level of support provided to businesses by government through relief from business rates since the start of the pandemic to over £16 billion. This is important context for this bill, because as well as helping businesses through the pandemic, it's also important that we support local government with the critical role they have in supporting our communities. A vital part of that is the income they receive from business rates. So while it's necessary to provide rate relief to businesses, it's also important that we do this in a way that's targeted and ensures that those who can still contribute continue to pay this tax. With that in mind, Clause 1 is concerned with how rateable values should be assessed during the pandemic. A business rates bill is calculated by multiplying the rateable value of the property by the multiplier or the tax rate and then applying the reliefs. The rateable value of a property is therefore, broadly speaking, its annual rental value at a set valuation date, which the current rating list is 1st of April 2015. All the rateable values should therefore reflect the annual rental values at the 1st of April 2015. This provides a consistent tax base for all businesses. Of course, it's necessary to update that tax base, which is done at regular evaluations undertaken by the VOA. The next evaluation was originally scheduled for the 1st of April 2021, based on values at the 1st of April 2019, but last year we took the step of postponing that evaluation to the 1st of April 2023 to ensure that it better reflected the impact of the pandemic. Parliament approved that change in the passing of the Non-Domestic Rating Lists Act 2021 and received cross-party support, which we were extremely grateful for. Outside of these general evaluations, a ratepayer can still submit a challenge on their property's rateable value to the VOA. This can be done between revaluations for a number of reasons, such as to correct factual errors or to reflect what's called a material change in circumstances or an MCC. If not satisfied with the outcome of the challenge, the ratepayer can then appeal the VOA's decision to the valuation tribunal. It's been an established principle of the business rate system that a material change of circumstances challenge can be made on the basis of a physical change to a property or its locality. For example, a successful MCC challenge could be made following the partial demolition of a property or significant roadworks near a property that might affect its value. However, following the pandemic, the VOA received high numbers of MCC challenges seeking a reduction in rateable value to reflect the impact of the pandemic. Of course, the MCC legislation, as first set out in the Local Government Finance Act 1988, was not designed with COVID-19 in mind, and the MCC system has never been used in response to economic-wide impacts or shocks, and it's therefore become necessary with Clause 1 of this bill to clarify the treatment of COVID-19 in assessing rateable values. We have been clear that relying on the MCC system to help businesses that need further support in light of the pandemic is not the right mechanism. It would mean significant amount of taxpayer support going to businesses with properties such as offices, many of whom might be able to operate normally throughout the pandemic, at a time when we've provided significant amounts of support to those most impacted. For example, the workforce of a consultancy firm based in central London, which was previously entirely office-based, is likely to have been, since the start of the pandemic, largely working from home, but the business itself may have continued to operate throughout. Under the business rate appeals regime, they could have argued that its office space had undergone a material change in circumstances due to the reduced occupancy, and if such an appeal had been successful, a business rates reduction would have been awarded to that business. But it would not have been right for such a business to have a reduced tax liability on that basis, given that it had not suffered an actual economic impact. So relying on the MCC system to support businesses would also mean resolving these disputes through the courts, which could take years and create additional uncertainty for both businesses and for local government, who rely on that income from business rates to deliver vital local services. This bill will therefore ensure that the coronavirus and the restrictions put in place in response to it cannot be used as the basis for the successful making of an MCC challenge or appeal. It would ensure that changes to the physical state of a property can continue to be reflected in rateable values as and when they occur, irrespective of whether this is a result of the coronavirus, but that the general impact of the pandemic on the property market will not be reflected until the next evaluation in 2023. All rateable values will continue until then to be based on the property market at the 1st of April 2015. This approach is supported by the Public Accounts Committee, who have welcomed the financial certainty that this measure gives councils. This measure applies in England. Business rates policy is fully devolved to whether the same legislation is necessary in Wales, Scotland, Northern Ireland is a matter for the respective governments, but we've been working closely with the devolved administrations regarding the bill. Although the law in Wales is similar to England, different legislation applies in Scotland and Northern Ireland, and the impacts, of course, of the coronavirus may have been different. So whether the devolved administrations choose to follow the measures in Clause 1 will depend on the individual circumstances and choices made in those countries. We have also supported businesses. We've put forward £16 billion of support into business rates for the pandemic, and we've announced a relief worth an additional £1.5 billion for ratepayers impacted by the pandemic who have not been able to access business rate reliefs. These new reliefs will be administered by local authorities and will be distributed according to which sectors have suffered the most economically, rather than on the basis of temporary falls in property value. This will ensure that support is provided to businesses in England in the fastest and fairest way possible, and will continue to work with and support councils and local government to enable ratepayers to apply for the new reliefs as soon as possible. Madam Deputy Speaker, turning to the second part of the bill, which deals with the abuse of the process whereby companies are removed from the register and dissolved. The large majority of company directors are responsible, passionate about their businesses and diligent. They act as effective stewards of the companies to which they are appointed, and I certainly pay tribute to the directors that make such a valuable contribution to our economy and have fought so hard over the last year to ensure their company's survival, preserving the jobs and livelihoods of so many in their business, within their business and beyond. Unfortunately, of course, there are exceptions, and the business community and the wider public must be protected from those individuals who abuse the privilege of limited liability. Those directors who act recklessly, irresponsibly, or even criminally should expect to have to answer for their conduct. This means expecting to have their conduct investigated and, if they've done wrong, facing the possibility of being disqualified from acting as a company director for up to 15 years, depending on the severity of their misconduct. Disqualification protects both the public from the actions of those who have demonstrated they're unfit to hold the position of a director of a company, and acts as a deterrent to reckless or culpable behaviour. Evidence to support disqualification action comes from investigation of companies and the conduct of their directors. The Secretary of State for Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy may investigate live companies through the powers contained in the Companies Act 1985, and also the conduct of the directors of insolvent companies through similar powers in the Insolvency Act 1986 and the Company Directors Disqualification Act, also of 1986. If those investigations reveal evidence that a director's conduct has fallen below the standards expected of someone in their position, then a period of disqualification can be sought, either through a court application or through an undertaking given by the person to the Secretary of State. A period of disqualification protects the business community and the wider public by preventing the person from acting in the promotion, the formation or the management of a limited company. Breach of a disqualification order is a criminal offence, so it's an extremely serious matter. As things stand, though, there is a loophole in the disqualification regime which some irresponsible directors have been able to exploit. It concerns the situation where a company has been dissolved without entering insolvency proceedings. Dissolution, of course, should not be used as an alternative to insolvency proceedings, and there is evidence that some directors have been using the process both as a way of fraudulently dodging repayment of company debts and to avoid the insolvency proceedings and the scrutiny of their behaviour that comes with that. In fact, happy to give way.
Very good. And I absolutely support measures he's taken in this bill. He mentions fraud. What the measures he's talking about in this bill, I take it, would not negate potential prosecution of fraud, where it's demonstrated that a company director had defrauded the taxpayer by means, for example, of a bounce-back loan.
Well, can I thank my honourable friend for that point? He is an expert in this House on these matters, and I look forward to working with him as we deliver this bill. Of course, where a company is dissolved, the only way the conduct of its former directors can be scrutinised is if it's restored to the register, which is a costly process involving court proceedings. The Insolvency Service regularly receives complaints about the conduct of directors where that company has been dissolved, and many such complaints relate to the use of dissolution to dump the debts of one company, only for a new company to start up in the same business, often with the same directors, the same employees, often even working out of the same premises. And the debts dumped in this way, often large tax debts, awards made by employment tribunals, or sometimes even debts owed directly to consumers. So provisions in this bill will close the loophole and allow the Secretary of State for Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy to investigate the conduct of former directors of dissolved companies, and where public interest criteria are met, to take action and have them disqualified from acting as a company director. We consulted on this measure back in 2018 and it received a warm welcome from stakeholders. It's now become extremely important that we get it on the statute book so it can support the business community and the wider economy in recovering from the impact of the pandemic. This new power to investigate and seek disqualification of former directors of dissolved companies forms part of a package of counter-fraud measures seeking to target any fraudulent behaviour relating to bounce-back loan schemes through the abuse of the dissolution process, and to ensure the responsible use of public funds. Retrospective provisions in the bill will mean that when the new provision becomes law, conduct which is happening right now will become subject to investigation and could be used to support future disqualification proceedings, even if the company is dissolved. Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill fulfils the Government's commitment to introducing two important measures. It will make changes to the business rate appeal system and provide for the tackling of abuses associated with the process whereby companies are removed from the register and dissolved. These are two distinct areas of policy, but our approach is consistent. We will ensure the continued operation of a coherent framework. We will deliver certainty, support businesses to thrive, and allow councils to plan for their finances with confidence and continue to deliver the first-class services which our communities rely on, and I commend it to the House.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Shadow Minister Jeff Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to respond on behalf of the opposition to the Rating Coronavirus and Directors Disqualification Dissolved Companies Bill. A short bill, but one that will have important consequences for many businesses and individuals. The opposition recognise the rationale behind the bill, and we don't intend to divide the House at second reading. But there are elements of the proposals where we think the government needs to be clearer about how some of the measures will work in practice, and needs to spell out how all businesses will be supported. Businesses and local authorities have already faced massive uncertainty this year, and they shouldn't face more. So I welcome the chance to discuss the bill to ensure we get the detail right, and we'll seek further clarification and information and consider submitting amendments as the bill makes progress. Clause 1 of it, as we've heard, legislates to ensure that coronavirus can't be taken as a cause of material change of circumstance for business rates valuations, and therefore prevents rateable values for businesses being altered to take into account the impact of coronavirus. Now, we recognise that the most effective way to provide help for businesses hit by the pandemic is not via the process of application for material change in circumstances, and that MCCs, in the context of what we hope and trust are temporary change in circumstances, is not the correct mechanism for determining valuations. We also acknowledge that the demand of large numbers of appeals could put strain on the system, and that the most effective use of the valuation offices, agencies, time and resource is the upcoming revaluation of business rates. And indeed, as the Minister said, we supported the delay in the next business rate revaluation last year so that it didn't take place in the middle of the pandemic. It's now important that the VOA are able to effectively carry out the revaluation in 2023, so we accept the logic for these measures. But we believe it's important that where businesses have experienced what would normally qualify as an MCC, for example, a physical change to the property or the locality, not related to coronavirus, that the property owner will be able to appeal against the 27 list valuation on that basis. So I'd be grateful for the Minister in responding just to clarify for the record and for the assurances of businesses watching that a material change of circumstance application not related to coronavirus will still be allowed, and this is not a blanket ban on MCC claims. We welcome in principle the announcement of additional relief to businesses that have not so far benefited from any rate relief. This is a positive step towards supporting businesses, particularly in the supply chain of the retail, hospitality and leisure sectors, businesses that have seen an economic impact but haven't received relief so far. While we welcome the relief, it's unclear how the £1.5 billion figure was calculated, and we do have real concerns over whether it will be enough to support all those businesses who desperately need it. We're particularly concerned that the figure may not be enough to compensate one sector which has been particularly hard hit, which is aviation, and particularly the large airports. And I know that the airports, some of which have submitted applications for MCCs, are concerned that £1.5 billion is nowhere near enough to fairly reflect the impact of the pandemic and to protect jobs and livelihoods across the worst affected sectors. The aviation sector is united in agreement that the lack of business rates relief adds to the failings of government to provide meaningful support to the aviation industry throughout this pandemic. So if £1.5 billion is demonstrated to be insufficient, can the Minister assure the House that the government will come forward with further funding when necessary? Will the government give consideration to a further package of support for airports that have been impacted by coronavirus? And has the Minister undertaken an assessment of the impact that this legislation may have on the operation of pieces of national infrastructure, such as airports, and was any consideration given to exempting them from the provisions? Madam Deputy Speaker, we acknowledge that this funding mechanism has the potential to get help to businesses more quickly than via the process of application for MCC. But the government needs to get the funding out to local authorities and businesses as quickly as possible, which is why it's a matter of real concern that the government so far failed to give details of how the £1.5 billion will be allocated and spent. The original announcement of the funding came on the 25th of March, and it's now 3 months later and no indication of the methodology. And in answer to a parliamentary question on the 18th of May, the Minister said that the guidance on the distribution of the fund will be finalised once the bill has passed through Parliament. That means it's likely that allocations of the fund won't be made until after the summer recess. And that means businesses won't receive payments until September at the earliest, and that's not good enough for businesses and for local authorities. Many businesses don't know whether they'll qualify for the fund, given that the criteria have yet to be published. And there's a genuine risk that some businesses may not survive long enough to benefit if there isn't some assurance of support before the autumn. The delay also puts local authorities in a difficult position. The government expects them to set up local initiatives to deliver their grants, but hasn't given them details about their individual allocations nor national guidance on administering the scheme. So I'd strongly urge the government to provide businesses and local authorities with the clarity they need by publishing an early release of the indicative funding allocations and the eligibility criteria. It will be important that this funding is kept under review to ensure it's enough to meet demand. And can I ask the Minister, will any new burdens due to administrative or other costs be covered by the government? Businesses have been through so much uncertainty in the last 18 months, and it's unacceptable if the government is going to add more confusion and delay. Madam Deputy Speaker, we welcome that the legislation gives local councils the assurance that their income from business rates will remain reasonably stable and predictable for the immediate future. With business rates currently forming such a substantial part of local authority income, a major change could potentially have hit local government finances hard after an exceptionally challenging period with inadequate support from central government. From April this year to March 2023, the VOA is conducting the next business rates valuation. We appreciate that managing a large number of MCC appeals at the same time could lead to a need for extra resources for the VOA, but there's already, we think, a need for extra resources for the VOA. Revaluations of business rates are slow and infrequent, and a wide coalition of business organisations have called for more frequent revaluations in order for a closer, more accurate link between the actual rate and the state of the economy and businesses' abilities to pay. We understand the need for the next revaluation to be moved to 2023, and the VOA should be given the resources it needs to carry out more frequent revaluations. Turning to clauses 2 and 3 of the bill, which make provision relating to investigations and disqualification of directors of dissolved companies, the opposition is pleased to see the closing of a legal loophole that for too long has allowed unscrupulous or unfit company directors to evade responsibility. It's right that the government should have the power to investigate and disqualify directors of dissolved companies. In particular, we know that between January and March of this year, there were over 170,000 company dissolutions in the UK, a 25% increase compared with the same time period in 2020. This does raise the suspicion that dishonest individuals may have tried to exploit this loophole to avoid repaying bounce-back loans. The current way to pursue fraudulent activity in relation to dissolved companies, applying to the court to restore the company, is a lengthy and costly process, and we agree that it's in the public interest to remove this barrier and deliver more accountability to unfit company directors. I do have a couple of questions for the Minister on detail. The first is around how additional investigations brought about by the change will be funded. Under this bill, the Insolvency Service can apply to court to disqualify a director only if the director's company has been dissolved for less than 3 years. So it's really important that the Insolvency Service is given the resources to carry out investigations effectively and quickly. The government needs to ensure that a lack of resources doesn't lead to investigations into directors of dissolved companies coming at the expense of investigations into directors of insolvent ones. Put simply, if the Insolvency Service is not adequately funded, the aims of the bill won't be met and unfit directors could continue to get away with fraudulent actions. Secondly, if a director is to be found culpable, how exactly will the government go about facilitating the repayment they may owe? The disqualification regime in itself doesn't provide measures for repayment. So can the Minister give any more detail about how the compensation orders will work and what circumstances might the government aim to restore the company and begin an insolvency procedure? These are questions that need to be cleared up in order for the Insolvency Service, the courts and creditors to have clarity over how the bill will work in practice. In summary, Madam Deputy Speaker, Labour accepts the overarching measures in the bill, but we are concerned by some of the lack of detail within, and the good intentions of the bill won't be delivered without proper funding for all the sectors affected. And while these issues go unaddressed, we will continue to raise these concerns as the bill makes progress. Uncertainty is not good for businesses. They deserve clarity. The lack of detail around funding is a concern, and measures to hold directors to account will not be successful unless the Insolvency Service is fully funded. So I look forward to the Minister addressing these questions in closing the debate, and I have no doubt that businesses and local authorities up and down the country will be hoping he does so too. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Hollingray.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to be called so early in a debate. I'm not used to that happening fairly frequently. I'll first of all draw the House's attention to my entry in the Register of Members' Interests. Been involved in business rates as a business person for a long time, and I do greatly sympathise with the businesses that have been hit by the coronavirus, and we know it is a disproportionate impact on some sectors compared to others. But I do support the government's measures here, and I'll explain why. I think obviously the government's put a lot of support in, I think £16 billion, the Minister said, in business rates reliefs to certain sectors, and I think another 10 billion, at least 10 billion in grants above that, and another 1.5 billion pounds here for businesses that weren't included in those schemes. But I think the motion tabled by the Honourable Lady, who was speaking next, I think, is flawed, actually. I think it shows a deep misunderstanding how the business rate system works. Business rates is not about a business, it is about a property. All business rates are based upon a property value. And I think what she's trying to argue is that a business of a different business type, such as, let's say a nightclub, should be treated in terms of business rates differently from, for example, a retailer or a bank that might have traded successfully. So asking the Valuation Office Agency to value something on the basis of how a certain business has been hit by coronavirus would turn the business rate system completely upside down at a time when that wouldn't really be particularly helpful. And of course, I understand over 300,000 businesses potentially would have taken this route, some of which had not been hit by the coronavirus. So it leaves a completely huge opportunity for, I might say, a kind of a bonanza for the legal sector to be able to look at this, take these things to court, and that would ultimately cost the taxpayer a lot of money, many occasions where the business is concerned hadn't suffered from the coronavirus. I think the point is about the material change of circumstance. It is about a permanent change. That's what it's there for, a permanent change. As the Minister said, something like a demolition or something that was affecting a whole locality that affected all the premises in those areas, where this is certainly not that. This is not about general market conditions. This is hopefully coronavirus will be a temporary thing where the restrictions caused by it will in 2 or 3 weeks' time have been long gone. So, for that reason, I don't support the lady's motion and support the government's action in terms of material change of circumstance and restricting the right to be able to take an appeal forward on that basis. Just in terms of Clause 2, the former directors and of dissolved companies, absolutely support that closing up loophole too. I think, as the Minister said, often you see business owners that will use these subterfuge to be able to avoid, whether it be repayment of bounce back loans or whether it be payment of suppliers, absolutely inappropriately. And if there's a direct route to that through going straight to a dissolved entity, it's absolutely right. We close that. I must say I did listen to the Shadow Minister. I think he made some very good points about the resources for the Insolvency Service. And I've worked quite a lot with the Insolvency Service on various matters while I've been in this House. And in my view, they're not the most proactive organisation around. And it may be a lack of resources, but certainly it's no point having the regulations if we don't regulate them. And we've got to make sure that if these measures are introduced, they do hunt down those people who try and avoid their debts or indeed fraudulently. And as I said before in my intervention, the Minister, if these debts have been avoided fraudulently, then those people should be prosecuted for fraud. And again, that's another area we lack resources. The UK has a very poor record in terms of hunting down fraud in terms of financial crime. It's an area we need to beef up our resources, which will have a huge payback, of course, huge payback. In terms of the relative amounts that are charged as financial sanctions, the UK versus the US, I think even accounting for their size of their economy, they have a 5 to 6 times greater amount of money comes back into the US Treasury effectively through their prosecution of fraud, and it would be a big payback in terms of our Treasury if we beefed up resources. I'll just touch briefly on one issue, the Insolvency Service, not directly related to this, but has some reflects on certain points made by the Shadow Minister. There's trying to get the Insolvency Service to take forward action against a rogue set of business rate consultants called RBA, who go into businesses, unsuspecting small businesses, don't quite understand that small business rates relief, for example, is freely available. You just need to contact the council, and they will, and that becomes applicable to your particular premises and business. They don't understand that, and RBA sign them up into a contract which basically takes 50% of the relief for up to 12 years. Through writing one letter to the local authorities. It's absolutely wrong. We should close that organisation down now, and the Insolvency Service has promised to look at it, but not as proactively as it might. Just a wider point on the general issue about insolvency. As many people in this place know, I'm the co-chair of the All-Party Group on Fair Business Banking. For some time, we've had real concerns about the insolvency profession generally. It's probably unhealthy links with some of the people it gets its work from, not least the high street banks. We're doing an inquiry into this alongside legal firm Humphreys Kerstetter, producing a report. We're taking evidence now, a report on this in early September. But really, those conflicts of interest, we've seen lots of cases, including one quite recently with KPMG and HIG, where KPMG have been fined and HIG have been fined a significant amount in a draft judgment. There are some unhealthy alliances here. We need to remove those conflicts of interest. And as the government's said it will consider doing at some point, is move towards an independent regulator, an ombudsman-style regulator for the insolvency profession, which doesn't happen now. It's pretty much self-regulation, which has been proven time and time again not to work. So I know that's not a matter, particularly for today, Mr. Speaker, but a good opportunity to get it on the record.
SNP spokesperson Peter Grant.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to contribute to this debate. I will be confining my remarks to clauses 2 and 3, which are the ones that apply in the whole of the UK. The Minister pointed out that clause 1 doesn't apply to Scotland directly. The SNP welcomes the provisions to close the loopholes that have been identified, although they don't go nearly far enough. And I'm a bit concerned that this is, I think, the second or third time recently where we've seen a bill being brought forward to tighten up on director misconduct and company misconduct and company fraud. But the bill is framed so narrowly that it's almost impossible to amend it in order to widen the scope or to improve it further. So I hope that while we won't be opposing the second reading tonight, I hope that we're not too far away from seeing a more comprehensive review of companies legislation with a wider scope, so that members who have got particular changes they want to see have got the ability to put them forward to be debated by the House. Effectively, the proposals make a slight change to the way in which the directors of a company are allowed to be completely separate from the company itself when things go wrong. The concept of creating a separate legal entity when a limited company is formed is a perfectly sound one. There were valid reasons for introducing that concept 150 years ago, 200 years ago, when companies legislation was in its infancy. Many of those reasons are valid today, and they should retain the protection for directors, for senior managers, and indeed for shareholders of companies that go to the wall through no fault of their own, through bad luck or misjudgment. But the reasons for protecting company directors do not extend to making it harder to deal with con men and the occasional con women who set out to become millionaires at the costs of other people's pensions, other people's savings, other people's hard-earned cash. When there's reasonable grounds to believe that the directors of a company have been guilty of serious misconduct, including in some cases criminal misconduct, we can't allow them to delay, reduce or in any way frustrate the resultant punitive action just by dissolving the company. That would be like saying that if somebody's facing charges under the Road Traffic Acts, they can get away with it just by scrapping the car. It's not the vehicle that's at fault, it's the people who were driving the vehicle at the time. And the government have rightly pointed out that some of the abuses that are wanting to tighten up on are those that are carried out by what's called Phoenix companies, where the directors shut down one company, essentially resurrect the same company, but because they give it a different name, rank and serial number, legally it's a different person, and all the sins of the previous company are then forgotten about. You don't need to close down the guilty company first. The same abuses can equally well be perpetrated by running 2 or 3, or in a case will come to in a minute, 23 parallel companies with exactly the same couple of shareholders, exactly the same couple of directors, very often no other employees at all, through a sometimes a lengthy, sometimes a short process, dump all the liabilities, all the debts onto one company, shut that down, while the assets and the benefits are hidden away in a separate company to be shared only by the directors. In those circumstances, surely it's right that the Insolvency Service and other regulators have got the unrestricted right to pursue the individual directors, regardless of which company name they're hiding behind at the time. It does have to be said, though, that if the government are serious about imposing improved standards of integrity in the City of London, it's unfortunate they've chosen to present the bill on the day when one of their own ministers told the BBC that the standards of integrity in government conduct that they want to be judged by is what they can get away with electorally. There's a double standard there, Madam Deputy Speaker, which is perhaps not directly relevant to this debate, but the government can't afford to ignore it. But let me mention one example of what can go wrong when directors appear to be running the company for their own benefit and not for the benefit of those whose money they're supposed to be looking after. The Nunn-McCreesh Limited Liability Partnership was incorporated in August 2012, dissolved by voluntary strike-off in October 2015, but only had 3 officers, Philip Nunn, Patrick McCreesh and a company they jointly owned called It's Your Pension Limited. That was incorporated in 2013 and dissolved by voluntary strike-off in 2016. Coincidentally, at the same time that Mr Nunn and Mr McCreesh took a decision to dissolve the Limited Liability Partnership, the Insolvency Service were finding that the LLP had been paid nearly £900,000 for identifying investors for Capita Oak. That's a name that members will be very familiar with as a pension fund that collapsed, taking £120 million of other people's pensions with it. Capita Oak remains under investigation by the Serious Fraud Office. We don't know if the part played by Nunn McCreesh and numerous other companies in Capita Oak is part of that investigation or not. Mr Nunn and Mr McCreesh moved on very quickly for the dissolved LLP, set up a whole web of companies, 23 at the last count, under the Blackmore brand. Between 2016 and 2019, one of those companies, Blackmore Bond plc, raised £46 million by selling high-risk mini-bonds to investors that they knew were completely unsuitable for that type of investment. Blackmore Bond plc went into administration in 2020. The investors have almost certainly lost all of the £46 million. Of course I will.
In case, I'm sure he'll be aware that the FCA was warned on numerous occasions about the activities of Blackmore Bond, but did very, well, apparently nothing about it until it was far too late.
I don't know if the Honourable Gentleman was reading through the back of the notes, because he's only about 5 or 6 lines ahead of me in what I was going to say. Now, I don't know whether Mr Nunn and Mr McCreesh were ever placed under investigation or whether they might still be under investigation. For obvious reasons, this kind of information is not shared for the part in Capita Oak. But surely the fact that they were able to dissolve their company shouldn't make any difference to the investigations that they can be subjected to and to the sanctions that they should face if they are ever found guilty of misconduct in their management of Nunn-McCreish LLP or indeed of any of the other umpteen companies that have run. In fact, as indicated by the Honourable Gentleman a minute ago, maybe if the various regulators had communicated to each other more effectively, the Financial Conduct Authority would have heard loud alarm bells ringing when in 2017 they were alerted to the highly questionable sales techniques that Blackmore Bond were using. Maybe if they'd made the link to dodgy practices in relation to Capita Oak carried out by a different company under the same ownership and direction, maybe they would have moved faster than they appeared to do. And maybe at least the investors that ploughed in £26 million to Blackmore Bond after the FCA had been warned about them would have had the chance, the warning, that the Blackmore Group might actually have been better named the Black Hole Group, because that's exactly what it has become for £46 million of other people's money. I've described this one scandal out of many more that I could have described to remind the House that we're not just looking at a theoretical loophole here. We're looking at regulatory weaknesses that have allowed chancellors and charlatans to make well over £1 billion of other people's pensions and life savings disappear. And that's before we start to look at the business-to-business frauds that have forced small businesses out of, into liquidation, very often at massive financial cost to entrepreneurs that have set them up. The provisions in clauses 2 and 3 address one of those weaknesses, just one. Much more is needed. We need a complete reform of Companies House so that, for example, the beneficial ownership of Scottish limited partnerships and other secretive company structures have to be published. We've known for years that SLPs have been used to launder millions of pounds of dirty money created by illicit business activities, usually related to organised crime. We need to see action soon to put a stop to this. We need to reinstate the principle of reverse burden of proof on senior bank managers, for example, so that rather than when something goes wrong in their watch, it's up to the authorities to prove that they were negligent. Can we go back to requiring the bank manager to prove that we're doing the right thing? It's a reverse burden of proof that often applies in other cases of professional misconduct or questions about professional conduct. All of our regulators, including the Insolvency Service and the Financial Conduct Authority, need to be adequately resourced to keep up with almost limitless ingenuity and the criminals that they're trying to keep tabs on. That's not just about the amount of money they have, it's about the degree of training, experience that the people have got, so that the person who is asked to take a decision as to whether somebody is fit to be registered with the Financial Conduct Authority has got the experience to know what kinds of warning signs to look out for. And finally, we need legislation that doesn't just allow us to disqualify directors who are guilty of wrongdoing. We need legislation that allows the authorities to order them to pay compensation to the victims, and in some cases I'll support that on the basis of a civil balance of proof, which is on the balance of probabilities, rather than the much higher bar of proof beyond reasonable doubt, which is the reason why so many cases that the Serious Fraud Office take to court never get as far as a conviction. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, the provisions in clauses 2 and 3 of this bill are ones that we welcome. If the long title, I beg your pardon, and the scope of this legislation had allowed it, we would be submitting a significant number of amendments to improve the legislation at report stage. I hope the time is not too far away when that legislation comes before the House, so that the House can look at this as a much wider issue than simply the fact that the directors can avoid disqualification by scrapping their vehicles.
Baker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. A snappy title it's not, but a very important bill it is, and for two very good reasons. And I just want to recap and just say that this is a government that has supported the jobs of livelihoods of the people of this country to the tune of some 400 billion. In the last year, 300 billion alone. The last time we exceeded 10% of GDP was in the financial crisis, or then World War II. And we are still supporting businesses, and we're still supporting businesses with this bill here. Now, absolutely, it is always going to be the case that when you are trying to protect jobs and livelihoods of so many people, there will inevitably be areas of difficulty. Yet the government has always tried to support as many people as possible, and the £16 billion worth of rates relief has been an absolute lifeline for absolutely countless businesses that get in touch with me in my constituency, but all around the country, and they're to be commended for that. And of course, even when businesses are more difficult to support, the discretionary funds for local authorities to be able to target those businesses is also a lifeline, and therefore the £1.5 billion of additional support here for businesses that have perhaps had their circumstances change throughout the course of the pandemic is incredibly important and welcome. But what I want to also touch on in this bill is the equally very serious matter where we read that potentially 60% of the £46.5 billion that has been lent out through various government schemes, lent, I might add, might possibly be defaulted on and not repaid. And when the government is the guarantor, I certainly welcome the Treasury taking the necessary steps to mitigate that risk and the retrospective powers to curb that significant problem, putting the parameters in place to ensure that those directors that might dissolve a company, walk away from their responsibilities, and then not just affect many, many people, such as creditors, who are equally affected, who are trying to get back on their feet, but also they're cheating the taxpayer as well, and the taxpayer who has to get back up on their feet. And that money is so important for the emergence of our economy, and absolutely we have to ensure that our public services can get up again. And so any powers to legislate and have the legal process in there to mitigate that is very, very welcome. I think it's worth pointing out that we have to be slightly mindful that we're not out of this pandemic, and therefore going after those directors. I was a director once, I would never dream of defaulting on my responsibilities, but those that do, we need to be careful to enable businesses to resurge themselves again. We have to therefore make sure that those approaches to recoup the money is absolutely looked after in the right way. Was somebody trying to intervene on me? I don't know. Okay. So I absolutely I'm happy that the Exchequer is being protected in this way. I think it's very sensible legislation. We know that when we create something retrospectively, often the case is because we have moved at speed to protect taxpayers in the first place, but it is very, very welcome legislation. I certainly back it 100%.
Yeah.
I call Sarah Olney to move her amendment.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm grateful to the Business Minister for his engagement on the contents of this bill, and Liberal Democrats are pleased to support the aspects of it that relate to directors' disqualification. We've seen far too often how individuals and businesses that are owed money can be defrauded by companies being dissolved, and the lack of powers to pursue individuals for debts. The urgency of introducing new legislation to protect against these practices has been sharpened by the large sums loaned to support businesses throughout the pandemic. The Public Accounts Committee, of which I am a member, recently conducted an inquiry into the Bounce Back Loan Scheme and concluded that the combined fraud and credit risk of the scheme was between 15 and 26 billion. Although it was right for the government to take the action it did, and that it continues to take, to protect businesses from the impact of the pandemic and the lockdown, it is now necessary to ensure that as many of those loans as possible can be repaid, and to circumvent any possible actions that might fraudulently avoid repayment. UK businesses, especially those in the worst hit sectors of retail, hospitality, travel and the creative industries, are beginning to emerge from this pandemic with an enormous debt burden. While I welcome these measures today to ensure that UK taxpayers are not defrauded, there remains an enormous question mark over how many business owners who have conducted their affairs honestly and with integrity will face a debt burden for many years to come, and the extent to which this will be a drag on the revival of our economy. I urge the Minister to keep this issue at the top of his priority list and to support our indebted small businesses in whatever way he can. Many businesses will be dealing with their indebtedness by looking to cut costs wherever they can, which will include reviewing all their existing expenses and exploring whether these can be effectively reduced. For many businesses, this will include applying to the Valuation Office Agency for a review of the rateable value of their business premises. Many businesses will be citing a material change of circumstances resulting from the pandemic and the lockdown as the reason for their application. This is an established route for businesses to appeal the amount of rates that they pay. Major crises or changes in the law, such as the foot and mouth disease outbreak or the smoking ban, have previously been accepted as valid reasons for business rates appeals. There are many, many businesses whose business model has been permanently changed by COVID and where this will impact upon the valuation of the property they operate from and whose ratings appeals deserve consideration by the Valuation Office Agency. And I just wanted to pick up on the comment from the member for Thurscombe Moulton about my amendment. And just to reassure him that it is about the market value, as it were, or the underlying value of the business. He cited nightclubs. I can probably count in decades the last time I was in a nightclub. I don't know if he has more recent experience than I do in this particular industry, but it is a really good example of an industry that has been really badly impacted by this pandemic. And of course, it's not just the operating business model of the individual nightclub businesses, but of course the underlying value of nightclub premises that will also have been impacted. And that will be the material change of circumstances that those businesses will be relying upon to contest their... yes.
Rarely is it a property is built to be a nightclub. It is a property. And the rentable value is the basis on which that property is valued, and that leads to the rateable value. That business may change hands from being a nightclub into a different kind of business. How could you use a rate system that's depending on the business type that occupies that premises? It's not how the business rate system works.
I thank the honourable member for his intervention, and he raises a valuable point, but nevertheless it has always been operated as a nightclub business, you know, for a change of use, for example, which may well require an appeal to the local planning authority, still has a measurable impact on the value of that underlying property. I understand that 170,000 businesses have made 500,000 appeals to the VOA for consideration under COVID-related material changes of circumstances. The provisions of this bill retrospectively overrules COVID-19 and government restrictions as valid reasons for business rates appeals, effectively scrapping all 500,000 appeals. Instead, the government proposes a £1.5 billion fund to support payment of business rates for companies that have previously been left out of business rate support. In other words, all those not in the retail or hospitality sectors that have had a business rates holiday. But this fund will not be available until after the bill under discussion today has received royal assent. The second reading has already been delayed for 10 days, so how much longer will businesses have to wait before being compensated for not paying a fair amount on their business rates? There's been a lack of consultation with businesses before implementing this legislation and the proposed fund, and many firms will be left struggling with higher costs as a result. This is a direct threat to employment and to the ability of our economy to recover from this pandemic. I have tabled a reasoned amendment outlining the Lib Dems' opposition to this measure, but I shall not be pressing it to a vote this evening. All sides of this House agree on the need for review and reform of the business rates regime. It imposes costs upon businesses that they are powerless to control and creates an unfair playing field with businesses that do not trade out of rateable premises. A simple move that the government could make now would be to commit to annual revaluations instead of once every 5 years. Then those businesses that genuinely qualify for a rating reduction would see those benefits much sooner, and we could remove the need for an appeals process to reduce their costs. Every effort should be being made at this moment to support businesses and to save jobs. Implementing a punitive, retrospective change in the law to prevent businesses taking practical action to save on their non-staff costs represents a threat to the economy and jobs. This government could take practical action today to help businesses, but they prefer to enact this piece of legislation, which enshrines a concerning precedent which will cause many businesses to struggle. Thank you.
The original question was that the bill be now read a second time, since when an amendment has been proposed as on the order paper. The question is that the amendment be made, and I will come back to the Honourable Lady later if she does wish to withdraw it. Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. First of all, can I thank the Minister for setting the scene so very well and for answering some of the questions that I had. I will ask a few questions because it's by nature to do so, and probably maybe the Minister who will be summing up will perhaps maybe be able to answer those for me. The issue of rating is one which has devolved, and thus the Northern Ireland Assembly will seek to apply the legislation to ensure that businesses in Northern Ireland are on an equal footing with those in the mainland. The Minister referred to it in his introduction, and I appreciate that. Though I do feel the need to stress once again that the Northern Ireland Protocol is in itself not simply putting our business on equal footing, but on a different playing field. But that's not the debate for today, but I just want to put that on the record if I can. The fact of the matter is this, that for many businesses the coronavirus aid package or rates was the only thing that kept the creditors away from the door. And I know, and I want to put on record my thanks, Madam Deputy Speaker, to government and to the ministers for all that they did to help businesses. Because the fact of the matter is, I think we all realise that if we're being honest and real, then we will know that that's the reason why the businesses are in business today, and why hopefully they will continue beyond the next period of time. So it's important that we give credit where credit's due. But the only thing that kept those creditors away was the package and the rates. However, for some, and I have to say this as well, it has not been enough, and coronavirus has been and will be for some the final nail in the coffin. We don't know what the future will unfold over the next period of time. This is lamentable, and we must continue to support our business through the difficult time. I know that in the news this morning back home, they were referring that some of the grant aid and help that would come to an end on this Wednesday. So again, perhaps maybe the Minister in his summing up can give us some indication of what help would be available beyond the end of this month. However, we're all aware in this place that there are those who will take what is meant for good to help those who need it and use it for their benefit outside the realms of the intentional grants. There's always those who will, with respect, perhaps maybe abuse the system to their advantage. But I know of one honourable man in my constituency, and I know many honourable men and honourable women in my constituency, but I want to quote one in particular who told me that he didn't apply for any grants whatsoever, and he was able to continue to trade during the coronavirus outbreak. However, he has also told me that he could do with it right now, as the Northern Ireland Protocol has increased his price in orders and prevented him from actually selling the dog treats that he sells in his shop and other profitable lines. I know that he would wish me on his behalf to inquire what help or rates reduction is available due to the insidious protocol. However, moving on, what has become clear is that in order to help those who need it, we must tighten up loopholes used by those who do not need help. I think government has set some of those parameters tonight and has closed some of those loopholes, and I'm very pleased to see that in place. That's why I'm supportive of the aims of this bill in closing the loophole of directors' disqualification. Currently, the power to disqualify directors under Section 6 of the CCDA only applies to directors of companies which have become insolvent. It does not apply to a director of a company which has been dissolved, and as a result to obtain a disqualification order against a former director of a company which has been dissolved. These are arduous, time-consuming and costly steps to be taken as the Secretary of State applying to the court to restore the dissolved company to the Register of Companies. The process involves paying various fees, and once a company has been restored to the register, using powers under Section 447, the power to require documents and information of the Companies Act 1985 to obtain the information and the documents from a company which are necessary to investigate the conduct of a director, and finally seeking a disqualification order or obtaining an undertaking under Section 8 of the CCDA 49 on the grounds that disqualification is in the public interest, or Section 6 of the CDDA, but only if the restored company is insolvent. These steps mean that in 2019, out of the 529,680 UK company dissolutions, 33 were restored to the register in England and Wales so that they can be liquidated instead. So we have no idea, Madam Deputy Speaker, how many cases were not made for those who have abused the system. But I've read an estimate, and perhaps maybe the Minister could give us some indication at the end, that at most misconduct currently occurs in some 1% of company dissolutions, or that would be around about 5,000 per year. Is that the figure? Maybe the Minister can confirm. No, there is a concern that this could rise, and I think maybe my concerns would be that it could rise, and perhaps maybe the Minister again can confirm that the steps that would be taken to ensure that it doesn't, and what can happen. And with more insolvencies expected due to the pandemic, and unfortunately due to what has been feared to be the abuse of, in some cases, of the coronavirus loan scheme. I conclude with this, Madam Deputy Speaker, because I agree with simplifying the rules, which should not affect those who have done the right thing. And let's give credit to all those who did the right thing and want to do the right thing in every time. And I therefore support Clause 2, Sections 6 and 7, and which will address this and close the loopholes which I am aware of, that is also supported by accountancy professional bodies, amongst others. There is a finite amount of grant aid and support available. So we have to be prudent. I believe every one of us have a duty to, as the good book says, to be prudent with what we have and use it correctly. So whenever it comes to the grant aid and support available, that not one penny goes to the unscrupulous, and I support this matter, and I thank government and the ministers for what they've said tonight. Thank you.
Seema Malhotra.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm grateful for the opportunity to respond to the debate on behalf of the opposition and to consider the contributions that have been made by honourable members who are joining the debate today. I also want to thank the Minister for the meeting that we had beforehand, in which we were able to discuss some aspects of the bill, issues that have been raised in the debate as well. We've had some very positive and helpful contributions, including from the Honourable Member for Thirsk and Moulton, with whom I've worked closely on mortgage prisoner issues and other areas of financial services regulation. He brings his characteristic clarity to this debate, raising issues as well of prosecutions of fraud and the resources that are necessary in order to be able to act. The Honourable Member for North Norfolk, I think his speech was so clear that it didn't require an intervention, and I thank him for his contribution today. The Honourable Member as well for Strangford, really making the important point that Northern Ireland businesses should remain on the same footing with the rest of the UK. And the Honourable Member as well for Richmond Park, if I just make one comment about in relation to her speech around the debt burden, that she is right about that and the debt burden that businesses are facing. And it's one of the reasons why we have called for there to be a flexible debt repayment scheme based on what businesses are earning, and why that continues to be, in my view, an essential and necessary part of how the government must support businesses going forward. As my honourable member, as my honourable friend, the member for Manchester Withington outlined at the start of the debate, the bill contains some positive measures and we support it going forward. But we want this bill to deliver for businesses and local authorities and to bring justice to unscrupulous company directors. And it needs to be workable for the Valuations Office Authority and the Insolvency Service. But there are significant gaps in the detail which must be addressed if the bill is to achieve its aim. On Clause 1 of the bill, which rules out COVID-related material changes in circumstances, business rate appeals, we understand that assessing thousands of appeals would not be the best use of the Valuation Office Agency's time when a full revaluation is due to take place in 2023. But it is vital this change is coupled with the £1.5 billion relief fund for businesses who have been badly affected by the pandemic, but who have so far missed out on business rates reliefs, a point well argued by the FSB, and I will come back to this point, and concerns that it may not cover all. The funding should also support businesses and supply chains who have been unfairly overlooked for so long. Confirmation that this fund is an alternative to adjustments to rateable values as a result of material changes in circumstances appeals also provides much needed certainty to local authorities. Since 2013, business rates revenue has formed an increasingly substantial part of local government revenue. So whilst its reliance on business rates is imperfect and longer-term reform is needed, a large fluctuation in income at the tail end of the pandemic would be the last thing that local authorities need, and this bill makes that less likely. However, the lack of detail around the £1.5 billion fund is very worrying. Since the figure was announced in March, Businesses and local authorities have had no further detail on how that amount was calculated, how it will be allocated, who will be eligible, and nor is there guidance on how it should be administered. Councils are expected to develop and set up local schemes to deliver this business grant relief, but they cannot start the process until they receive their individual allocations and until the government publishes national guidance setting out the parameters for the scheme. We are concerned that the allocations won't begin until the bill has passed through Parliament, meaning payments are unlikely to be made until September at the earliest. Businesses and local authorities are united in crying out for clarity on the distribution process, a clear and straightforward criteria and fair award criteria, and simplicity and speed in getting the funding out. Waiting until September will mean many businesses won't survive long enough to benefit, especially in light of the decision to postpone the next phase of unlocking, and the fact that economic measures have not been continuing in lockstep with public health restrictions. The government previously said that this grant-based approach was to ensure that relief could be awarded more quickly than if sought under a rating appeal. So again, why this delay? I would reiterate that the government must publish an early release of the funding allocations and eligibility criteria, and I would also urge the government to work closely with local authorities and the LGA to make sure that that guidance is as clear as possible. Madam Deputy Speaker, there are also further questions to ask about how the government calculated the figure of 1.5 billion. And what assurances can they give that it will be sufficient to support the businesses who have struggled so much without rates relief during the pandemic? I would be grateful if the Minister could cover this in his closing remarks. Whilst the 1.5 billion discretionary fund has been broadly welcomed, ruling out material changes in circumstances rate appeals he knows will also have come as a disappointment to many businesses. So has the government made an assessment of how many are likely to have been affected by closing off this avenue and how much they would have been able to claim back otherwise? Did these sums inform the government's calculation of the 1.5 billion figure? The Minister will be aware of the concerns also of airports like Heathrow, Gatwick and Manchester, and the need for a proper deal for aviation, which so far the government has failed to bring forward. Heathrow has continued to pay its £120 million annual business rates bill in full, despite the plummeting passenger numbers. So could I ask the Minister, has he undertaken an assessment of the impact that this legislation will have on the operation of pieces of national infrastructure, such as airports, and was any consideration given to exempting them from the provisions? I will move briefly to make a few comments on the Director's disqualification aspects of the bill, clauses 2 and 3, because it's been long known that the small number of directors of companies fraudulently use the dissolution process as a way of avoiding paying back loans, and this has become a particular concern with the COVID-19 bounce-back loans. And with the dramatic increase in the number of company dissolutions this year compared to last, there are fears as well that a minority of rogue directors have sought to use this mechanism to avoid repaying state-backed loans. It is therefore right that this bill aims to close the dissolution loophole, allowing directors who have unscrupulously dissolved their companies to be punished and deterring others from doing this in the future. Additionally, applying to court to have dissolved companies restored is time-consuming and costly to the public purse. It is right that this bill removes the hurdle to tackling business corruption. But it is unfortunate that the bill comes now, rather than 3 years ago, when a government consultation, which the Minister referred to in his opening remarks, into the Insolvency Service's powers, saw the majority of respondents agree that there was a gap in powers in relation to directors of dissolved companies. If action had been taken more promptly, I think the Minister will agree that significant exploitation of the bounce-back loan scheme may never have happened in this way. My honourable friend as well raised Labour's concern in his opening speech around how additional investigations will be funded and the need for adequate resourcing of the VOA and the Insolvency Service. R3, the Insolvency and Restructuring Trade Body, have highlighted their members' concerns that not all of their reports, even where serious breaches of the law are suspected, are acted on when reported to the Insolvency Service due to resourcing issues. So how does the government intend to address this, whilst also ensuring that the Insolvency Service stands ready to take on a potentially even bigger caseload? I would add to this that if resourcing delays result in investigations going beyond 3 years since a company is dissolved, and that consequently means that a government runs out of time to apply for a disqualification order against a culpable director, that would be an utterly unjust outcome and an incentive for the phoenixism we want to see end. It would also surely fail the public interest test. So finally, can the Minister explicitly clarify whether the Government plans to use compensation orders against disqualified directors? The Government's approach to this must be made clear so that its efficiency in returning funds to the public purse and other creditors can be monitored and evaluated properly. Madam Deputy Speaker, I hope the Government has been able to take notes of the issues raised during this debate. Labour will keep pushing for these vital improvements, and particularly for swift guidance and release of the £1.5 billion relief fund. With many of the hardest hit businesses yet again facing uncertainty following the extension of COVID restrictions, we owe it to them to make this bill genuinely helpful and not one more thing to worry about. Thank you.
Minister Paul Scully.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is a bill of two halves, considering the football is on at the moment at the same time. And the contributions that we've heard from members across the House attest to the importance of each of those. I'm grateful to my colleague, the Minister for Local Government and Regional Growth, for opening today's proceedings by setting out the context and the background of both elements of this bill. And I'm, of course, grateful to all of the members from all sides of the House who have participated in the debate. The points that are raised today are really important ones, and I'm glad to have the opportunity to respond. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'll respond from some of the points in the respect of the business rates first, and then moving on to some of those raised in respect of the measures relating to the disqualification of unfit directors of dissolved companies. The House today has supported the point made by my honourable friend, the Minister for Local Government and Regional Growth at the start, that the pandemic has unquestionably had a significant impact on ratepayers. This impact has particularly been felt by those in the retail, hospitality and leisure sectors, but also by many other businesses who sit elsewhere in the wider economy. And that's why, since April 2020, the Government has provided £16 billion of business rates relief targeted at ratepayers in the retail, hospitality and leisure sectors. As announced on the 25th of March, it's the Government's intention that this will be supplemented by an additional £1.5 billion of relief to be made available to ratepayers who have not been able to benefit from the reliefs that are already put in place throughout the pandemic. So taken together, it represents an unprecedented package of support which reflects the unique impact of the pandemic on our economy. But these unprecedented circumstances have also tested other aspects of the business rate system, a system which was created long before COVID-19 and which wasn't designed with pandemics in mind. The material change of circumstances process is designed to be used in cases such as localised roadworks. Market-wide economic changes, such as those arising from the pandemic, can and should only be considered at comprehensive business rates revaluation. Arguing material change of circumstances cases throughout the courts could result in years of uncertainty and is unnecessary where we can, and as we're doing now, amend the law to ensure it meets its original intention. And I think this is the crucial. I'll give way now.
The Minister for giving way. I would just, reflecting on what he's just said there about the material change of circumstances argument not being appropriate in this case, would it not have been appropriate to have made this clear earlier in the pandemic, perhaps as long ago as a year ago, that this would not be an appropriate route for businesses looking to reduce their rate payments, that this would not be a circumstance that could be cited?
Honourable Lady, and there's clearly a lot of messages that can go out and have been out over the last year to be able to flex, to be able to work with businesses. I think for my relatively long job title, I can boil it down to the Minister for Unintended Consequences, and it's always trying to make sure that we can flex and get clear messages out to businesses. But it's an interesting point. But nonetheless, I think we've heard a lot about the £1.5 billion and when the guidance will be out, and clearly it is dependent on the passage of this bill, but we want to make sure that we can work with the LGA, work with councils and make sure and give the clearest of guidance so that they can get that money out as quickly as possible. But that argument that was raised by people from both sides of the House is countered by when we're talking about the fact that by not having to go through so many appeals, we can speed up the process and get this out, the money out within weeks, rather than in certain cases, if we had to go through this entire process, years. And so that's why that we can provide that certainty to local authorities who rely on income from business rates to fund their vital local services. And it's on that basis that the Public Accounts Committee has welcomed the approach taken by the government with this bill. Madam Deputy Speaker, members of today have also raised questions relating to the £1.5 billion relief that was announced on the 25th of March as to when, as I say, ratepayers will be able to benefit from that. We will work with all aspects of local government, or all areas of local government, to deliver that new relief scheme as soon as possible, as soon as the bill's passed and local authorities set up their local relief scheme. The allocation of the £1.5 billion amongst local authorities will be made according to which sectors have suffered most economically, rather than on the basis of temporary falls in individual property values. And that will ensure that the support is provided to businesses in the fastest and the fairest way possible.
I thank the Minister for giving way. Could I just ask if he has any clarity at all on the timetable so that local authorities know what to expect and when?
Well, what I'm saying is that it is dependent on the as soon as possible once this bill has passed. So I'm looking forward to working with the Honourable Lady in committee stage to make sure that we can work through this as quickly as possible. But clearly that will then be done with consultation with the and conversation with the LGA, with local councils, to make sure that we can get a comprehensive guidance, as we have been working over the last year, 14 months, with local authorities on the various other grant schemes that have been arising. So just very briefly to cover a couple of quick points. The member for Manchester Withington talked about whether it's a blanket ban on MCCs. No, it's not a blanket ban, so I can absolutely confirm that. In terms of airports, well, clearly, as I say, the fact that it's a core principle of the business rate system that material change of circumstances should be used between revaluations. So the drop in demand for airports in light of the pandemic is exactly the sort of market-wide economic change affecting property values which can and should only be considered at revaluations. And we've been supporting airports through their fixed costs during the last year from the Airport and Ground Operations Support Scheme. And in a recent budget, the Chancellor announced a further 6 months of support up to the equivalent of their business rates liability for the first half of the 2021 to 22 financial year, subject to certain conditions and a cap per claimant of £4 million. I won't give away just for a second, but I'll come back happily in a second if I haven't answered her question, because I do want to get through a few of the areas. In terms of the, let me just turn very quickly to the disqualification of directors of dissolved companies. There was the issue of insolvency funding that came up a few times, and clearly we will be working with the Insolvency Service to be ensuring that they have the resources to do their job, because they do employ their finite resources to the maximum effect by prioritising the case where they've been most harm to the public and the wider marketplace. But when they're clearly not limitless, and as the Honourable Member for Strangford says, in terms of, he was asking about insolvencies, and actually insolvencies have been at a 40-year low over the last few months, because effectively the economy in many areas has been held in stasis, and that's why it's so important, having put £352 billion worth of support into the economy. We now have 352 billion reasons why we've got to get this next bit right, why we've got to help shape the recovery by these mitigations, and in making sure that we continue to flex, we continue to extend the support, why furlough carries on going till September. That's why we've ensured that the winding up proceedings have been extended for another 9 months as well, so we can get conversations going with landlords and tenants. And all of these measures that continue are so important to continue. But in terms of directors, I'm glad that we've had broad support for these these measures. In terms of compensation, directors can obviously be held personally liable for debt as well, where they breach disqualification. And I think the Honourable Member I'll give way and then I'll make a point on that.
I'm grateful to the Minister for giving way, and I notice comments that directors can be held personally liable, but does he accept that allowing an individual investor or creditor to sue a director at their own risk is very different from a scheme by which, whether it's the government or some other body, effectively takes that legal action on behalf of a group of aggrieved individuals who individually can't afford the risk of taking that action.
Point that he's saying, and I think actually just to answer a couple of his points, he was talking about corporate governance, he was talking about audit reform, and this is something that we do want to legislate and will legislate for as soon as parliamentary time allows. He did say, though, he referenced a minister talking about the fact that we will adhere to standards that we thought we could get away with. Well, no, absolutely not. I didn't hear the comment, but I suspect what the minister said and meant was that we are accountable to the electorate. And I actually, when I heard that comment, I was thinking back to my own constituency, where I know at least I have one High Court judge, I have an insolvency practitioner, I have lawyers, I have forensic accountants, civil servants in my own department that live in my constituency, and journalists. And boy, will they hold me to account at the ballot box and in my local media and in the national media, should it be appropriate to do so. And so that is the standard to which we expect to work in as a government. I'm glad he mentioned also about phoenixing, because this will strengthen the phoenixing legislation as well. Madam Deputy Speaker, I've noted the helpful contributions made by members across the House, and I'm looking forward to working with colleagues in committee stage to make sure we can get this legislation, this really important legislation for both of these measures, through. The scrutiny that they provided today, provided as it always would, is greatly appreciated by me. I look forward to discussing this bill further with the House throughout its passage. I commend the bill to the House.
Order. Does the Honourable Lady for Richmond Park wish to withdraw her amendment?
Withdraw.
Thank you. Is it your pleasure the reasoned amendment be withdrawn? Reasoned amendment by leave withdrawn. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Programme motion to be moved formally.
I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. I'm suspending the House for 2 minutes to make the preparations for the next business. Order. Order. We now come to motion number 3 relating to the Committee on Standards. I call the Leader of the House to move the motion.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I beg to move the motion signing my name on the order paper. The motion today gives the House the opportunity to approve the appointment of Ms Mahmouda Mian as a lay member of the Committee on Standards for a period of 6 years. I bring forward this motion on behalf of the House of Commons Commission, which concluded that Ms Meehan will bring the necessary skills and experience to the committee's work that the recruitment process was intended to deliver. Her appointment will also contribute to maintaining a diversity of experience, gender and background amongst the 7-strong team of lay members. Ms Meehan is a solicitor with significant non-executive regulatory and governance experience. She is presently a non-executive director of Berkshire Health Foundation NHS Trust and a board member of the Independent Press Standards Organisation, both since 2015. She is also a disciplinary committee member of the Royal College of Veterinary Surgeons and an associate director of the Lochahi Foundation. In addition, she has previously served as a non-executive director of the Disclosure and Bearing Service at the Independent Safeguarding Authority and as trustee of the BBC. She has had earlier roles as a commissioner at the Independent Police Complaints Commission and as a member of the Police Complaints Authority. The lay members of the Standards Committee play an essential role in providing an independent voice to the committee's decisions. When lay members were first proposed over a decade ago, the rationale given by the Committee on Standards in Public Life was that it would be a step towards enhancing public acceptance of the robustness and independence of the disciplinary process for members of Parliament. The independent and impartial status of lay members is therefore critical to maintaining confidence in our process. The first 3 lay members of the committee were appointed in 2012, and standing orders were amended in 2015 to increase the number of lay members to 7. The term of office of the first tranche of lay members came to an end on the 30th of March 2017, and on the 15th of March 2017, 3 further lay members were appointed by the House to replace them. 2 of the 4 lay members recruited in 2016 came to the end of their 4-year terms on the 18th of May 2020. The other 2 had been appointed for 6-year terms. On the 10th of November 2020, the House appointed 1 further lay member. The other vacancy remained unfilled. Today's motion will restore the full complement of lay members, and this debate reflects the important role that the House has in approving such appointments. Madam Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, should the House agree to this appointment of Ms Meehan today, I would like to take the opportunity to wish her well as she takes up her new role. I commend this motion to the House.
The question is as on the order paper. Shadow Leader of the House, Thangam Devaney.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And of course, it's vital, given the importance of their work, that lay members of the Committee on Standards are well tested, carefully selected, and able to bring extensive experience to the committee. There has been a thorough and fair recruitment process which attracted a high calibre of applicants, and I can confirm, as the leader has said, that it was thoroughly scrutinised by the Commission, and we support this decision that the panel came to. Ms Meehan was found to be the best candidate and to be entirely suitable for filling the important work of the committee. I was particularly interested in her various scrutiny roles. I do hope that she meets the approval of my honourable friend, the chair of the committee, who I believe that to be the case. And I'm sure that we will be welcoming her and valuing the work that she's going to do, and the Commission entirely supports this decision.
Alan Doran.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and good evening. As a recently appointed member of the Commons Committee on Standards, I would welcome this appointment. Elected members of this Parliament are all rightly expected to meet the high standards in public life as defined by the Nolan Principles, and expected to adhere to the House of Commons Code of Conduct and related rules to the House. It cannot be right that MPs alone are the sole adjudicators and decision makers on whether other elected members, who may be friends or political colleagues or indeed political adversaries, should judge whether or not a member may be in breach of the Code of Conduct. This would, I believe, be totally unacceptable to the public who we are all elected to represent and serve. From my limited experience on the Committee of Standards, I can say that the contribution of the current lay members is exceptional, and they bring to the committee a wealth of knowledge, skills and experience of public life at a senior level across a diverse range of sectors. Lay members also bring to the committee a fresh perspective which is not clouded by political affiliations or party loyalties, and their independent and impartial status allows them to focus on the circumstances and evidence in individual cases. They are therefore crucial in maintaining transparency, confidence and trust in the work and decision-making of the Committee on Standards. From what I know of Ms Meehan, from her curriculum vitae, her previous experience and involvement in public life will enhance and complement that of the existing lay members and should make an excellent addition to the lay membership of the committee. I understand that she has been through a thorough and rigorous selection process and is recommended for appointment by those responsible for carrying out that process. This appointment will bring the number of lay members up to the full complement of 7, equal to the number of MPs on the committee, and would also enhance the diversity of the committee. In conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would therefore be fully supportive of this appointment. Thank you.
Chair of the Committee on Standards, Chris Bryan.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I say, first of all, that the panel was very ably chaired by Rima Makaram from the Commission. She herself is a clear instance of how much lay members can bring to the way we do our business, as she's a lay member of the Commission. And it was clerked very ably by Dr. Robin James, who's the clerk of our committee. Mahmouda has extensive experience, as has already been referred to. I think that obviously it's good that she's worked in so many different organisations as a committee member, non-executive director and so on. I was particularly impressed that she's been dealing with vets so much. That seemed particularly appropriate somehow for dealing with members of Parliament. What I think was really striking, I was a member of the interview panel, what was really striking was that she showed a really strong sense of fairness, an ability to judge nuance, a capacity to work within a committee on very sensitive issues. She didn't seem to want to be the chair either, which I rather liked. And she had a very robust understanding of regulation. I'm very confident that she'll be a magnificent member of the committee. The only regret I have is that I've been chair of the committee for the best part of a year now, and since the 18th of May last year, we have not had our full complement. For several months, we were 2 down on the lay members, and we've been 1 down for more than a year. I know we needn't rehearse all of those arguments. I just hope that when we are replacing the new members, as we will have to do in the future, that we can perhaps start this process a little bit earlier so that there's no gap we have an awful lot of work to do, and I very much look forward to welcoming Mahmouda at tomorrow morning's meeting.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to motion number 4 on the Parliamentary Works Sponsor Body. I call the Leader of the House to move the motion.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I beg to move the motion standing my name on the order paper. The House will be relieved that I do not intend to detain it long. The 90 minutes available for this debate may be more than is necessary, but it may help if I explain that I'm bringing this motion forward on behalf of the sponsor body. Schedule 1 of the Parliamentary Buildings Restoration and Renewal Act 2019 states that the sponsor body must consist of between 2 to 4 external members, excluding the chairman. The current external board members were appointed on the 1st of July 2018 when the sponsor body was still in shadow form. Their appointments were confirmed by the House on the 24th of March 2020 as the body became a statutory organisation. Under the Act, a member must be appointed for a fixed term of not more than 3 years, although they can be reappointed. Their terms will therefore expire no later than the 31st of June 2021. Yes, of course.
I'm not going to delay people long either, but I just wonder, we're doing all these appointing of people to the body. Are they ever going to mix a bucket of cement?
Well, it has to be said, I think it unlikely that Martha Phillips, Dr. Simon Thurley and Simon Wright will mix buckets of cement on the estate of the Palace of Westminster. But work is going on. I'm very glad to say, as I've reported already to the House, that the fire safety work has taken place and has been tested across the estate. I think it's 8 miles of pipe have gone in. Preliminary works are underway that are making preparations for it. So Derby Gate is almost completed. There will be moves of MPs into Richmond House. So many things are happening that will allow the restoration and renewal to take place. So I hope that is some reassurance to the honourable gentleman, because it is very important that we keep up the pace to get to the full restoration and renewal. But the individual members of the sponsor body mixing cement may be something that they did in earlier stage of their careers, but I don't think they will be doing tomorrow. A recruitment process for external board members has been undertaken by the sponsor body in recent months, and the interview panel included the chairman of the sponsor board, a parliamentary member of the sponsor board, and an independent panel member. Following the recruitment process, the sponsor body has reappointed 3 of the 4 current external board members. So I'm grateful to all of the external members of the sponsor board for the work so far. Today's motion will approve the reappointments of Marta Phillips, Dr. Simon Thurley and Simon Wright, and I therefore commend this motion to the House.
The question is, as on the order paper, Shadow Leader of the House, Thangan Debonette.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As custodians of this beautiful place, we face very serious duties for which almost all of us here are supremely unqualified, and therefore the sponsor body and delivery authority were established in order to bring in the skills and qualities, and above all the knowledge and experience that we so obviously lack, to the essential process of restoration and renewal, untroubled by political considerations that we may have, and aided by the relevant qualities. And the new members to be appointed will, I understand, bring such qualities. And we do have to give this magnificent building the love and care it needs, and in order to do that, we need the right people in the right place at the right time. I'd also I will happily give way.
I'm very grateful. It is very good that Simon Thurley is there, but would she not be surprised if such an eminent historian as Mr. Thurley were to support a proposal that the parliamentary archives should be hived off to Kew and probably never return here again? Isn't it important that parliamentary archives remain here in Parliament and in Westminster?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for that intervention, because it gives me an opportunity to agree with him most wholeheartedly. There are many other things upon which I think we all have personal preferences which we'd like to pronounce. I, for one, would like to see the restoration of the cloisters to the Parliamentary Labour Party as soon as possible. And for that, we need stonemasons and stonemasonry apprenticeships. If some of those could be allocated to some of my constituents in Bristol West, I'd be most happy. But I also recommend colleagues who maybe haven't had this pleasure having a briefing from the Parliamentary Sponsor Body Engagement staff. I had a wonderful briefing today on the matter of voids. I will never again look at the grills right underneath here in the same way, Madam Deputy Speaker, knowing what I do now and also what it looks like underneath. The sponsor body, of course, does know of what they speak. I'm looking forward to seeing them get on with buckets and stonemasonry and whatever else they may need to do in order that we may preserve, enhance and give this building, as I said, the love it needs to restore it to the fullest possible health and effectivity. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Leader of the House.
Speaker, I hadn't intended to respond, but as the honourable gentleman, the member for the Rhondda, has mentioned the archives, I would like to say that I entirely agree with him. I think it's extremely unfortunate that the Victoria Tower, a purpose-built archive, should not continue to be used for that purpose. I'm deeply concerned about the lack of engagement there has been with members of this House about the proposal, which many of us felt was rather sprung upon us, and I'm delighted to note that there seems to be cross-party consensus with the Shadow Leader in favour of keeping the archive in the Victoria Tower, and I hope that this will be taken on board by other authorities.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it. With the leave of the House, I'll take motions 5, exiting the European Union financial services and markets, and 6, exiting the European Union customs together. Motion number 5 and number 6. Minister to move.
I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it.
I beg to move that this House do now adjourn.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. Richard Fuller.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. The purpose of this evening's adjournment debate is to discuss the East-West Rail consultation and North East Bedfordshire, and I wish to draw the Minister's attention to the flaws caused by the consultation process for the East-West Rail route decision from Bedford to Cambridge. This is not a debate to argue for or against the railway in principle, nor is it a debate to support or oppose any particular route corridor or line of route. The purpose of this debate is to expose the significant problems of this consultation, which have created a significant deficit of trust with many of my constituents, and to request the Minister to investigate these many concerns with how the East-West Rail project between Bedford and Cambridge is progressing. As we have seen over the last 2 decades, indeed over the last 2 weeks, people are increasingly sensitive to top-down initiatives which fundamentally change their communities and over which they believe their voice has not been heard. I would like to thank local parish councils and their coordinating group, Be Fair, for their forensic analysis in preparing for this debate, and mention that I live near to Bedford Station. I welcome the Minister, who has been very open with his time and attention to this project. Finally, may I thank the Chief Executive Officer of East West Rail, who has today agreed to join me in walking the routes later this month. Now, the flaws in this consultation are multiple. Individually and collectively, they have broken down the trust of many of my constituents. Let me briefly list the main concerns raised with me. The consultation exercise gives every indication of being purposefully designed to reduce the interest and participation of residents in the area ultimately selected for the route. Critical cost assumptions have escalated wildly and have never been open to proper scrutiny, and are facts that were dramatically changed after the consultation had closed, making the least attractive route the most attractive route, not providing constituents with an opportunity to comment on that, and giving every impression of being a fix. The environmental impact assessment was cursory and falls far short of our net zero expectations, and may result in a brutal scarring of the Bedfordshire countryside forever. Critical local authority input to the consultation, upon which the Minister and his department will rely, from Bedford Borough Council, was submitted without approval from the Council as a whole. A secret plan containing flaky economic assumptions, airbrushing out references to existing homes that will have to be demolished, and potentially concealing acceptance of additional housing development as the price to be paid for the chosen route. Finally, a failure to account for multiple changes, from COVID to an emphasis on freight, to a more polluting fuel, to yet still rising costs. Changes that risk making this rail line between 2 leading universities not the shining 21st century example of global Britain, but a polluting white elephant with potentially very significant cost overruns. The 2019 consultation exercise was not statutory, but as the phrase goes, if something is worth doing, it's worth doing well. This consultation was not done well. Many parish councils on the potential routes were not contacted, including the 3 in my own constituency, at Colmworth, at Stapler and Wilden, all of which are on Route E, the current preferred route. The issuing of postcards notifying residents of the consultation was sent to only some residents in the affected areas and not to all residents. Coverage of those postcards was variable, with some wards receiving 5% coverage and other wards 20% coverage, with no explanation for the variance. Of the responses received to the consultation, fully half were made from supporters of a single charity, which made obviously a tremendous effort to consult their own members, which raises the question about why East West Rail was not able to generate a fraction of that participation. All of the in-person consultation events, not one of them was held in the area that was ultimately selected as the preferred route. Madam Deputy Speaker, these facts are the foundation for the lack of trust. I have spoken to countless residents who say they only found out about the railway after their opportunity to have their say was done. This is very shaky ground upon which to proceed. In the 2019 consultation documentation, there were 5 route options, A through E. Routes A, B, C and D had costs of between 2 billion and 2.6 billion. Route E, the one subsequently chosen, had a substantially higher cost figure, £1 billion higher than the average of the others, at 3.4 billion going into the consultation. In the documentation released after the consultation, The cost figures for each of the routes A, B, C and D were raised by more than 1.3 billion, with increases rising between 50% and 80%. Yet the cost for Route E, however, were only changed by 9%, and no satisfactory explanation has been provided for why East West Rail got the costs so hopelessly wrong on 4 of the route options, and so forensically right on the one they selected. The consequence was that Route E went from being the most expensive to the second cheapest and became the preferred route. It is clear why many residents feel cheated by a consultation that gives every appearance of having their numbers fixed after their right to be consulted has ended. Does the Minister agree that the change in cost estimates played a significant role in the route decision process? Does he agree with me that this change clearly indicated that the consultation was done too early and gave a misleading impression to consultees? Does he worry, as I do, that the Treasury should be highly sceptical of any project cost estimates made in future by East West Rail? There remains, 2 years after the first consultation of this route, considerable mystery about the costs and benefits of each route. As one constituent advises me, these uncertainties and the general lack of financial transparency indicate the clear risk of future cost overruns with a failure to achieve claimed economic benefits. I have asked East West Rail for a detailed session with me and others to unpack the costs and assumptions. Will the Minister nudge East West Rail to grant this meeting? CPRE for Bedfordshire has stated its firm opposition to the route selected and highlighted severe limitations in the consideration of the environment in this consultation. I will give way to the honourable friend from Bedford if the Deputy Speaker permits.
I thank the honourable member for giving me way. I also entered the ballot to speak on behalf of my constituents, but clearly I wasn't as lucky as he is in the draw. So I share his concerns on the environmental impact of East West Rail, which is why I have called for the full electrification of the line. It is understandable that the government would even consider building new transport infrastructure going into 2030s without clean energy being a priority. What puzzles me, Mr. Speaker, is that Route E passage has been known for at least 3 years now. And honourable member can correct me if I'm wrong. He claims to be neutral about routes. But when Route E was confirmed in January 2020, he said, and I quote, "I'm pleased that the government has made this announcement to progress investment in this important rail link." So he can perhaps clarify that. So I'll come back again.
Thank you. Richard Fuller.
Well, you may or may not come back in. I think that's up to me to decide. And I think, Madam Deputy Speaker, having granted the honourable gentleman the opportunity to speak on his constituents, it's rather strange that he took that opportunity to try and quote or misquote my own views to try and sow division on this issue. Actually, what he should be doing is speaking up for his constituents whose houses are being demolished as part of this process. That's what I thought he was going to intervene about, but apparently not. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, as I was saying, there is also a more fundamental question that CPRE has raised, and with which I agree, that the detailed assessment of environmental impact is being done right at the end of the process, rather than being front and centre at the start of the process. They rightly would ask, how can a route that is longer, hillier, requiring significant additional construction, and carving its way through open countryside, have a carbon footprint that is consistent with our net zero targets? As a result, environmental impact is seen as the guise of mitigation rather than as a full part of a proper assessment. We cannot be a government committed to biodiversity and protection of our natural habitat if we continue this practice. The Minister, indeed the Prime Minister, has the opportunity with East West Rail to take a stand on the matter. So will the Minister raise directly with number 10 these environmental concerns and gain their assurance that this project, with all its changes, has their endorsement as being fully compliant with the Prime Minister's green agenda? Now, in major project consultations, the opinions and views of local authorities are a crucial input, and they are the voice of local opinion, and local authorities undertake many of the facilitating functions of land acquisition, planning, construction mediation, amongst others. The Minister had every right to expect a local authority to act democratically and sensitively in being that voice and providing its input to him. Yet this was definitively not the case with Bedford Borough Council's submission to the 2019 consultation, which was neither presented to, debated by, nor voted on by local councillors. Indeed, not one of the councillors in my wards in my constituency were given that courtesy. Essentially, the directly elected Mayor of Bedford submitted his secret plan that added costs, made journey times longer, and created an environmentally brutal route. Now, I fully appreciate the Mayor was committed to a line running through the centre of town rather than to a parkway station, but that personal commitment did not give him or his executive the right to bypass his own council's scrutiny. He may say that he had that discretion, but my constituents feel duped. And for what? What was the big economic gain for the borough? The council's own analysis says that the proposal adds just 0.05% to annual economic growth. 0.05% is hard to justify to the owners of homes that will have to be demolished. Further, there are unanswered questions whether the push for this route required the Borough Council to accede to additional future housing growth in the borough, essentially whether the plan was secret because it stored up a development bombshell for rural North Bedfordshire. So can the Minister advise me what significance the input of a local authority has on his department's evaluation of rail route options? Can the Minister allay the fears of my constituents that with regard to additional housing or development expectations, there was no direct or indirect communication with Bedford Borough by his department or any other government department as a result of the routing of East West Rail through the town's centre? Engineering considerations for the route remain a source of significant contention. A consultancy was hired by the Borough Council to advise on engineering costs twice in the space of 2 months. In their first report, they stated that northern routes, quote, come at the price of increased construction costs, increased disruption during construction, longer journey times and increased operational costs, as well as increased congestions and other highway costs. 1 month later, they produced a second report stating that Bedford Borough Council, quote, Bedford Borough Council has developed its own preliminary Route E design that reduces the cost differential to Route A by nearly half and avoids much of the highway disruption. Can the Minister advise me, was he aware of what special engineering source was discovered by the Council in that 1 month? Their analysis, I believe, has proved highly influential with East West Rail, yet these figures from the Council have never been made open to external review, so that assumption can be questioned in detail. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, there have been a number of changes since the origination of this consultation. It originated in Lord Adonis's Oxford-Cambridge arc vision, essentially as part and parcel of acceding in this region between Oxfordshire and Cambridgeshire, including Bedfordshire, for the provision of 1 million homes. And yet, just a week or two ago, the Department of Housing confirmed to me that 1 million homes target is no longer a target. We know that the other project of Lord Adonis's vision with the expressway is no longer a long expressway. It's been junked in Buckinghamshire. We know, Madam Deputy Speaker, that COVID has changed crucial traffic assumptions with greater working from home and with the opportunity for more office space in London for conversion to residential. We know that the vision for East West Rail has been cascading back in history in terms of its vision, from being a shining 21st forward-looking vision connecting our two of our great, potentially 3 of our great universities, to a 19th century fuel of dubious merit. The government has issued a 10-point plan for net zero, and yet in some ways there's concerns that East West Rail now stands directly against these ambitions. And as I said, we have more examples to show that people will change lifelong voting intentions to express their discontent with top-down projects that fundamentally change their surroundings. You know, I support East West Rail, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think it's a good idea. The vision has its strengths. But what we're being sold as the vision of East West Rail now is not what the original intention was. And worse still, the process of going from that original vision to where we are now has destroyed trust, destroyed faith, destroyed belief in East West Rail rather than building it up. People like infrastructure, Madam Deputy Speaker, and we talk about it a lot here. But when people think about infrastructure, what they're talking about is improvements to their town centres, making it easier for them to get access to a GP appointment, or ensuring that their child gets into a good local school. It's not thought of in terms of spatial frameworks or visions for the future by departed technocrats, or consultation exercises that treat people like fools. I urge the Minister to take these concerns and priorities seriously, play his part in restoring trust in this process, and give the people that rail connection that they want, can understand and believe in.
Chris Heaton-Harris.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to congratulate my honourable friend, the member for North East Bedfordshire, on securing this debate on the East West Rail route consultation and the role played by the proposed railway within his constituency. I welcome also his support for East West Rail as a concept at the very least. And I know this is shared by the vast majority of his constituents because, as he knows, he has instigated meetings where I've met a number of parishes and parish council leaders, etc., in his constituency, where the concept of the railway is very much welcomed. But they do have legitimate questions to ask, and I hope I can answer some today. I've listened carefully to his representations about the impact of East West Rail on his constituency and his concerns about this being a fair consultation, and I will try to answer many of them now. As he will know, a new railway line between Bedford and Cambridge is required to deliver the full East West Rail scheme between Oxford and Cambridge. In this vein, East West Rail Company held a consultation on route options. Route options, as my honourable friend described, A to E. We like Natalie described route options in the rail industry, between the 28th of January and the 11th of March 2019. The outcome of this consultation saw route E being selected as the preferred route option by East West Rail. As my honourable friend will remember, this was announced in January 2020. Conclusions for route E were reached using a number of assessment factors, such as faster journey times, lower fares, and faster road journeys through diverting road users to rail. The higher transport user benefits arise due to Route E serving the most households, both within the catchment area around Bedford Midland Station and the growing population in Cambourne. My honourable friend is aware that there's been another recent, he mentioned it, non-statutory consultation, which included 5 route alignment options for the Bedford-Cambridge section of East West Rail, as well as the concepts for train service provision and stations between Bletchley and Bedford. East West Rail Company is currently analysing the responses, and a preferred route alignment option based on the consultation feedback, application of the assessment factors and ongoing design work will be announced in due course. My honourable friend will also be aware that both consultations were non-statutory consultations and so are not a legal requirement for the project to continue. Indeed, they were East West Rail trying to ensure they were listening to the voices of people along proposed routes. However, East West Rail Company genuinely does want to hear from people affected and use their views to shape the design of the railway. It is, and as I hope my honourable friend understands, the new chairman of East West Rail Company is determined to listen to the views of people along that route. There are no fixed rules about a non-statutory consultation's duration, but the East West Rail Company decided to run the consultation for a period of 10 weeks. This was to provide opportunities to allow for virtual question and answer sessions, given the lack of in-person meetings that would be available because of the pandemic, and in trying to ensure people had enough time to respond in a meaningful way to it. My department is content that both consultations met open and fair consultation standards. A range of promotional activity took place in both consultations, including, as my honourable friend said, the sending of postcards to more than 120,000 households and businesses in the consultation zone for the first consultation. This number increased to 270,000 for the recent consultation to ensure the virtual nature of the consultation did not mean that people missed out the chance of taking part. Advertisements were placed in key local publications. Social media and local print were also utilised. Public consultation has been and continues to be a crucial part of the development of the East West Rail project, which is why the East West Rail Company has made great efforts to speak with as many local people as possible from an early stage, and whilst I'm Minister, will continue in this spirit as the project is progressed. Indeed, in my time as the sponsor Minister for this project, I've tried to sit in on as many of these meetings as I can to see exactly what is going on and how people's views are being reflected. My honourable friend wants to give way first, and I will come to the honourable gentleman.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Minister is absolutely right. He really has been on the front foot engaging with people and also with me directly as well. But will he recognise there is a difference between speaking to and listening? And one of the concerns that my constituents have is that some of the options that could really affect things, they've closed down the conversation and they're not listening to their concerns.
Yeah, I completely get what my honourable friend has said, which is why I've tried my best, and I think I've succeeded in making sure that East West Rail actually is listening to people across the route. And I hope that he will see that reflected in what comes out of this current consultation as we move forward. Now, I think the honourable gentleman also wanted me to give way.
For giving me way is very kind. Just two points very briefly. One is that I've been told there is no chance of rerunning this consultation. Is there any realistic chance of rerun this consultation? Because some people believe that it wasn't run properly. And secondly, will it support 4-track option rather than 6-track option? And 4-track option will avoid demolition of houses in my constituency.
I thank the honourable gentleman for his points. I also would like him, if you wouldn't mind, taking a little question from me. But I believe he does support East West Rail as well, and so it's a question of actually making sure that his constituents and my honourable friend's constituents are listened to properly. So those that will be affected by construction of this new railway or elements of it do feel that their voices have been listened to, that their concerns have been acted upon, and everything has been done that can possibly be done to address these concerns. I do hear the point that he's mentioned about the 4-tracking. I'm no engineer, so I'm not going to promise something that I cannot deliver, nor am I going to promise something that I don't I do understand, but I don't know where it is in the planning stages of East West Rail. But I will happily go away and talk to East West Rail about this, because I know this is something that they would be considering as an option moving forward, or at least I'm quite sure. And I'm very happy to give way to the honourable gentleman again.
I'm encouraged that he wishes to enlist me in support for East West Rail. That's the concept, right? But the Minister knows, Madam Deputy, sort of what motivates me, and that's, do the numbers add up? Does the thing add up logically? And there are the two fundamental concerns that I have, which he has not addressed, and maybe he will. Why is it right to go into a consultation with a clear set of numbers that go at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, close the consultation, and then present, ta-da, we've changed all the numbers around, and now we're going to go with the option that originally went in being the lowest cost, and now comes out being, the highest cost, now comes out being the best option. That doesn't look right, isn't right, and the Minister knows that if you build on shaky foundations like that, you erode trust at every further step. So will he please look at that issue again and enable East West Rail to try and help close that trust deficit on that particular issue?
I will always do everything I possibly can to help my honourable friend and his constituents and East West Rail close that deficit gap on trust, as he says, because I actually do believe there is a route through here, not a physical route, but a way of, we should be using the best practice to consult people on projects that will affect them at some point in time. I'm also determined to deliver this project at pace and on budget, because there have been huge problems in the past with big rail infrastructure projects that have run over time, and people's lives have been blighted for much, much longer than they ever should have been because of the incapacity to deliver said rail project on time. This isn't going to happen on East West Rail, and I will do whatever I can to allay my honourable friend, his constituents' concerns, and I will happily talk to him separately and again about how he believes I am able to assist in doing that. But I'm really happy to assist, because public consultation has been and continues to be a crucial part of the development of this project, which is why the company's made all those efforts to speak to so many people. So my honourable friend may rightly be concerned about the impact. In fact, both my honourable friend and the honourable gentleman were rightly concerned about the impact the project will have on constituents' homes. It is entirely understood that the proposals will affect people's homes, businesses and farms in my honourable friend's constituency. East West Rail Company aims to minimise the negative impact on people's land and property and mitigate any unavoidable impacts. The East West Railway Company's recent consultation included proposals for an initial compensation scheme for those affected. Now, my honourable friend asked about whether I could jog the elbow of the East West Rail Company so they can have a meeting on the true costs, because my honourable friend is a good businessman, a good politician, a good representative of his constituents. But he also knows this is taxpayers' money that's funding this, and I know he wants to get the best value he can possibly get, as I do. And so I shall not just nudge the elbow of East West Railway. I will ensure that meeting happens in short order, and that all the documents that he requires before it are made available to him, so he can do the preparation work that he would like to do his job properly beforehand. I completely get the point he made about the environmental concerns. Now, I'm not one to go to number 10 to ask them to do something. I believe that is a tad above my pay grade. But I have been watching and continue to listen to my other friend about, is there evidence that quality environmental assessments have been made in the East West Rail consultation? That's the question he is essentially asking. Now, an appraisal was undertaken to assess the comparative environmental sustainability of the route options as part of the process for determining a preferred route option, as described in the preferred route option report. This assessment concluded that the routes via Camborne, routes B and E, were broadly comparable and have the fewest problematic areas with potential direct impacts on irreplaceable or sensitive features and the lowest likely mitigation effort. Now, East West Rail Company will continue to assess the potential environmental effects as part of the route alignment development work. An environmental impact assessment will be undertaken and an environmental statement submitted when East West Rail Company submits its development consent order application to the Planning Inspectorate. So it will be going by the letter and in the spirit of the rules and the law. He asked me about Bedford Borough Council's representations and Bedford Mayor's secret plan. I have no idea if the Bedford Mayor has a secret plan, but I'm quite sure that I truly believe that he would not have had undue influence over any of the plans of East West Rail. But I will happily go away again, because I've asked this question previously, but I will happily go away again and ask this question of East West Rail to see if there's anything that they can bring to me that can finally either put to one side what my honourable friend says, and so we can dismiss it, or if there is something in it, we can have it out in the open so everybody can see it, and then I think it will probably be a matter for local politics. But I do not believe that will be the case, because I do not believe there will be anything to see. But he did ask about the significance of local authority contributions to the consultation process. And I will come back to this point again and again and again. We want everybody and anybody who's interested and affected by the proposed route alignment and the development of this railway to be involved in the design of this railway, to ensure that we get this process completely right. So I do believe there would have been significant conversations with the local authorities along the route and the East West Rail Company. Less so with my department, to be quite honest, because it's not necessarily the brief that we hold. But as my honourable friend knows, there will be many further opportunities for his constituents to raise issues for consideration, including a statutory consultation. In the meantime, anyone who wishes to make representations should obviously contact the East West Rail Company to have their voices heard. So with that, Madam Deputy Speaker, I hope I've answered a number of the points that my honourable friend has raised. I am determined that we are, and East West Rail is as open and as transparent as it can possibly be with the people, with him, other members of Parliament in interested areas and people affected, potentially affected along the individual routes. I hope I have demonstrated by action, not just word, that I truly believe that we need to, that East West Rail needs to do this, and I continue and will continue to turn up at meetings with his parish councillors and others to ensure this is the case. But there will be further opportunities to influence the decisions that will have an effect, but hopefully a very positive one, on the lives of his constituents going forward.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. The ayes have it. Order. Order.